wo so nya say
Obek kanukre. Now susu sang kwai no bia wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. No, Mammy, I cook on Sam. The Boga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no. Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What is Sunday Scar coffee? No. Dialogue to lemon and finance.
I'm currently here at the Moses Mabhida Stadium and I'm about to go Segway for the first time. I keep turning, but yeah, it's going to be my fun experience. And even though I'm standing on it, I have been taking through some lessons and I know you all are interested. So let's rewind to experience how this started. Let's go, guys. Here at the tour company that we are going Segway with, and it's called Segway Tour, and the activity is also called Segway. This is my first time doing something like this. I'm super excited. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to glide because it's something I like. So yeah, this is the atmosphere here. This is how it looks. It's right behind the stadium, so it's not somewhere you're going to get lost. How are you doing?
I'm good. What color helmet would you like, white or black?
What color do you think will suit me?
Because it's a hot sun, I'd go white.
White, okay. So she's going to get me. How often do people come here?
Every day.
And you're open every day?
7 days a week, from 8 until 4:30.
Okay, and how much does it cost?
Our cheapest ride is 285 Rand for 45 minutes, ranging up to 590 Rand for a 2-hour tour, which goes to a shark camp.
Okay, so is there a specific clothing you must wear?
No, just very comfortable clothing, preferably tackies. Preferably tackies, as it's easier to ride with.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, I think I wore a dress today, and I think I'm good to go. Since it's going to be more of standing on the Segway, yeah, if that's what it's called, a Segway. So I'm super excited. You all are coming along. They also have others. They also have like skating bikes, skating shoes. If you also want to skate around, you can rent them here. So yeah. Hi Vivian.
Hola.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you excited about today?
Very, because it's actually my first time, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm so happy.
We are both so happy. We can't wait to learn and
Honestly, essay has been so much fun. Like, it's been back to back, but the fun has been non-stop. And today is just another one, after which we have more lined up. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is the channel to be at, okay?
So he's our tour guide. He's going to do some lessons with us and also explain how this machine works.
Yeah. So first thing that we have to do, our hands must be here on the handlebar. Step on, make sure that your feet are in the middle of the mat, not too forward, not too back. Always keep them in the same. Yeah. The machine, you just need to lean forward with your body straight, so you go forward. Slow down, we lean back.
Do you lean back with the machine or you lean back with your body?
No, it's you with your body.
With your body?
Yes, exactly. So
okay.
The more you fall forward with your body straight, faster it goes. Yeah, so you slow down, you just need to pull back.
The first lesson, I'm giving my first try. This is a fun activity to do here in South Africa. This is so fun. It's so easy to learn. Everybody can ride the Segway. It's my first time, and I must say I'm having the amazing time of my life. Hi, what is this? Fish. Oh. So we are currently here for a short break, and that was so much fun. I fell earlier on, I don't know if you saw it, but I crashed Vivian mistakenly, and yeah, but this was so fun. Wow, and the view here is so amazing. Wow, just look at this. Tour guide for some time. How long have you been doing this?
2 years.
2 years. Do you like your job?
Yes.
You like it?
I like it.
You have like a gold teeth here.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a rich man though. He has a gold. He has gold in his teeth. It's only rich people who can afford gold though. That was just by the way. So guys, this place is beautiful. Let's hear from my friends their experience. How was it?
It looks very scary.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It's cool. Okay. Hi, Sassy. How was your experience?
It was lovely. I had such a good time. First time, and I killed it.
You killed it. Yeah, you killed it. So let's say Vivian. How was your experience?
It was so much fun. I want to do this again. Like, I had an amazing time. Even though we bumped into each other at some point.
Yeah.
But it wasn't so bad.
Okay. Hi, Jennifer. How was your experience? Amazing. I loved it. Hi, Anita. How was your experience? You don't know. What do you mean by you don't know? So Anita has been scared the entire time, but then she managed to come here with us, which is exciting. You see how everybody reacts to this activity differently. So for somebody like Anita, she's not used to all this giddy adventure, but I am used to it. So yeah, I hope you enjoy watching this vlog, and I hope you've enjoyed riding with me. So there are like a group of people surfing around here. I don't know if you can see them. And this is beautiful. So far this has been so amazing. thanks to the South African tourism, this experience has been worth it, like from day one till now. I hope you've enjoyed so much from my videos. If you missed them, please go back, watch them, enjoy, and let me know what you think. We are here riding, in fact gliding the Segway the Segway, and it's been so fun. Yeah. So we are about to enter the tunnel. So we are going back just as we started from. Beautiful part is from here you get to see the stadium. This brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed this, as much as I enjoyed sharing my experience. Until next time, on my next video from South Africa, Durban, I want to say thanks for the support. I love you all as always. Kisses.
I come to the vexed issue of the minister allocating 80 million for a national cathedral. Now we have been told that the national cathedral is under the Ministry of Tourism. So we assume that ownership of the cathedral will be the state, not the church. A contradiction. The state, not the church. That is a major contradiction. That a church will run under the supervision of a ministry is repugnant to the provisions of our constitution on fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. Let this project be led and owned by the church and not the state. Mr. Speaker, we are not against the principle. What we are against is, how can you now say that you have allocated 80 million for cathedral? In the last budget, we were told that it emerged from contingency vote. So at least a motion of censure have served a purpose. Now he is reporting that give me approval to spend 80 million on a cathedral. We will do so because, Mr. Speaker, we must keep the unity of this country. Ghana is rated and respected as one of the few countries where religious tolerance and religious coexistence is high. But Mr. Speaker, how can you say that I'm building a cathedral of $400 million at the instance of the state in these trying times? So the question we are asking is the construction of a cathedral, when you cannot buy textbooks for people, your priority? If it is your priority, it is not the priority of this group here. But we support the principle that you may want to support a church to have an edifice of a cathedral, but focus on prioritization. When children cannot afford to have even proper meals under your free senior high school and other things, you want to spend $400 million US. One, the $400 million US, how was it determined? We demand value for money. Procurement, how was it undertaken? We demand openness and transparency when it comes to that.
Yesterday's approval of the budget principle does not constitute approval of the budget. So, for the record, the budget has not been approved yet. There are processes, approval processes. First, there is the need for Parliament to debate the principles of the budget and consider approval. Subsequently, Parliament, after debating, voted on the principles and got it approved. But it should be noted that we in the minority has indicated that going forward, we have zeroed in into certain things that we believe is wrong, and therefore we will not support its approval. Number one, there are a number of tax measures that has been introduced. Government requested Parliament to approve 23 measures, 23 tax measures. We have noticed that out of the 23 measures, 2 of them are measures that we cannot support. The first one has to do with the VAT, value added tax, and the second one has to do with the VAT and the e-levy exemptions, threshold exemptions. First, on the VAT, our position is clear. We in the minority, particularly the NDs, we are a Social Democratic Party. We believe in taxation. We believe particularly in progressive taxes. But obviously, in as much as we are the ones that introduced VAT first in this republic, we think that, one, this is not the time to increase VAT. At a time that inflation has imposed inflation tax on certain goods and services, to the extent that prices of goods and services has sometimes doubled, in some cases tripled, we believe that this is not the time to introduce VAT. So we are asking the government to hold on to that policy until the future. When there is stability, you can introduce VAT. Inflation is skyrocketing. In the last 10 months, inflation has moved from 13% to 40%. So obviously, cedis has depreciated badly. Now the government is telling us that they are going to introduce benchmark value discount, remove the discount. Obviously, that will result in an increase in duties. So this isn't the time to impose VAT on additional VAT on the people of Ghana. So we've zeroed in that, and obviously that is our position as a caucus, and we will object to it. And we will vote first from the committee and second on the floor. We have also said that, in the government's own words, they indicated to us during the e-levy debate that poor people will not be made to pay e-levy, obviously because their income is not good enough. And so therefore government intended to remove, exempt them. And so they introduced a threshold of 100 Ghana cedis. But let it be noted that this 100 Ghana cedis, at the time they introduced e-levy to today, the value of the 100 cedis has been eroded because of inflation and the cedi depreciation and other things. So even if you are to look critically at the 100 cedis, the value of the 100 cedis yesterday, at the time they introduced, is about 40 cedis today. So why should we request for, allow them to go ahead and do this kind of exemption? So we'll vote against that one as well. Then apart from that, we have again identified certain expenditure handles and believe that those expenditure handles should not be made to pass. An example, this government, again, as part of their budget, had said that they have created a contingency vote worth 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. We think it is inappropriate. We think we should reject it, and we'll take it at the committee and deal with it and bring the report appropriately. We have also said that at the time that the country is in crisis, even though we are Christians and we believe in a religion, obviously, I am a very staunch Christian. I do not believe that this is not the time to use state money to build a cathedral. In fact, the Catholic Bishop Conference, the president of Catholic Bishop Conference has said that the National Cathedral is a misplaced priority. And so therefore, we cannot support the building of cathedral at this point. And so the expenditure in that must also be removed. So we have a number of things that we've said we are going to oppose. Then the almighty debt restructuring. Unfortunately, it's not before Parliament. The government is trying to bypass Parliament, and we will insist that this is brought to us for us to scrutinize it. We are the people's representative and not any other people, and so we should have a voice in approving this so-called debt restructuring or debt exchange, they call it. We are waiting for that. So please, we can assure you that the budget process is not yet complete. Our position is that the bills that will come to Finance Committee and obviously to Parliament will go through proper scrutiny. Then the estimate that needs to be approved, we will also look at it and where possible exert our authority on those ones as well. So the budget process is not approved. We are yet to approve the appropriations bill. We are yet to approve the estimate for the ministries, departments and agencies. We are yet to look at the finance and fiscal bills that will be sent to be brought before us. So let no one, for the record, let no one create an impression that the budget has been approved. What was done yesterday was the principles of the budget. Obviously, a budget will have both sides, good side and the bad side. We cannot reject the entire principles because there are certain things that you can say, obviously, is good. There are things like people's salary. Are you telling us in difficult times like this that obviously people are struggling to survive? You are going to ensure that they are not going to get their wages and salaries. I think that will not be right on our part, and there's the need for us to do what is right.
Yesterday, Parliament went through a major constitutional
deprived districts compared to endowed districts. 68% for deprived and 82% for endowed districts. The severe deprivation is even more consequential when students have to transition from primary 6 to junior high school. Stakeholders within deprived communities are urging government to, among other things, provide infrastructure and ensure an equitable system for distributing teachers and teaching and learning materials to improve teaching and learning outcomes.
It's about to rain, so we are just getting ready to close the children at that.
Up to date, school
our children have to carry their own furniture to school, and teachers who get posted here end up abandoning posts. We are pleading for government support for the school.
The poor learning environments and learning outcomes in public basic schools in deprived communities is as a result of inadequate funding of education. Between 2011 and 2020, the proportion of government expenditure on education declined from 27% to 17%, while education spending as a percentage of GDP spending declined from 6.3% to 4.6%. Further evidence of inadequate and inequitable financing of basic education is observed in the decline of basic education share of the education expenditure from 49% in 2011 to 41% in 2020.
According to UNICEF, we are spending as little as 11% of our education budget on children from 20% poorest household, and then 3 times, that's 33%, on children from richest household.
To improve the quality of basic education infrastructure, especially in deprived communities, Government of Ghana must increase investment into basic education to at least 50% of the education expenditure, with at least 20% going into capital expenditure. CDD Ghana and Edwards review of the education sector medium-term development plan for 2018 to 2021 identifies the inequitable distribution of education inputs, including school infrastructure, teaching and learning resources, trained teachers, single-sex toilet facilities, ICT centers, seating and writing places as key drivers of poor learning outcomes in deprived districts compared to endowed districts. Children living in marginalized and deprived communities are faced with a lack of exercise and textbooks, libraries, computers, school desks, learner-friendly classrooms, among others. According to the Ministry of Education, there are about 5,400 schools under trees, sheds, and dilapidated structures, whilst about 20% of classrooms require major refurbishment. In addition, there are about 4,000 primary schools without junior high schools, causing up to 28% of primary school graduates to drop out of basic education in the northern region alone.
Exercise and process of oversight in approving the policy principles of the '23 budget statement. Let me state with emphasis that the approval process of the 2023 budget is not over yet. It's not over yet. And the public should have faith and trust in the minority in exacting accountability and in standing strong with them. Yesterday's decision yes, you are justified to be critical of Parliament and to be critical of the minority. But the consequences of not approving yesterday's policy principles are even more grievous than not approving it at all. And therefore, you need to appreciate what we will subject the 2023 entire budget approval process to. We are not for the 2.5% VAT increase. We are not for debt exchange, debt restructuring, because it's not consistent with contractual law and obligations. And we are for expenditure cut. But we demand the details through a process that the ranking member of finance will take you through.
What is the program about?
This is the first Africa Bitcoin conference we are holding in Accra, Ghana. And the goal is to bring the large Bitcoin community, the global community, to Africa to meet with the local community, to engage in conversations that help people understand what Bitcoin is, to realize the potential that it provides for financial freedom, economic growth, to cut dependency from the political systems and the economic systems that have been preventing citizens from accessing money in an equal way. And to do that, we need to have a whole community of users, of developers, of technologists, of scientists, of economics who come together and try to see how this novel technology can truly contribute to liberating people in the global south from abusive monetary systems. And for a country like Ghana, for example, you have a currency that has been depreciating like crazy all year, and this is having a real-time consequences on the livelihood of citizens. Of course, Bitcoin is not perfect, but Bitcoin, we want it to be understood for people to see that it is a currency that literally is not generated by central banks, that cannot be controlled by the banks, and that cannot default like the ones controlled by the banks. We also want to provide opportunity for young African entrepreneurs to be able to take their rightful place into building solutions that solve the real life issues that Africans are facing in terms of accessing financial resources.
I think we need to be quite clear about this. Like, the system is designed so that it's kind of like a drug dealer. Like the World Bank or IMF are dealing the drug of debt. Debt is the drug. And the corrupt governments are very happy they want the drug. They're addicted to the drug. So to end it, you would need to go to rehab. You'd just stop taking the drug. That's very difficult. Nobody wants to stop. The drug dealers want to keep giving the money because they make money off of it, right? The resources are flowing this way. And then the local leader is addicted, and he doesn't have to pay back the loan because people do sometime later. So whether it was Abacha in Nigeria, or someone in Southeast Asia like Marcos in the Philippines, or Mobutu in Zaire, or Portillo in Mexico. I mean, all these guys over the decades, they didn't have to pay back the debt. Their people did. And when they went back to the IMF and said, well, we ran out of money, they would just give them more money. So there is no way to change the system as is. You would need to completely change the paradigm. Now, we're at a Bitcoin conference, and I think there is a chance that over the next few decades, the monetary system changes. Currently, we're in a credit fiat-based international system where my country, the United States, can print the reserve currency. Ghana can't do that. If Ghana wants tractors, or Ghana wants to purchase international services, they have to export stuff like cotton or gold and earn dollars to pay for that. Okay, they also have to earn dollars to pay back their debt. They can't print. You can't buy stuff in international markets with cedis, right? So that forces your country to grow in a certain way. My country can just print whatever it wants, so it grows in a different way, right? So that's because we have different currencies. The whole world is segregated into all these different fiat currencies. This is the system we're in. If we are on one monetary standard, maybe 20, 30 years from now, the world could be on a Bitcoin standard. it's not going to solve all the problems, but it really changes things, because all of a sudden, like, no country has a special privilege. Every country uses the same currency, and no country can sit there and print its way out of problems at the expense of others. That's what my country does. We like raise the cost of capital, or we create inflation elsewhere to help with us in our country. Like, we depress wages in your country so that we can have higher standard of living in ours. The only way to short-circuit this system is to change the fundamental nature of what money is. And that's why we're very optimistic here at the Bitcoin conference.
Of basic education share of the education expenditure from 49% in 2011 to 41% in 2020.
According to UNICEF, we are spending as little as 11% of our education budget on children from 20% poorest household, and then 3 times, that's 33%, on children from richest household.
To improve the quality of basic education infrastructure, especially in deprived communities, Government of Ghana must increase investment into basic education to at least 50% of the education expenditure, with at least 20% going into capital expenditure. CDD Ghana and Edwards review of the education sector medium-term development plan for 2018 to 2021 identifies the inequitable distribution of education inputs, including school infrastructure, teaching and learning resources, trained teachers, single-sex toilet facilities, ICT centers, seating and writing places as key drivers of poor learning outcomes in deprived districts compared to endowed districts. Children living in marginalized and deprived communities are faced with a lack of exercise and textbooks, libraries, computers, school desks, learner-friendly classrooms, among others. According to the Ministry of Education, there are about 5,400 schools under trees, sheds, and dilapidated structures, whilst about 20% of classrooms require major refurbishment. In addition, there are about 4,000 primary schools without junior high schools, causing up to 28% of primary school graduates to drop out of basic education in the northern region alone. Relatedly, 40% of basic school children do not have desks, with many sitting on stones, improvised stools, or laying on the floor, affecting the quality of teaching, learning, and learning outcomes.
When you enter into the classroom, there's no chairs. You don't have furniture for the children. So now, KG 1 and 2, some of them, they are lying on the floor writing. When we come to the logistics booth, for that one, we don't have some at all. So through capitation, we will be able to bought only few books. And we share it to the teachers for them to use it to feed the children.
According to the Ministry of Education, about 31% of basic schools do not have access to toilet facilities, a situation that makes the school environment unfriendly for girls, thereby affecting their retention in school.
We don't have a school building. In my menses, I cannot come to school because there's no flowing water. We are unable to stay in school when it rains.
Even when it rains during school hours, the school has to close and my children come home prematurely.
As you can see, this is our urinal. It just broke down, I think was it yesterday or a day before yesterday, because of the raining. And you could see the type of material that they used to build the urina. So it doesn't make it strong. They enter into their menstruation period. That's one of the challenges that we face, because they don't have enough money to even support themselves. You know? So they wouldn't even like to come to school. So they will just stay indoor unless that days or that weeks pass before they will come.
The outcome of the poor learning environment in deprived district is responsible for the poor BEC performances compared to that of endowed districts. According to CDD Ghana and EduWatch, there exists a 14% point difference between the BEC performance of deprived districts compared to endowed districts. 68% for deprived and 82% for endowed districts. The severe deprivation is even more consequential when students have to transition from primary 6 to junior high school. Stakeholders within deprived communities are urging government to, among other things, provide infrastructure and ensure an equitable system for distributing teachers and teaching and learning materials to improve teaching and learning outcomes.
It's about to rain, so we are just getting ready to close the children like that.
Up to date, Akodako school aje wapa akonya efrifie.
Our children have to carry their own furniture to school, and teachers who get posted here end up abandoning posts.
Obe faha eko kumendia je wa transio. Obi bedru nsuo no a wase me transio.
We are pleading for government support for the school.
Omonhwe yeso na omontimi mboaye.
The poor learning environments and learning outcomes in public basic schools in deprived communities is as a result of inadequate funding of education. Between 2011 and 2020, the proportion of government expenditure on education declined from 27% to 17%, while education spending as a percentage of GDP spending declined from 6.3% to 4.6%. Further evidence of inadequate and inequitable financing of basic education is observed in the decline of basic education share of the education expenditure from 49% in 2011 to 41% in 2020.
According to UNICEF, we are spending as little as 11% of our education budget on children from 20% poorest household, and then 3 times, that's 33%, on children from richest household.
To improve the quality of basic education infrastructure, especially in deprived communities, Government of Ghana must increase investment into basic education to at least 50% of the education expenditure, with at least 20% going into capital expenditure. CDD Ghana and EduWatch review of the education sector medium-term development plan for 2018 to 2021 identifies the inequitable distribution of education inputs, including school infrastructure, teaching and learning resources, trained teachers, single-sex toilet facilities, ICT centers, seating and writing places as key drivers of poor learning outcomes in deprived districts compared to endowed districts. Children living in marginalized and deprived communities are faced with a lack of exercise and textbooks, libraries, computers, school desks, learner-friendly classrooms, among others. According to the Ministry of Education, there are about 5,400 schools under trees, sheds, and dilapidated structures, whilst about 20% of classrooms require major refurbishment. In addition, there are about 4,000 primary schools without junior high
to you for the protection you have given us, the traveling mercies, to come here this morning to have an engagement like this. We pray for a successful meeting, a successful discussion, that at the end of the day, the purpose for which we set out to have this meeting will be achieved. These and many others, we ask through your Son Jesus have I prayed. Amen.
Amen. Please let's take our seats. And so we are here on the SERV 3 project. This is the convening to disseminate and discuss a report on Ghana's child marriage response system. This morning we are all going to make inputs to something which is so dear to our hearts, and as advocates, the best is all would accept as the results for the day's work. So without making any much talk, let me call on Madame Dorothy Kunedu to come and give us a welcome address. Madame Kunedu is actually a member of the EduWatch board. She's an educationist, an advocate, Gender One specifically, and she is actively being there for girls' rights and their education. So let's rather give her a wonderful round of applause as we welcome her to the podium.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Good morning, fellow stakeholders. Let me call on the representative, Star Ghana Foundation, representatives from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare Protection, Department of Children, Department of Social Welfare, Domestic Violence Secretariat, are we all here? DOFSU, Ghana Prison Service, civil society partners, our friends in the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to this very important meeting, a convening to deliberate on Ghana's child marriage response system. It is estimated globally that about 15 million girls marry before the age of 18, before they are 18 years old. And that means about 41,000 girls getting married each one day. And that translates into 28 girls getting married every minute. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are reporting is that every 2 seconds, a girl gets married off somewhere. In marking the International Day of the Girl this year, the Ghana Statistical Service reported that about 80,000 girls between 12 and 17 years are either married or living with a man. There's a need for us as a country to recognize that girl-child marriage is a leading socio-cultural factor that keeps girls out of school. Currently, up to about 49% of the 1.4 million out-of-school children we have in this country are girls. Well, in 2016, Ghana adopted the National Strategic Framework on Ending Child Marriage, and it was to guide the implementation of activities towards a child marriage-free society by 2030. That is our target as a country. The framework provides community, policy, and legal interventions intended to be implemented by institutions within the social protection and justice sectors. Well, obviously, civil society has its own roles to play to complement what government has as efforts in connection with this, let me call it menace. It's been 6 years, and after 6 years of implementation, child marriage remains a major issue affecting the educational attainment of girls. Something that made the president recently to make an additional commitment to mobilize resources to end child marriage in Africa. Current data from the Statistical Services of Ghana gives the indication that child marriage is still endemic. Hence, this proposal for a renewal of the National Strategic Framework, which was adopted in 2016, for the purposes of strengthening and improving the national response. As part of the SERVE 3 project, and in line with civil society policy accountability strategy, EduWatch, with support from Star Ghana Foundation and funding from the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, has conducted a scoping study into the existing child marriage response system to identify the strengths and challenges and to make recommendations to improve system effectiveness. Specifically, if you listen to the name, this is EduWatch. Our interest is in ascertaining the effectiveness of social protection and justice sector agency response to incidents of child marriage and how they help affected girls reintegrate into society, access justice, and go back to school. We are gathered here today as key stakeholders in the child protection space to validate the preliminary findings of this study, learn about the best practices in responding to child marriage from non-state agencies, and proffer additional recommendations to ensure a strengthened child marriage response system in Ghana. This convening is also part of the ongoing global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. As part of the campaign, EduWatch observes that the reduction in the allocation to the Domestic Violence Fund from 2 million Ghana cedis to 1 lonely Ghana, a million Ghana cedi in the recently passed government budget is very unfortunate. This is because the lack of sufficient funds hugely affects the adequate provision of interventions towards addressing issues of gender-based violence, and which includes girl-child marriage. As Parliament begins to the appropriation process, I wish I would plead by taking this opportunity to appeal to the House to increase the allocation to the Domestic Violence Fund at least to what they have brought us from last year's. Last year's was not enough, but even if we can get the 2 million, we'll be grateful and happy. So at least to last year's level of 2 million. I would like to commend EduWatch, Star Ghana Foundation, and the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office for the partnership which has facilitated the review of Ghana's child marriage response systems and this convening towards strengthening the systems. I wish you all fruitful. In fact, I should say, I wish us all fruitful deliberations. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for coming. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madame Dorothy, for a wonderful welcome address. Can we please give it up for her again? Thank you very much, my wonderful guest. Now we'll call on Madame Ernestina Tete. Sorry, Dr. Ernestina Tete. I will not take it away. It's a whole PhD, a full one. So Dr. Ernestina Tete, Project Manager from Star Ghana, please you give us a statement. Can we begin?
I'll follow in the steps of my predecessors and say, fellow stakeholders, good morning to you all. And standing on all existing protocols established by my predecessor, Star Ghana is delighted to be a part of this stakeholder engagement, which falls neatly under our Gender Rights Empowerment Program, of which the Africa Education Watch is an esteemed partner with the SERV3 project. The Gender Rights Empowerment Program is an FCDO, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office funded project. It is designed for 3 years to be implemented in yearly phases with an overall goal to contribute to increased access to rights and quality social services for women and girls. The GhanaWeb, as we call it, aligns with FCDO's focus on educating girls, empowering women and girls, and ending gender-based violence. It has 3 programmatic areas: promoting women and girls' access to education and services, preventing and responding to gender-based violence through monitoring of the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act, and improving access of victims or survivors to support mechanisms and access to justice. The third is to support women's political participation through election and appointment into public decision-making, with a focus on, 1, to mobilize and advocate for the passage of the Gender Equity Law, that's the Affirmative Action Bill, as we popularly call it, and to support women aspirants in the upcoming District Assembly elections. The overall expected outcomes include improved access of women and girls to quality basic goods, public goods and services, and particularly in the areas of health, education, and protection against all forms of violence. So on all counts, this morning's convening is apt and timely, if not past due. The statistics are subtle, and that may be because there are still no accurate statistics on the incidence of child marriage in Ghana. But we cannot take that for granted. After all, we have a mandate to leave no one behind when it comes to equitable access to social services and the exercise of our fundamental rights. Hence, the efforts on the part of government, NGOs, CSOs, the media, traditional and religious authorities to address the incidence of girls marrying under 18 and at the expense of receiving quality education is highly commended. Borrowing from the concept note for this convening, there have been several responses to addressing child marriage issues in Ghana, including community, policy, and legal interventions. However, the practice persists due to, among others, the lack of an effective response system to prevent its occurrence and support victims to reintegrate into society and continue. And I would like to add that one of the banes of development interventions in our parts of the world has been the lack of consolidation and coordination among the various actors. Working in silos have been a big challenge in our efforts to address any developmental problem at all. That's why we find this engagement happening right here this morning with all the relevant stakeholders a welcoming one. It is our hope that this engagement yields the expected results, and we can all, moving forward, aim for a Ghana with no child marriages, and a Ghana where girls are given the opportunity to live up to their maximum potential. So again, borrowing from my predecessor, I wish us all a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
A very big thank you to Madame Tete, and I think we can give her a round of applause again. Can we quickly again go to the Department of Children? We would have a brief statement from Madame, is it Anatu, yes, Madame Anatu Salifu. She's a Principal Program Officer with the Department of Children. Thank you, Madam Anatu, for coming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to stand on the observed protocols as mentioned by the last speaker. Okay. I'd like to start by thanking Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office and Star Ghana for supporting EduWatch to carry out such an in-depth research to enable us to make better policy direction. The chosen area for this research by EduWatch is very sensitive to our future as a nation, which is child marriage response system, progress on policy and practice, and the challenges. Child marriage is one of the harmful cultural practices against children, and more especially to the girl child. As stakeholders, we need to commit partners to undertake assessment of the legislative and policy frameworks established since 2013, and also to mobilize partnership among stakeholders, including UN agencies, CSOs, children representatives, traditional leaders, the media, and academia to work towards the elimination of harmful cultural practices against children. Because as a government institution and Department of Children, we are talking about child protection in general, and we see child marriage as one of the harmful cultural practices. So most of the things I'll be talking about here will be on general child protection issues, then we'll later talk about the child marriage. So since 2013, the ministry and our partners have implemented several programs and enacted legislations to address harmful practices such as child marriage, forced marriage, female genital mutilation, hate crimes, faith or beliefs link child abuse, and so-called home-based abuse. However, this has not been enough, especially because harmful practices are persistent practice and are often grounded on cultural and traditional values. Harmful practices pose both short and long-term impacts, especially in children, ability to learn and socialize, and can also transition to adverse consequences later in life. That is why we need to do all we can to eliminate them. Child marriage remains one of the most harmful practices against children because it predisposes girls to abuse in their marriages and deprives them of their childhood. Child brides are vulnerable and experience physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. They can be socially isolated because their husbands restrict them from movement and whom they can socialize with. Child marriage prevalence, as the previous speaker, the CEO mentioned, we have 1 in every 5 girls marrying before their birthdays, 18th birthday, and whilst 5% were first married or in union before they are age 15. So this is a worrying statistic since the nationwide drive to strategize and coordinate effort on ending child marriage is concerned. Ghana is one of the several countries that have translated international protocols and conventions, agreements that prohibit and criminalize child marriage into national laws. Article 14, subsection 2 of the Ghana Children's Act, Act 560 of the 1998, sets the minimum age for marriage at 18 years. And Article 14, subsection 1 explicitly states that a child should not be forced to be betrothed or married. The national fight against child marriage is guided by the National Strategic Framework of the 2017 to 2026 to end child marriage in Ghana. Its operational plan listed activities to be carried out to achieve this strategic plan. The current operational plan is undergoing review. The strategy has been mainstreamed into the National Development Framework, which is 2022 to 2025, as part of the national planning system. In addition, since 2013, relentless effort on the part of government, hand in hand with UNICEF, Plan International, World Vision, UNFPA, has culminated into the introduction of key legislatives and policies. The Child and Family Welfare Policy, which was launched in 2015, Juvenile Justice Policy in 2016, Intersectoral Standard Operating Procedures for the Child Protection and Social Welfare 2020, as well as Standard Operating Procedures for handling the cases of child victims, witnesses, and offenders by the Ghana Police Service, which was launched in 2016, for child protection and family welfare, have all played fundamental roles in guiding these actions. These policies have led to a common understanding between government, traditional authorities, communities, and religious leaders on the need to end child marriage in Ghana and establish reporting structure within the community, including reporting through the child marriage referral pathway of the ISSOPs, the standard reporting procedure. Government has organized outreach programs across the country using the Child Protection Community Toolkits to sensitize the public on the impact of child marriage on the nation. In the year 2001, a total of 38,078 people were sensitized by the GACA campaign. The Secretariat carried out this community sensitizations on the harmful effects of child marriage, comprising of 14,010 children and 24,068 adults. Since 2015, an audience of 300,000 has been reached by the GACA campaign against child abuse. Last week, the ministry met with religious leaders to engage as well as train them on the part of efforts to build a stronger and more fruitful collaboration with faith-based organizations on addressing child protection issues. In the past year, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, in collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government, Ghana Health Service, and National Health Insurance, initiated the Integrated Social Services Operational Projects to strengthen social service implementation and streamline operations. The initiative is focused on strengthening linkages between the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty LEAP program and key implementation agents, as well as increased complementarity and efficient supported service to vulnerable and excluded. This initiative is supported by the Social Welfare Information Management System, which we always call SWIMS, which is a case study management software for the Department of Social Welfare nationwide to assist in case referral and monitoring of cases of child abuse. Interagency standard operating procedures for social welfare and child protection cases referrals also been developed to support the initiative. The ISS operates in 100 districts in Ghana, and we hope to expand to other areas, other districts which are not part of this. And we also urge that to be bold to stand. We always tell our children, be bold to stand and stand against child marriage, FGM and other harmful cultural practice. We tell them to always report such activities to the police or any elderly person that you trust in your community. They can also call the toll-free of the ministry numbers 0800 111 222, 0800 800 800, 0800 900 900. It's a toll-free line where your privacy will be respected. Our dedicated child support team at the Orange Support Center and the single window call center will refer whoever calls to the appropriate office to handle the case of child abuse or child marriage. Time will not permit me to elaborate on all that has been done by government, but we have heard in the earlier presentations in ending harmful cultural practices against children. We all have a role to play. We all have to come as a ministry. We have this, I know some have heard about it, the GHACA campaign. So we are just entreating everybody to visit the website www.iamgaca.org. IamGaca is a Ghanaian Against Child Abuse, and the social media pages of GHACA Ghana on Facebook and Instagram to pledge to help put an end to harmful cultural practices. By those small steps, we will all win the fight against child abuse, child marriage. And as I've been told that we should also highlight some of the challenges. The challenges are many, but I will just mention a few. We know most of this, the child marriage, most parents force their children into marriage because of poverty. They use them to get, like, it's become a better trade. The husband will give them something, and then they give their children back to them. And poverty has been one of the issues, and we are doing much, trying our best to see how far we can get everybody onto the LEAP system. Those who have overstayed and now well-to-do can be taken out of the LEAP system, then enroll new people onto the program. And we also see cultural beliefs as one of the hindrances to the child marriage issue. And then as Department of Children, we are not being decentralized. Department of Children ends at regional offices. So most of our activities will rely on social welfare and community development to carry out the community activities for us. So we are still working to get the department decentralized to the district level. So most of the activities, the cases will record, some of them are from the community specifically, but because we are not there, we rely on other institutions to feed us with the information. And most of the community child protection committees, some are active. For the regional ones, all the 16 regions, we have child protection committees where they meet quarterly to elaborate on issues on child abuse. So for the department, we are still working hard. We know we are not, our presence is not felt everywhere because of the limited staff strength and the not being decentralized. So we pray that better results are going to be achieved, and then we thank everybody for putting your effort to end child marriage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Anatu Salifu, a Principal Program Officer with the Department of Children. Now we will take a presentation on a scoping study on Ghana's child marriage response system, and that presentation would be done by Madam Melody Dake. So, Madam, we are ready for you. Can you please give her a round of applause as she is ready to feed us with her study reports.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melody Dake. And in my day job, I work with WildAF Ghana, but today I am supporting EdWatch with these studies. And I'm also taking a cue from the previous speakers to say that I've observed all protocols. And so here we go. So this is the outline of the presentation. We'll look at some introduction, the objectives of the study, the approach that we used, some of our initial findings we'll share, and then some recommendations, initial ones. Okay. Before I delve into the substance of the presentation, let me just state some of the limitations of the study. First of all, let me say that this is a scoping study, so it's just a quick scan of what pertains in the child marriage response system. It is not a systematic review or an in-depth research. So let me just make that point. And so whatever we are going to present here should be judged in that light. One of the recommendations we have made is for a more in-depth, assessment to be carried out for us to be able to actually tell, how effective the system is, backed by scientific evidence and statistics and things like that. Okay. Again, I also would like to say that this scoping study was carried out within a very limited, time frame. I bet EdWatch doesn't want to pass this opportunity of the 16 days period, to shed more light on this child marriage situation. And so we have had to do this within, I think, less than a month. So again, take that into account. And this limited time frame affected the data collection. And so as we speak, some of the key informants that we have contacted to provide more insights in some of the things we discovered during our document review. We are still waiting to get their responses, even after several follow-up. Again, given the period we're in, it's December. People are trying to wrap up and everybody is busy. So these are some of the challenges we encountered. As well, the study was carried out within a limited geographic, scope. And so that should also be taken into account. Okay. So by way of introduction, the previous speakers have spoken to some of the contextual issues, but we'll rehash a bit, given what we found in the literature we examined. So you look at the child marriage situation. Some of the documents we examined, they explained child marriage as marriage or formal union between two parties where either one or both of them are below the age of 18. And child marriage is a form of sexual and gender-based violence. It presents in many forms. What pertains in the southern sector may look different from what pertains in the northern sector in terms of how the issue of child marriage manifests. Child marriage is a violation of the rights of children. I think that has been said, enough here. Rights such as rights to education, safety, well-being, and health. Child marriage often intersects with other forms of violence, such as child trafficking, slavery, and others. Child marriage disproportionately affects girls, and child marriage is prohibited by law in Ghana because it falls outside of the 3 types of marriages that are legally recognized in this country. Now, notwithstanding that it is prohibited by law, it is something that is very prevalent in this country. We pulled out some statistics from the multi-indicator cluster survey, the 2018 one. And these statistics are very scary indeed. For example, it stated that for women, girls and women aged 15 and to 49 years of age, about 6.2% of them have stated that they have been married before age 15. Of all the women and girls in Ghana, by the time you get to age 15, about 6.2% of them are already married, which is a very scary statistics, in my opinion. And then as much as about 25%, almost 25% of the same age bracket, 15 to 49-year-olds, have said that they were married before age 18. Now you look at the national prevalence, again, going back to the mixed data source, it says that the national prevalence is around 27.2%. And then the regional disaggregation in terms of prevalence, northern region, the then northern region, the data source where I extracted this from, I think at the time this was compiled, they hadn't increased the number of regions to 16. So we are still working with the former 10 regions. So northern region has a prevalence rate of 39.6%, upper west 37.3%, upper east 36.1%, western region 32.9%, central 29.5%, eastern 27.5%, and Ashanti 25.9%. Volta is around 25.9%, Brong Ahafo 23%, Greater Accra around 18.5%. So as you can tell by the statistics, child marriage is, quite widespread in Ghana. Now, in terms of what the determinants are, what the causes and the risk factors are, I think the previous speaker from the Department of Children spoke to pretty much what those things are. Poverty, structural issues such as poverty, norms, beliefs and practices. These are things that, entrench the practice of child marriage in Ghana. We also have issues such as a limited or inadequate enforcement of, laws as contributing to the incidence of child marriage. Child neglect, poor parenting are also some factors. And then sexual violence resulting in teenage pregnancies, gender inequality, discrimination against girls, all of these things contribute to either causing or driving the incidence of child marriage in Ghana. And we all know some of the effects of child marriage. Health risks, death, perpetuating child marriage, perpetuating the vicious cycle of poverty, loss of education for some of the victims, or limited, education and skills development. Other health risks such as HIV, STI infections, and then domestic violence is one of the major issues that emanate, from child marriage. Now, child marriage, as the speaker from the Department of Children mentioned, it sits within the larger, child protection issues. And so the response to it is also, is situated within the larger child protection response in Ghana. So let's just take note of that. Now, next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So, what was the intention for the study? EduWatch, they intended to take a quick scan, as I mentioned at the beginning, of the child marriage response system, so that we can identify what the strengths are, what the gaps are, and then make some recommendations for improvements. So those were the premises upon which, we carried out the study. Now, how did we approach it? Because this is a scoping study, we used mostly a qualitative approach. We did a lot of document review. We reviewed a lot of documents, policies, legislations, strategy documents, standard operating procedures, all on child marriage and child protection. We did some review of those and analyzed the contents. And to support and to provide more insight into some of the things we discovered during the document review, we also held a focused group discussion where we invited some actors within the child marriage, child protection space to give us some information on the system. And then as well, we also interviewed some key people, people who are practitioners in the child marriage and child protection system. and we got more information, insights on what pertains in the system. Okay, so what are some of the initial findings? We'll first of all look at the strengths of the system. Firstly, as usual, we discovered that we have an extensive, legal framework, legal and policy framework for child marriage, situated within the larger child protection system. You can trace it from the UN level, Africa regional level, and even in our own country, Ghana here. So a lot at the UN level, a lot of the treaties and conventions, human rights treaties and conventions that Ghana has ratified. These have, provisions in them regarding what should be done in terms of child protection and child marriage in some instances. Same for the Africa regional level instruments. Then in Ghana, we have several. You can trace it from the Constitution. You have constitutional provisions. You look at Articles 16 and 18, sorry, not 18, 28. These have provisions that, have some bearing on child marriage and child protection. Then you look at the Children's Act, 1998, sections 13, 14, 15, and 17. These sections have provisions prohibiting child marriage, betrothal, and then other forms of marriage that are not, within the three that are recognized as marriage in this country. Then you can also talk about the Criminal and Other Offences Act and the Criminal Code Amendment Act. The Criminal and Other Offences Act, you look at sections 88A, 97, 98, 100, 101, so many of them. Then the Domestic Violence Act, the Interstate Succession Act, the Human Trafficking Act, the Matrimonial Causes Act, the Juvenile Justice Act, the Registration of Birth and Death Acts, and then you go on to look at other policy and strategy documents, such as the National Strategic Framework on Child Marriage, on Ending Child Marriage, adopted in 2017, and it's supposed to end in 2026. And this is a very ambitious 10-year strategy document that is specific to child marriage. It has it proposes six key strategies for ending child marriage in Ghana. It also provides for institutional arrangements for ending, for working towards a child marriage response in Ghana. And also provides for governance, coordination, and collaboration mechanisms. Then you have the Child and Family Welfare Policy of 2015, and this covers the wider child protection system. Then you have the other policy documents, such as the Justice for Children Policy and its plan, the National Gender Policy, which is currently undergoing a review, and then others, the GES policy on re-entry of pregnant adolescents. All of these things have a bearing on child marriage and child protection system response in Ghana. Okay, So another key strength of the response system, as we discovered during our scoping, is that there is an extensive institutional arrangement for child marriage response. The child marriage unit of the DV Secretariat of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and the National Stakeholders Forum on Child Marriage. These are key institutions that are, supposed to coordinate child marriage response issues in Ghana. The Department of Children, Department of Social Welfare, all under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, are central, to the child marriage response system. The Ministry of the Interior, there you have the DOFSU and the General Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, and others. The Ministry of Education, Ghana Education Service, and there are other departments, agencies, and units. And then a whole lot more we discovered. Okay. Then thirdly, we also discovered that there's a clearly defined child marriage case management, pathway for child marriage case management pathway. It is there. It clearly defines the roles of the different actors within the continuum. Who does what? It is there. So you look at the first column, the one in blue. It tells you the sources of reports for child marriage. Who can make a report or a complaint of child marriage? It talks about pretty much everyone, the victims themselves and their peers, the media, and then the helpline of hope, that is the Ministry of Gender's helpline. And those are all sources. The family, of the victim or the survivor of child marriage, the district assembly, the members of the unit committees, all those local institutions, members of the community child protection committees, and a whole lot, health professionals, teachers, school authorities, everyone, just as the Children's Act provides. You see a child going through something, you need to make a report. So all of those people can make a report of child marriage. And to whom? Who receives these reports? According to this pathway, DOFSU, DOFSU is one of the entry points or first responders. DOFSU or the Ghana Police Service. Where there's no DOFSU, then the Ghana Police Service functions as, such. And when they receive the cases, they are required to take certain actions. For the perpetrators, DOFSU will conduct their investigations and then process them, if need be, for prosecution and then through the courts. For the victims, the police must issue medical forms where abuse is involved, for medical treatment or for medical reports to be issued. As well, they can make referrals to the Department of Social Welfare and community development for them to carry out their initial assessments, to write their social inquiry reports. As well, Department of Social Welfare and Community Development on their own can also receive cases, complaints from all the, people in the blue column. And then they are also required to take certain actions, do their own investigations and write their reports. And then either refer to police again, or DOFSU, or other actors within the spectrum. For example, they can refer to shelters, NGOs, CSOs. They can refer to the health service actors. They can refer to the social protection, other social protection mechanisms that are available. So, there's a clear pathway here. As well, the traditional and leaders, they also can receive complaints of child marriage. When they do, they are required to make referrals to the Department of Social Welfare officers, community development officers, and other service providers in the health sector, education sector, CSO, NGOs, all of that, Other services within the spectrum include reunification, reintegration of the survivor or victim into society, into their families and society. And this requires the support of the social welfare officers, community members, traditional authorities, and the entire, community. So this is it. And they also have mechanisms for monitoring and follow-up, of the cases. So this is one good thing that we think the system has, and it's, it's a strength in our opinion. Okay, another good thing we observed is that now the response system, they have their inter and intra-sectoral case management protocols or guidelines and tools. As the speaker from the Department of Children was saying, a number of documents have been prepared and adopted to guide, how cases, are handled, who does what are the roles of the different stakeholders within the response system. So all of those things are there as well. There are forms, standard forms, in these guidelines that everybody can take and use. So all of these things are now available. The intersectoral standard operating procedures for child protection and family welfare, guidelines, tools, and forms for casework. This one was adopted in 2020, so it's fairly new. And then the other one in 2018. So they all are, fairly new documents. But again, these are, very good documents because they are helping to standardize, the service that is provided to child marriage victims and survivors, and also giving some assurance of service quality up to a certain standard. So these things we think are a strength. We think, these are parts of the things that make the system, strong, in our opinion. Next, please. Okay. Then there are also helplines and hotlines available for reporting child marriage, and other social protection issues. In fact, I tested the 0800 900 900. I called the line, and I should say that the line functions quite well. At least the person at the other end of the line seemed friendly and seemed to know the range of services that the call center covers. They seem to know the referral pathways. Yeah. So I think that in that sense, I think this is good. And then I also went to the URL there, and the ucms.mocsip.gov.gh. That also opened fairly, easily, and displayed, the information easily. The tabs there open, easily as well. Only thing is that for the report a case, drop-down menu, when I checked, it seemed as if it covers mainly the wider child protection issues. So those are the only things I observed. But it's interesting to know that there are other hotlines as well. DOFSU has a hotline. If there's even a hotline for reporting cyber, abuse issues, and those are there as well. But the fifth one, Okay, the fifth one, that, it didn't work. You click on it and it tells you that it's not working. And that is supposed to be the child marriage portal proper. Next, please. Okay, so another great thing about the system is that now they have a central repository for coordinating and managing child marriage, child protection, cases. It was launched recently, 2021, and so now, and it says that it is intended to document and report on the provision of social welfare services, that is child protection, social protection, and gender-based violence, based on standard national data collection forms, workflows and referral pathways, and standard operating procedures. So at least you are assured that any data you get from this system is data that is of a certain standard and quality, and is at the national level. So these are some of the good things of the system. And then there are also some complementary social protection mechanisms that are available to support the child marriage response. For those who qualify for LEAP, they can again get that. Birth registration services are available. So also are maternal and child health services, NHIS enrollment for indigents, and then also school re-entry processes. Now, what are some of the gaps we have discovered? I think the age-old thing about the inconsistencies in the extensive legal framework that we have, a case in point is the issue of consent. The age of consent for marriage in Ghana is 16, but you can't get married until you're 18. So continue to have sex when you are 16, but you can't get married. So that I don't think has, been addressed yet. Then we have issues around the rates of prosecution and conviction of some of these cases. I must say that thank you. Sexual violence cases, defilement, rape, sexual assault cases, as well as cases on child maintenance. They usually top the list. But the trend, again, is that in terms of prosecuting these cases, and then even for those that are prosecuted, the conviction rates, these are quite low compared with the volume of cases that are received. And this has not abated. And again, one of the things that the people we spoke with shared with us is that the punishment for people who commit crimes, such crimes, child marriage crimes, it's not deterring enough. As I did the scanning of the legal instrument, it says that you're either, if you're convicted, you're either fined or you go to prison for, is it a year or so. And this I don't think, can deter people who are determined, really determined to commit this crime. Then the issue of low awareness of the reporting channels. I don't think there's been enough publicity of the avenues for people to report some of these cases. Yes. It's the same, I think it's the same as the number 4. Then issues of data. We did say that the social welfare, the new social welfare information management system is a good thing, but it's new. And as we came here, I was even speaking with somebody from Department of Social Welfare here to see the extent to which, this SWIMS is helping. And she said that it's a good thing, but you have to, according to the information that I got from the website of the SWIMS, the primary users of it are the service providers at the decentralized level. So the social welfare officers, community development officers, DOFSU, and all the people within the stakeholders within the child marriage social protection sector, they use that. You have to upload your case onto the system, and then I believe it would be collated at the central, repository. It's a good thing, but again, the training for it is currently ongoing. Not everybody has had the training on how to use it or optimize its use and all the other tools that it comes with. So these are just some of the issues that are there in terms of the data, as well as the non-functioning of the child marriage portal itself. Then the issue of the intersectoral collaboration gaps. One of the key things that the people we spoke with told that is about cost sharing. In some of the policy documents that we reviewed, it stated that the cost, the logistics and cost of case management should be shared, amongst the various stakeholders within the value chain. However, some told us specifically that some of the stakeholders will say that, okay, you social welfare, you must fund, provide the logistics for investigating such and such and such a case. And if you don't, then, the case, doesn't go anywhere. So those are some of the, I think, issues that needs to be addressed as soon as possible to ensure that the system functions very well. Then there are other lingering issues. To what extent is the complementary social protection services adequate, in helping to provide the other support for the child marriage victims? We know the issue of shelter issues in Ghana. It is still in limbo. You talk to people from the ministry, today they'll tell you they have a shelter. Tomorrow, oh, the shelters are not functioning. Somebody has given us a building, we are refurbishing it. Another time, it's a different story. So you really cannot even tell, whether there are shelters, and if there are, how many, what kind of services are provided in those shelters, if there are. We know that some private institutions and CSO, WROs, they have shelters that are functioning, but those are just few shelters, and they are managed by individual organizations. And managing a shelter is no joke. It's a very cost-intensive, undertaking. So those issues are still there. So if you rescue a child victim of child marriage, where do you put her or him in the meantime whilst you process the case? Those are issues that needs to be addressed. Then the issue of the DV fund, again, is the same as the shelter. Today, they tell you, okay, Ministry of Finance has earmarked this or has allocated this for the fund. As to whether the money actually gets released into the fund is another issue. You don't really get any straight answer from anyone, and so the fund has been set up, but I don't think they're using it, to address immediate needs issues of victims and survivors of child marriage, and for that matter, other child protection issues or gender-based violence issues. Okay. So what are some of our initial recommendations? Again, we need to embark on some law reform, particularly looking at how the issue of the age of consent for sex versus age of consent, minimum age for marriage can be harmonized so that we know what is what. You can't tell a child at 16 to be having sex, but, can't get married. What can we do to improve the prosecution rate and the conviction rates for perpetrators of child marriage and other sexual and gender-based violence offenses? We also think that since this is just a scoping study, we need a broader, assessment, national level assessment of the system to give us, national data to support, claims that will be made in terms of how the system is functioning. And then there's the need to scale up training and the provision of other capacity enhancement for service providers so that they can optimize the use of the tools that, have been deployed within the system. Again, to address the financial and logistical issues of service providers is very important. Yeah, and to try and find a solution to this shelter issue, shelter and the DV fund. This DV fund, it has even been successfully litigated. So there's no reason why, it is not functioning. There's no reason why it shouldn't. So what can we do, to make sure that it becomes operational? Something has to be done immediately. Okay. And then, since the new online data portals, have been rolled out, as is usually the case, there are feeding problems. How can those be cost corrected? Yeah. So these are some of the initial findings and then the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Thank you very much, Madam Dake. That's wonderful. Would you want to take your questions and then we could do? Right. So, is there any question? A very first one from here. Do we have another microphone? Maybe I can, so I don't have to.
All right, thank you very much, Madam. My name is Ampoma Isaac. That's a very good scoping study, even though you had some limitations. I think the finding shows that if you had had enough time, some better work would have come out. Thank you so much. Madam, please, during your work, did you encounter any link as to whether the children were happy of the marriage itself? Did some express happiness, i.e. consent, even though they are children? And then two, what is the link between forced marriage, irrespective of age, and child marriage? Did you encounter anything like that? Thank you.
Any other?
Okay.
Thank you. Mine is not a question. It's about the Department of Social Welfare.
Hello, can you please mention your name? Because
my name is Agnes Abulimpu, Department of Social Welfare. If you could change the Department of Social Development to Department of Social Welfare. We stopped using the social development because the development has not been gazetted. So we prefer the social welfare to the social development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Theodora. I work with FOSDA, and thank you for the good job and presentation. I have two questions. I hope you can address it. My first one is, which of the systems did you find strongest addressing the issue of child marriage? So we mentioned DOFSU, what the ministry is doing, social welfare. Which of them, I don't know if you looked at that, but which of them is doing very well in addressing the issue of child marriage. And then my other one is that, are we preventing child marriages? Are these systems, because we don't want it to happen for you to address them with relief or whatever. But the first thing we want to do is to prevent it from happening in the first place. So are these systems preventing it at all? Or do we have systems that are preventing? Thank you.
Madam, just a quick tie one to my question when you are addressing. It is noted many often that child marriage is associated to girls. Did you encounter the opposite, which is males that are getting wives as children? Did you encounter that?
Thank you very much for these questions and also contributions. I'll take the first one, the one that asked about whether or not we interviewed children to be able to tell whether or not they are happy, for those who are victims of child marriage, whether or not they are happy within such unions. Let me say that, again, the limitations of the study did not permit us to, ask such questions. So we didn't ask such questions to be able to, we didn't test that. So I can't really speak to whether or not, some of them are happy in such unions. But if you have an experience, a lived experience where, children who have been married off as children say that they are happy, I'm sure you can share for all of us to get some insight into that. So we'll be happy for you to share if you have any example like that. Now, the link between child marriage and forced marriage, the law that we have reviewed, it says that, or the definition for child marriage is a marriage in which one or both of the partners are below the age of 18. So if you're not 18 years, according to our laws, you cannot be married. So that is, if a marriage occurs in that situation, then it is child marriage. Again, marriage is supposed to be a voluntary union. And so where compulsion comes into it, then that becomes a forced marriage. So you can have a child marriage that can be entered into voluntarily, but it will still be a child marriage, because under our laws, if you're not 18 years of age, you cannot marry. You can be of age for marriage, 18 years and above. But if a marriage that you enter is not out of your own free will, then that becomes a forced marriage.
Hello, good morning. Please, I'm Ernestina. I'm with the DB Secretariat under the Ministry of Gender. I wanted to comment on the DB fund. We have, by the grace of God, received something this year. Please, 1 million Ghana cedis. Yeah. So, and I want to also say that the DB fund, mostly we all look at the government to deposit into the fund. That is why it was dormant for a long time. It's not only the responsibility of the government to deposit into their accounts. Private institutions can also help the government to operationalize the fund so that we can get enough to help our girls. And also, please, we have a shelter which is under, we are doing a renovation. That's why it's not functioning now. So as you said, it's not like you go and you don't get the information. whilst you are doing your presentation, I was like, maybe you couldn't contact the DV Secretariat head. You could have gotten much information about our shelter and the fund. So I also want to say that we are there. Whenever you want information, walk to us and you get more information about the shelter and also the portal. As you are doing it, I'm even talking to my consultant. He's supposed to work on it for us. So it's just a short problem. We are solving it, and we are still doing our training for our stakeholders who will report on the portal. Mostly what the portal is for is that people, stakeholders will post what they do so that we will get more information on the portal, and also we can even report cases on the portal. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ernestina.
Right. I think because we'll have a bigger forum after, then we'll cut in. And okay, I'll just take for Mr. Agada, Madam Doc, if you can. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just wanted to contribute to the gentleman's question on whether children were happy. Yeah. So in my other life as an academic, the Center for Social Policy Studies conducted research on child marriage in 4 regions in Ghana in 2018. Some of the regions we went to, the districts we worked in, this was a World Vision commissioned project, so they asked us to work specifically in the districts that they work in. So some of the districts had said that they have started, the issue of giving children into marriage has really abated, and in fact they are naming and shaming families that do that. But if a girl got herself pregnant, I mean, the father is not going to take care of you and the child inside of you, so they ask you to go and live with the boy or the man who got you pregnant. And it looks like the girls are actually getting themselves pregnant to go and live with the men. So in that case, you wouldn't call it that they've been forced or they have been asked to do this out of their will. And the father actually told us a girl who said she was pregnant, and she was asked to go into the house of the gentleman, and up to now, there is no sign of the pregnancy, but she claimed she was pregnant. So that is a route to go and live with your lover, so they are doing that. And we also interviewed older women who had been given into marriage as children. And they also talked about the financial security that the marriage brought them, and the prestige it brought to their families because they had been married, you know. So the issue of the victimization, in some few cases may not always be the case, because for some of them, it's a blessing to go into that situation. But Madame Dorothy asked a good question, that do you leave that to happen because the girls are married, knowing the wider problems that brings, because a girl that goes into that situation is doing that at the expense of education and a good future, or a secured future, livelihood for their future. So they may not go through domestic violence, they may not be abused, but the fact that they go into that and start having children, and then the care burden falls on them, so they can't go to school or secure a livelihood for themselves. So do you want a girl to go into that situation because she seemed happy? So that was just my contribution to the gentleman's questions.
We're so grateful, Doc, and thank you very much once again, Madame Melody Dake, for a wonderful job done. Can we please give her a round of applause? And I was trying to submerge my curiosity and contribution, but Madam, we got your information right, but I think visibility should be your responsibility and not my responsibility. So I kind of got the feeling that it was more like the both of us would do it. But I'm ready. I can be an advocate for you. If you are ready with your portal, now put it at my disposal and I'll do that for you. But it's important to note that visibility of it has to do with you. And then when the researcher wants a point of contact, it should be readily available. And so really when I have to come and chase for it, then it looks like we are sharing. Then I'll share your salary with you, actually, if I have to come and do that one. So really, we need to share the responsibility at some point, but when salary comes, then you remember me. We still have to remember that today is part of the Global 16 days of campaign against gender-based violence. Child marriage is gender-based violence, and we should all note that one, that while we move on. And well, I was thinking that the terminology child marriage, if you go into real analysis, I still have a problem with something I would call child marriage. Because it's more like, I don't know, my funny thinking is more like, am I supporting it when I say child marriage? Well, I want to put something violent around it, you know, so that it becomes a red note around it. It looks like child marriage is one form of marriage if you are not careful. I mean, well, that's my, you know, you have to understand me when some of these things copy my mind. It's a moment for a survivor, and I think we are all gathered here, and yeah, we can all speak to it. We are all concerned, but who feels it knows it. And so we have one of such persons who actually went through it, and she felt it. God being so good, she came out of it, but she has a message for us, and it should be interactive enough. So I'll call Lady Claudia. Lady Claudia, please come with us. Can we please give her a round of applause? We're going to have a very interactive, brief moment. Let's also call on Barkiso Seidu, who is a child marriage survivor. Barkiso, thank you for coming. And also we have Madame Paulina Yawala. She's a girl child officer at Sisala East. She's with the GES. She will support with this process. And so this will be a very interactive session. Nimo, can we get another microphone for the lady? Thank you. So, Lady Claudia, you take the show. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you all for responding to our call. Let me use this opportunity to welcome Barikisu and Madam all the way from Upper West, joining us here to enrich the conversation around child marriage. So, looking at strengthening the response system, we would just engage her a little to see how hers went down. So, welcome once again.
Thank you.
All right, so Barkisu, I want you to tell me or tell all of us here how your child marriage case was reported.
Okay. Good morning. I was pregnant and I was given out at the age of 16 by my grandmother and then other uncles. I'm from a broken home. My mother elsewhere heard of the case and reported to the girl child officer at GS. And then she invited both parties and ensured that I was back to school.
Thank you very much. I think she got it very simple like this because she didn't know the struggle Madam had to go through to bring them together. So let me talk to Madam. Madam, you work with the Ghana Education Service as the girls officer.
Yes, please.
And for the mother of Barikisu to have located you, it means that she has heard of how you've been helping overcome some of these challenges. How do you go about your work?
Honestly, my work, we have Action Aid and ASUDEP. They have been supporting me. They've been able to organize guest clubs in most of the schools. So sometimes when they want to visit, I go with them. So through that, the children, when they get back home, they tell their parents that somebody has come to their school to talk to them.
Okay, so when Barikisu's mother came to your end and spoke, what did you do about the situation?
When she came, I told her that they shouldn't cause abortion because the girl could go back to school after delivery. So I told her to invite the one who impregnated the girl, then the girl herself, and then her family to come to the office. So when they came to the office, my deputy director was with me, then the guidance and counseling. First, we talked to both parents, and for us, our interest is always the girl. Because if you give any pressure and the girl has no place to stay, then it will become worse. So we try to talk to both parties to understand that they could handle this issue, and the girl will also go through her education. So when I talked to her, she agreed that she will get back to school. So
I would now like to talk to Barikisu. So before your mother came into the picture, did you have idea about state agencies that you could have contacted to help you out of the marriage that you were being given into?
Yes, please.
Which of the state agencies?
Dovsu. But even how to gather courage and work there and start narrating my story was a challenge, and the fear of intimidation. Also, I was also concerned about where I will stay, accommodation. Where will I stay? Because the man was the only one that was available for me by then. My family rejected me, so that was how come I didn't report.
Well, that is so disheartening to hear that there are girls who actually know we have institutions, but they don't know how these institutions will come through for them. What about the contact numbers that I just saw Madam display? Did you have idea about those contact numbers that you could have easily called without going to make an official report?
No, it's even today that I'm seeing the contacts.
This is the first time you are seeing those contacts? Wow.
I'm only aware of their office.
Yeah, only aware of those.
Yes.
So you know of Dovsu and no other institution again?
Yes.
Now, from Madam's presentation, you were able to come back to school. What were those conditions or things that made you to want to come back to school?
Madam encouraged me. She made me to understand the importance or the need to go back to school. And then, fortunately, she was working with Action Aid in partnership with ASUDEP. So she made them to help me with some material needs. So I went back to school.
So they provided you with all the things you could have used as an excuse for not going back to school. And that encouraged you to go back. When you went back, how was the feeling like? Getting married, giving birth, and back to school. How was the feeling like?
No, I went back to school. I went back to the same school, the same school I completed. So when I went back, they know me to be their senior, but they saw me. Others were wondering, this girl, why are you back here? So others were calling me senior. Others were like, what do I want here? I don't know the time I started crying. I said, no, I'm not a senior, I'm your colleague.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good place to put your hands together. Based on your experience, let me go to Madam. Based on your experience, you helped in rescuing her. What do you think stakeholders should be doing to help in rescuing these girls?
This is a challenging question. Where I'm coming from. GES, we should be resource. There are so many challenges. We can't move out. As a girls' education officer, I want that I'm resource. Anything I need to go out, they should support me. Or it's difficult. If not the NGOs, I don't move out. It's the NGOs that come to support me to go out.
So what has been the, how crucial is the intervention that you got from Action Aid and other NGOs towards the success of your work? What has been the pushing force that has made you to be able to do all these things that you do for the girls?
I think my relation with them is good. My working relation with them is good. Anytime I'm in need, they come in to support if I tell them. So, and ASUDEP is working with Action Aid. and they are just neighbors. We live in the same community. So sometimes they also see some of the things that are happening in the community. Most of the times they even call to tell me that this is happening here. Do you have the information? So sometimes they give me the information. They also have this combat in some of the communities, and they have trained them. Sometimes they also report to me. They work closely with the unit committee members too. So sometimes I get the information from them. Because of our working relation, they don't hide anything from me. I don't also hide anything from them. So we work together nicely.
So Barikisu, I want to find out from you, as somebody who has gone through this ordeal and with support from an organization like Action Aid, today you are here. Let me tell you that she's a graduate from Tumu Senior High Technical School. She still has dreams of pursuing her education. So if you can share with us how important it was for you, the support you were getting from Action Aid, how was that important or crucial towards your sustaining your education and even completing?
The advice alone that they have been giving us during they've organized group for us, like community clubs and then other things in the community level. So whenever we go there, they give us advice, they talk to us, they encourage us. And then with the material support and other things they give us, enables me to stay in school. I have no reason to even drop out or think of it.
A big clap for the CSOs and organizations that are giving material support to pushing these girls to stay in school. So that's my final question.
But I think she was fortunate when she entered into senior high. Comfort took over.
Oh, okay. So Action Aid supported you to
the basic level.
At the basic level.
Yes.
When you go to senior high school, to Comfort took over and supported you
throughout the 3 years.
Throughout the 3
years, yes.
Great. Now, you've spoken about the support you received from these organizations. What about the state institutions? What support did you receive from the state as a citizen of Ghana?
I haven't received any support from the states, actually. I only received support from these institutions and organizations I've just mentioned.
So,
ASUDEF, Action Aid, and then Comfort.
Okay, so just to let you know, Madam's office, which is the Ghana Education Service, it's a state institution.
Okay, sorry for that, Madam.
Yes, but I think she's right, because we don't give material things. We only advise, we do guidance and counseling. And she doesn't see that. Yes, but she doesn't see that.
I don't know that was the guy. That's it. I thought it's you, madam.
No.
Okay, so you were thinking that the help was coming from her as an individual.
Yes.
Okay, so it's because of her position or the work she does. That's how come she does all those things. So what kind of help? What kind of help do you need at this time, or what kind of help would you say other girls who were in your situation need to progress like you have? What kind of help do you think girls who find themselves in the situation you also did need in order for them to progress in life?
They need encouragement, seriously. Because when Madam first met me, I wasn't even in agreement. I was like, no, how will I go back? I don't even know what I was doing. I was just in a mess. So, but through her encouragement, I was able to go back. She encouraged me enough for me to understand the importance of education, and I went back.
So after you have been encouraged, you go back. What else would you need, or do you suggest to stakeholders to be doing to ensure that you remain in school and then you complete?
Okay. I will encourage that. Stakeholders should locate communities, go to the schools. They should locate people that are needy. they should give material support and other forms of support just to enable them stay in school. And also, chiefs and other stakeholders around the communities should also help. They should rise up and help these organizations to carry out the good work they are doing for us.
Thank you very much. The very final one, the very final. What do you think stakeholders can do to end, if not to end, at least reduce drastically child marriage in Ghana? What can we do to reduce child marriage in Ghana?
Okay. They should not, stakeholders, they should not only locate the needy ones, but they should also ensure that they punish people that are victims, people that fall into such crimes, people that impregnate and or people that get married to young girls. Yes, the culprits, they should punish them so that, yes, I'm serious, they should punish them.
She said she's serious.
Yes.
And I hope DOSU and the other organizations here are listening. She said she's very serious. She wants to see conviction. Is that all?
Yes, please. So, and then they should also resource the various institutions to carry out the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barikisu. Madam, I know in doing this, you have also encountered some challenges in even being effective like you would have wished to. What do you also have to tell us? Like, there are stakeholders here, a lot of them. What do you think they can do to help us solve this issue of child marriage?
I think from where I'm coming from, the biggest challenge is when something like this happens, you see assemblymen, politicians, they are coming into beg that, oh, you see, we are all one, we shouldn't take these things far. That is the biggest challenge. So I'm pleading that when it comes to these issues, they should stay out of it and allow the law to take its course.
This is the shortest session that we've had today, but I would say the most powerful that we have had from a survivor. She's confident. You can see she's a very intelligent girl, and this wouldn't have happened if she was not rescued from that marriage. She would have maybe gotten the second or third baby already. And we would like to say thank you for coming all the way here to enrich our conversation on child marriage. Okay. What's the name? Barikisu Sedu.
You are so special. Thank you, sir. How old are you now? I'm 22 years. 22. So now when I come and say I want to marry you, no, please. Explain why. Okay. Because of the pain I went through the past, I don't think I will have interest for you in this present state.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies, please, we'll be opening the forum, and I think your contributions can come in there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the story of a survivor. We have identified the loopholes in our reporting system. If anybody has doubts about whether we are very sensitive about the systems that are running, then this is a typical example of what is on the ground. And I hope that this will guide our discussions as we move forward. Thank you very much. My name is Claudia Dredi.
Thank you very much, Lady Claudia, for this wonderful session. I think it's important to note Madam Claudia is a Girls Education Fellow with the Africa Education Watch. She's a gender advocate and a passionate education activist. We also must say a big thank you we also must be appreciative to Action Aid for supporting the participation of this wonderful survivor. And I loved one part of it when she said, "I'm serious." Yeah, yes, she's serious, and you have to understand that bit of it. And that bit of it is to tell you that, look, this is a serious matter. And one thing has been said here, and it's really affecting Ghana seriously. Just when people offend, then you see pastors, chiefs, and these are the moral custodians of the land. So when will we correct? If the people supposed to correct the system will come and be begging, look, punishments are not meant to destroy. It is actually meant to reform people. So if you don't want the punishment for them, what are you doing? You are motivating offenders. This is a wonderful country where people offend. When they have stolen state money, then they are transferred to another part of the country. And that is a punishment. Transferring the person from one part of the country to the next part of the country. Where even sometimes a wonderful term, and maybe an excursion, to go and start another stealing revolution. You know, so let's think about it. We can plead for clemency, but I think it's important that we should note that people should face the full rigors of the law, and then maybe that's why even in the law sometimes they apply the punitive measures using soft ones and harsh ones. So moving forward, we have a panel discussion. Let me quickly invite my panelists, and I'm calling on Madame Agnes Abolimpo from Department of Social Welfare. Forgive me for the mentioning of your name, and I'll give you the opportunity to mention it better. She is the Deputy Director in charge of Program Development at the division. Please, can we please give her a round of applause? Another wonderful name, Madame Shivera Anzagira. Anzagira. Yes, so please help me with the full and perfect mentioning of the name when you take your seat. She's from Action Aid, and she's the regional manager responsible for gender in Accra, Volta, and Oti regions. Can you please give her a round of applause once again? So I will take the names again. I mean, just so, because maybe I murdered the names. So Madam from Action Aid, please give us the correct mention. You have the microphone.
Okay, so I'm called Shivera Anzagra.
Anzagra. Anzagra, nice one. Nice one. So, Madam from the Department of Department of Social Welfare. Is your microphone on? Should I help?
Hello.
Right.
My name is Agnes Abolimpo from the Department of Social Welfare. Thank you.
Good. So quickly, I will start with Madam from Action Aid. My first question will be, what are the best practices in providing response for child marriage victims at the community level? What do you think should be some of them?
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to share our story. And just to say that just to say thank you to EduWatch for continuing with this campaign. I must say that the campaign at a point went down a bit, but this is really reigniting the discussions, especially around the systems. For us at Action Aid, we have always been passionate about the issues around children, child protection, and specifically the girl child. And I must say, for us, our approach is survival center, and that I can say is one of the best approaches to tackling it. As Barkisu shared her story, we do not see, we don't call them, what do you call that, victims. We call them survivors. There are 1,001, as the data has said, that have fallen through the cracks just because of this unfortunate menace. But how do we go about it? I can tell you our best practice comes from everybody, collaboration. The first thing I would say is collaboration. And who do we collaborate with as best practice? One is the children themselves. We work with children in communities. We work with community elders. We work with mothers. We work with chiefs and opinion leaders. We work with religious leaders. And not to forget, very important, when you come to the systems, because we are talking about legal, we have people who are mandated, who are the duty bearers, especially from the state sector. We work with the Ghana Education Service. We work with social welfare. We work with Ghana Health Services. And we also work with SHRAJ and NCCA. But working with all these sectors, how has it worked for us? I would ask. There are two things. First, we carry out sensitization, that's conscientization on people's rights. So children's rights is always at the center. And when I talk, people say, you say rights. No, we just don't do rights education. We do rights and responsibilities. It's very key. You cannot go about talking about people's rights without their responsibility. They go hand in hand. And one interesting thing when Barkish was talking about her story, yes, she was a victim before. There are instances, and right here in Accra, I will give you just one, where the children were the ones that who mobilized and prevented their colleague from being married off. And this was right in Greater Accra. And how did we succeed in this? I'm just giving an example how we work with the children. Through the girls' clubs, this happened, the survivor was located in Wager. So the Wager cluster of schools, the children mobilized and informed their class teacher they are planning to marry off this girl. So the class teacher quickly called the girl child officer and said, this is what the girls have told us in their meeting. Then they reached and said, hey, during the club's meeting, the girls picked this. So how do we go about it? That is the collaboration I'm talking about. So quickly, we sat, had a meeting, mechanism, everybody from social welfare to those who were all in that meeting, and we mapped out a strategy. Trying to get information was difficult because quickly one of the children went to leak the information to the girl's mother. So quickly the girl was isolated. These same girls managed to locate where the girl was, Medina Zongo. Yes. And they went back and told the teacher. So the teacher called again. And quickly, Dosu Medina was informed. They moved him, tried to locate, to the extent that one of the girls had to come because they have these relationships, and she managed to get somebody to get a phone, sneak a phone into the girl because she was locked, for us to be able to be sure that this girl was even safe. Then we moved in. We couldn't locate the girl in Medina. She was there. But the whole community was informed. So nobody was able to talk. However, we didn't lie low. We just decided, you know how the Dosu people, they had their spies and all that. And whilst we were working in our community, working on the parents, and nobody was prepared to listen. So we kept, at the point, we said, okay, you allow it. We will not go again. We've not seen the girl. Leave them. Then they now went to do the proper planning. Yet the children were giving us information. On the wedding day was when the state apparatus went in, right at the correct time, and arrested. And the girl was rescued with the evidence. This is how important working with the children is. Left to us alone, she would have been gone, because she was actually being prepared to be sent to Niger. Wow. Yes. Wow. Yes. Wow. She was, the man was in Niger. They were marrying her to carry to her husband.
And so that is how important when you give children knowledge, especially in this particular, how effective they can help to rescue, to prevent, because there was a question around prevention. How effective is prevention? In fact, our campaign has been so much centered around the rescuing. The prevention aspect has become a problem. And I'll leave that to the state actors to tell us why it's becoming a problem. But it is really a problem. Why we can't really hype so that we really prevent and wait for them to fall victims for us. Because as she was saying, you could feel the pain in her. She lost something as a child.
Yeah.
Why do we want our children to go through this?
Okay.
How do we work with women? I mentioned we're working with women. We have the mothers' clubs. And these women play the role of models and counselors for the children in the communities that we work. When she was saying, she said she came from a broken home. Her mother is not in that community. She's moved on. And we know how our country is, and especially in the hinterlands, how our social structures are. The father might have remarried, there's another woman with kids, and they are bedded. How do you pay attention? But when we work with the mothers' clubs are role models. They are trained on psychosocial counseling, how to accept all children, provide that motherly role. So these women in the communities, when we find people like her, are linked to them to go in, provide counseling, to be the mothers that they didn't have, the carers that they don't have immediately, because this is one of the key importance. The state actors are not everywhere, and I must say, and even with where we have the state, it just depends on the individual state actors' interests, their own commitments. We have worked with some state actors, and we have not gone anywhere. Where we see results is because the individuals involved are really committed and passionate about the issues. Most of them will fall back and talk about resource constraints. But we still have people like my sister from Tumu who is here, and many of them out there who are just passionate and use their own resources. So the mothers' clubs serve as complementary services for them whilst they are not everywhere, to step in and also provide information. I also mentioned working with chiefs, opinion leaders, and religious leaders. We say they are the custodians of our culture. Even in our culture, they are protective, norms for vulnerable people. So we try to work with them because they are seen as power blocks in our communities. And I must say, child marriage is a power relation issue. In fact, the child has no, the child cannot be seen speaking. They have no opinion. They must take all opinions, except their own opinion. So these people are trained on, like I said, children's rights, what the legal provisions are, and they are more or less, supposed to be champions for the protection of vulnerable children and poor people in communities. Some have been very, very helpful. However, I must say, many more have not been helpful. And we haven't given up. We are still working with them. You go and they tell you, oh, this family matter, because they don't, he was saying, for Ghana, I think now, punishment is supposed to be reward and not punishment, because even the good book says spare the rod. It wasn't only, the interpretation was not only for children. It was for wrongdoing. So let's not say they say spare the rod and spoil the child. Even if the adult is behaving like a child, why do we spare the rod? But yes, these are some of the challenges that we have, some of the things that we expect the community leaders and the opinion leaders to look within and protect the children. So that's what our interventions have been. But like I said, the state actors have been very helpful. When it comes to the
mechanism, reporting mechanisms. Some of them have been very responsive, others haven't been, but we've enjoyed quite a good collaboration with all of them. I think where we have had a bit of challenge has been the legal systems. So once you work with them, social welfare will come in, intervene, provide the social care. For now, how do you call that? They don't have shelters, because the shelter my sister is talking about is only in Accra. And these cases are all over the country. There are instances where we have rescued people and our staff have to be carers. They have to volunteer to keep these children, sometimes adults, because by the time you get in, the person is like 17, 18, but she's not willing, and you have to look for a place to take them in, and then before you even can provide any other service. So yeah.
Wonderful and explicit explanation. Can we please give a round of applause? I think the big one, my follow-up questions were coming, and I think we've had about 2 or 3 questions answered already. So quickly, I'll go to Department of Social Welfare. I think her contributions has really set the tone. We've had some of the things they do to provide some response. She's come out with some of the challenges they have while they are working, and she's also even preferred already some of the options, some of the things we can do to keep the situation while working towards minimizing it. Now I'll go to Department of Social Welfare, and we'll have some few points for Madam. Madam, please, can you let us know what are some of the laid down channels that are available for reporting child marriage, and how effective has this channels been over the time? Now you can also add on when these children are neglected by their families, an action which they take sort of to punish the children. What are some of the response systems you have for the children?
Thank you. My colleague from the Department of Children has already mentioned a lot of what I was going to say. And for the channels for reporting, we have a lot of channels, like the swims that was by Melody. Hello. The swims was mentioned by Melody in her presentation. That is the social welfare information management systems, which was put in place for reporting and also for networking to handle abuse cases of children. And we also have our offices in the DOFSU. Every DOFSU in Ghana has a social welfare planted in there, where these cases can be reported. So in every DOFSU office, reports to the social welfare, and then the social welfare in turn takes it to the police, and they work together. Yeah, I mentioned the DOFSU. That is in every country, and I'm saying every country, in every police station of the country, and we have a social worker or social workers in all these DOFSU outlets where these cases can be reported. Aside from that, we also have like for instance, how to help the the victim, how to help them and to also reintegrate them into society. We have institutions where we train them. For instance, we have the shelter for abused children, which is in Osu. As she mentioned, it is the only around that when we get victims, we send them there for care and protection until the case is heard, and then we'll try to settle the person and reintegrate the person back into the mainstream of society. And then when you come to the policies that we have the Child and Family Welfare Policy, which was already mentioned by my colleague from the Department of Children. We have the Children's Act that protects the children from early marriage. In these policies and laws, it has been stipulated accordingly that marriage before the age of 18 is not allowed. It is against the child's, what do we call it? The child's rights, yes. So we have all this in place. And I don't want to sway from the question you asked of the reporting outlets, but then we also we have a way of trying to prevent child marriages from happening. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, with all its departments, we do have some social protection. What do we call it? Not myself. We have some this social protection, not the behavior change. We have our systems in place to help the parents to prevent the children from getting married as children. For instance, yeah.
The GHACA campaign, they have behavioral toolkits, and that one we use it to engage community people. They are flashcards, and when you are engaged, it's very interactive. You use it to ask them questions. They tell you what they see, the implication of their actions. They will see in the. So the two is a whole set of. If you are going to a community, you want to talk about teenage pregnancy, it has its own set of tools. You want to talk of child marriage, is there. You want to talk of child abuse, child labor, all those things. It's a whole set. It's a UNICEF-sponsored program. So the GHACA, it has been there for 5 years. So this year, the November 2nd, we did a 5 years anniversary of the GHACA campaign. So it's a whole set, and it's social welfare and community development, because they are at the district level. So whenever they are going to the communities for outreach programs, that's what they use to engage the communities, for them to know the implication of their actions based on what is on the toolkits. And it's really working. That's the one I was quoting. The number of people, as at 2001, we had about 300,000 encounters. Because normally when we go to a community, we take registration. We do registration like the way you are doing here. The number of children. So at the end of the program, we know how many children were there, the mothers, the adults, and the children, the sex, females and males. The ratio is there. So at the end of each encounter with a community engagement, we always have the statistics available. And we are still going on. It's ongoing. We are training more officers, and we are engaging other district community officers too. As I think last week, like we had one training of trainers at Sunyani, where the surrounding districts in the region, all the social welfare and community development officers were all present, and they were trained on the tools, and they were given their whole set of tools to go engage the various communities in their area. So it's still ongoing. Yes.
Let me just add something. Thank you. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you for the presentation and submissions. I would like to draw our attention to a broader way of looking at the subject, because it looks like the interventions and all of these are targeted towards victims or survivors or children who have been forced into this. But coming from the research we conducted, There are a majority of them who are going into this willingly. And it's for good reasons that the statistics, current statistics is saying that about 80,000 children live with a male partner. Under the age of 18, live with a male partner. And the living is not just those who are being asked to go, but those who are going to, they are cohabiting with male partners. But our interventions do not stretch, as I'm hearing it, it's stretching towards those who need to be rescued because they've gone into this forcefully or out of their own, without their will. And if we don't broaden that, we may not be able to address the 80,000, for instance, no matter how accurate. We may not be able to address it. So there are a number of them. In a study that CSPS conducted, we worked in the northern region, we worked in the Upper East region, we worked in, it used to be, now maybe OT, but it was part of the Volta region, and then Bono Ahafo region. In the northern region, we found cases of children being given into marriages. So we went into communities where nobody would even want to talk to us because the gatekeepers mentioned we're going to come. Somehow they've been hushed from talking to us. In the Upper East region where I worked, people were open, and the districts I worked in, they told us that children would be sent into the man's house if they got pregnant, because already they are struggling to take care of the one mouth. So if you bring on another mouth, go and let that man take care of you. In the, where we worked in the Volta region, there was the issue of exchange. So we are giving you into marriage to secure bride wealth for your brother. That kind of, so they called it the exchange. So we, in the Bono Ahafo region, in fact, we had to pause, call our director to ask, how do we define this child marriage we are talking about? Because the queen mothers, even the young people we met, told us that, I mean, you get pregnant, you go and live with the boy. Some are not even pregnant. They are living with the men, they are boyfriends. And the elderly people are quite, they don't know what to do. So it's a community that grows ginger. So during harvest, the boys are rich, and they have all the girls in their court. So girls moving, so we had to pause and then redefine our definition of child marriage before we continued in the Bono Ahafo region. So there is a large numbers who are going into this because maybe parental control has broken down or something. So the statistics covering children under 18 or girls under 18 living with a male partner includes this number, these numbers too. That won't be helped or addressed based on the current interventions we are proposing. So what we found as here, that teenage pregnancy is a big contributory factor to girls living with a male partner before 18. And then girls who are able to go out of their way to live with a male partner, cohabit with a male partner. And so these ones will not maybe require the kind of rescue. But we also know that if they continue in that way, there's the issue of not going to school, not having work, growing up into the, entrenching the intergenerational transmission of poverty, so they don't break out of poverty because they themselves are not working, their children don't break out, and then they are exposed to all these vulnerabilities that makes them prone to sexual and gender-based violence. So there is the big issue of, even though I work involuntarily, whatever you go to experience, the consequences will come back to the nation because it will slow down development. So we still need to pay attention to that. So I just wanted to draw attention that as we go rescuing those that are in trouble, let's also expand our interventions to include those who don't even know they are going to get into trouble, but are following their heart and love to be in that situation. That's all I wanted to point out.
Now I will impose a contribution from the Ghana Prison Service. I will want you to come in, come out and then tell us something. Enforcing, is there anything you've noticed around this topic?
No. Good morning, thank you very much. I'm Augustina from the Gender Unit of the Ghana Prison Service. As we know, we are the last end of the justice system, always to ensure that the people that are arrested and brought to us are in safe custody. So directly we don't do, and the juveniles we deal with them. The offenses, we don't have the juveniles offenses in the issue of being married, and because of that he comes to prisons. So most of the time we work with the social welfare and the police. So when the police have their arrest and whatever it is that they have to deal with the people, they will deal with them. So we deal with the offenders when they are arrested, and then we work on them, the psychological, emotional, and then the physical, so they don't come back to the society to commit the same crime. And that is one. So when I was listening, one of the things I was thinking more of the psychosocial for the ones. One of our challenges within our system is to work on the men's side, the mental issue of the victims or the offenders. You know, because before someone will change, it has to come from the mindset. Otherwise, we'll go back to the society and think the same thing. And so that's what we work on them. When they are arrested and they come to us, we work on them to make sure that you don't go back to the society and do the same thing. Thank you very much.
So they play the correcting role.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanko from Ebuakwasa Municipal Assembly as a Social Welfare and Community Development Director. I just want to add one or two things as my director spoke. At the district level, we are not concentrating only on rescue. We also do what the director from Children's Department said, the communication for behavioral change. So when you are engaging, it is not only the adults you engage the children themselves. For them to know that when you do A, there's B that will happen. And if B happens, this is what will happen to you. And then you also engage the parents, you engage the community leaders as well. So that at the end of the day, everybody in the community is aware of the consequences of child marriage if you are involved. When the presentation was being made, the legal gap, that is 16 and 18, is a challenge at the community level. Because you go and engage them, then you tell them that, okay, at the age of 16, the person is permitted to have sex. But the person cannot get married. Then they ask you, if the person gets pregnant, what do you expect me to do as a parent? So we need to close that legal gap. And then I also want to make a suggestion in terms of leave. Because there is no opportunity for people that we identify at the district level who are vulnerable. It's only when the assessment is done and then the people are hooked into the system, that is it. There's nothing you can do about it. But once you identify the person, most of them behave that it is poverty. And what do? You assess that the person, where the person even lives, is a problem. There was an incident that that happened in one of the districts that I was in. I don't want to mention the place. The victim's father had to ride a bicycle and come to the municipal level to report. So such a person, the police will say, okay, go and come, go and come. When do you expect that the person will come back again? Because the person will have to ride a bicycle and come to the district level to support. So we need to look at this aspect and see how we can work a way out. If there's a window opportunity, people of that nature can be hooked onto the leave system. I think it will help all of us.
Thank you very much. Let me take. Yes, please. Let's. No, can you please help Mr. Asari with the microphone?
Okay, so I've heard severally the recommendation that we have to marry the age of consent and then the age of, marriage, the legal age of marriage. In marrying the two, which should move? Do you think, given your experience at the community level, that we are better off increasing the age of consent to 18 or bringing to 16 the age of marriage? And why?
Okay. Right.
Well, this is my opinion. And opinions are like noses, so everybody will have his or her opinion. I look at it from the individual perspective. There are others, you can see a 16-year-old girl who looks like 22. There are others, you go and see a 16-year-old girl who looks like 12 years. So for me, I think the best would be for us to raise the age to 18. That is what I think, so that it will be in tandem with the voting age. So if you can make a decision as who is going to rule you or misrule you, then you should be able to also take that responsibility.
Okay, so you would prefer the age be lifted to 18, so yes, we have an adult who is in the question. Yes. Okay, so over to us. I think I'll take some contribution. Oh, madam, you want to?
Something.
Right.
The age factor, because when you have sex with a child below 18, you'll be charged for defilement. It's an offense. So below 18 years is defilement. Even at that point, at that point with the person who said, oh, in that case, we have cases where people say, oh, she agrees. The person said, I didn't agree. So that's why I agree that, yes, the sex issue should be moved to 18.
We need to upscale the age. Yeah. Okay, so I think the consensus is to upscale. Rapporteur, you should put that one, I think that's a general call. We should look at it once the constitutional review is on. Madam, you can also add yours.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Stephanie. I'm the Girls Education Officer for Adentan. Yes, in fact, I really support what Dr. said, the cohabiting. It's like we are concentrating on rescuing these girls, and especially in Accra. We don't have more of the rescuing cases, but we have the cohabiting. So if we are doing research, we shouldn't limit it to those areas that we think. But here within Accra, we have the cases, and there are many. So we should bear that in mind. And then secondly, my challenge is the medical reports and the expenses of it. In fact, we have a case pending now. And I had to, in fact, as a girls officer, you are not supposed to lead. But it comes to a point when you need justice for these girls, you have to help. You have to go an extra mile to be able to get support for these girls. And for about 2 weeks now, I've been, anywhere I go, within the 16 days activism, I've been speaking about it. We are not getting money for medical reports. So we are saying that if we really want justice for these girls, then that we should be able to, the nation should scrap off this medical reports. The doctor should write the report in such a way that they don't need to travel to the courts to be a witness, so that the report will speak for itself. Because of that, they are charging these fees, 300, 400,000 Ghana cedis. So if a victim will want justice and doesn't have money, then that means the case dies off. So please, we should be loud. Wherever I'm going these days, I talk about it. Let's scrap it. The report should be written in such a way that the doctors, the fuel they are demanding, it shouldn't be a problem. They should just write it in such a way that they don't come to the court. Madam, you are the prosecutors, eh? Or they are jailers. You are the jailers. Maybe you want to educate us more. So that is my plea for the reports. And then the last thing is the shelters. Please, we are stakeholders. We get these issues, and then you are locked at a point. Where do we send these girls? So please, as state institutions, we should hurry up with some of these shelters so that we can save our girls early. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we consider any new, I think my gentleman, the suit also wanted to
before that,
right.
Right, in conjunction with what Madam just asked. I think the DV Secretariat mentioned earlier that by God's grace, we have 1 million Ghana cedis.
Was it an act or it's disbursed? It's been disbursed. It's reflected in your account. Okay, so that's a very good information. So thank you, Madam, for the information.
So just adding to her question, the DV fund is centered in Accra. We want to find out how the fund is able to cater for the cost of medical bills and other costs that are associated with domestic violence at the community level. Okay. At the community level.
Can you help her with the microphone? Right.
As the DV Secretariat, we are under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and the ministry has the gender desk in most of the districts. So we work with our district directors of gender. So as and when, if there's a need for the fund to work from there, as and when directors report to my boss, then the board of the DV Secretariat takes it from there. Please, do you get me? And at the moment, from the last board meeting I was part, or I was able to witness, the board is trying to work with Ministry of Health, looking at this medical issue.
How soon was that board meeting you referred to?
Like 2 months ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very recent.
So they are planning to meet with the Ghana Health Service and the Ghana, there are two, Ghana Medical Association, so that they talk about these bills and how to scrap it. So I think it's in the pipeline, as we normally.
That pipeline, that pipeline.
This one is not choked.
No. I just referred to that, but this is a very new one.
Yes.
PVC pipeline. Right.
With the meeting I witnessed, it wasn't about DP fund paying, because even at that time, the money had not really reflected.
Reflected, right.
So it was about the Ghana Health Service scrubbing it, telling the doctors to write reports in a way that when they go to, they wouldn't pay for those fees at the hospital, and they can easily access the report to take to the police stations. Yeah. Okay, the ones that are not
covered by the NHIS.
Okay, those ones, that's why the funds are there. The fund is for victims or survivors who need shelter, medical bills, because, and what even they eat. Because mostly when you take the person from, even listening to what our dear lady was saying, she didn't have anywhere to go. So if you are telling such a person to move from her family, what does the person do? So the fund is supposed to support such a person medically, whatever.
She's actually usually not moving forward. The family is throwing her out.
That's what I'm talking about. So if you are taking the person in, you must be able to provide for the person. So that's what the fund is for.
Yes, but the question is, how is the fund sitting in Accra?
That's what I said. It's from the board.
I think she said that from the board's decision.
They decide from the board, yeah.
So Mr. Asari wants, I think.
Yes.
So how many? Let's come back home. I think from Mr. Asari's call, he wanted to see how systematically there will be a disbursement from that top trickling down to.
Yeah, but before that, I said that we work with our gender desks in the various districts. So as and when my boss receives those reports from the gender desks, then she takes it to the board, because she alone cannot disburse that money. It must pass through the board of DB. DB has a board that sits on it.
So at least we know that the board takes a decision on the disbursement.
No, because
so I think
no. What do you know? Mostly.
So I think, Madam, I think you've told us how the structure is as we speak.
We use because we know it will go through the process. She sometimes uses her money to sort the things out as it goes.
So this is it. I think we all agree that from what you've presented to us, this is the way it is now, and so we can free her, because that's the board that decides on this one. And I think it's rather an opportunity for us to explore how we can move a step further and have some of these funds seated at the community level so that it can be disbursed. Because Mr. Asari's call, I think you can understand where he's coming from. These are emergencies that can run within a week or, maximum, or some few days call. Within 3 days, you should get a response. But for the board meeting you attended 2 months ago, the next one can be maybe the next 2 months again. So, I think we'll get it. So there's an opportunity. Okay, so let me take this, the last one from the gentleman here, and then Madam will have a response to the medical.
So thank you very much. My name is Joseph Wemako, and the CEO of Human Rights Reporters Ghana. So these particular issues that are going on here are issues that we deal with. As an activist, the issue of facilities is equally a problem that we need to look at critically. I have seen some of the past speakers raise these issues. And I want to also make a suggestion here that churches could also support. NGOs are doing it. We have a lot of churches in Ghana today, and pastors are busily making all kinds of monies. Elsewhere, they were donating to build rehabs facilities for these people. Why can't we also call on the churches to at least give a little of their offerings, what they have been taking from the masses?
Even the offering?
Yes, we could use that as well. But that's not all I want
to say.
Just a clarity. I can see that some state institutions are doing very well. For instance, social welfare, DOFSU, but some few people among them, in fact, we have to expose them.
Right. I think
yes.
So,
but
so
I
you
have
want a
a
private
question.
one?
I just want to find out, when you realize that a social worker officer, Department of Social Work, Department of Social Welfare officer is misbehaving, what is the appropriate way to go about that? I wanted to know, should I go and lodge complaint with
the reporting channel?
I just wanted to know, because I have one officer on my list, red alert I wanted to bring out. So please talk to me. My heart is burning.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam will give you that guide. So Madam, you have a response, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. And thank you, my colleague, for bailing me out with the the toolkits. Thank you very much. And Mr. Moderator, you just hijacked my space because I was fumbling, and then I prayed a lot before coming. But it seems the witches and wizards prayed more than me. It shall be well.
But I know you are
anyway. Concerning the medical bills that he talked about,
yes, please.
Social welfare also has what we call the hospital welfare services. So in every hospital, we have social workers there. We have a social welfare office in the hospitals. So when there are such cases, maybe the child mother, maybe the child is given out for marriage and she got pregnant, or she's sick, she gets to the hospital, and there is no way that the parents can help or something. They can contact the social welfare officer in the hospital. And then the social welfare officer in turn will do an inquiry or an investigation, and then do a report, write a report, and then submit it to the medical officer in charge. And by so doing, maybe the bill could be waived, or it could be scraped off completely. So we also have that in the hospitals. And it doesn't, it covers everybody, every citizen of Ghana, and also the teenage mothers. So whenever you are in the hospital and you have such a problem with the hospital bills, just contact the social welfare officer in the hospital, and then you see the way forward. You also asked me whether
the reporting channel,
when the social worker is misbehaving, please report. That's all I have to say.
To the district?
To the regional director.
The regional director.
Where is?
The regional directorate.
Is it in Accra here or in the regions? In Kumasi. Right. So go to Ashanti regional director and report. I think excuse me.
I think the report channel can change.
If it is the Ashanti regional director himself, please write to the director, DSW, the national director. Write, report in writing, and address it to the national director.
Okay, thank you. I think your colleague wants to also make from the panel. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you for another opportunity. So yes, as my colleagues have all said, the medical bills, yes, we know the systems are there. We know of the social welfare. But this particular medical bill, they will tell you, the GMA members will tell you that, look, this is for my fuel. It is not hospital bill. The official ones, the hospital, that one is easy to get them to waive it with the social worker. But this particular bill from the medical office is not part of the official bills. So it's very difficult to get the hospital, even after the social worker has done all the enquiries and have gone for them to. And that's why my sister is saying that they should write the reports in such a way that a layman can also read, because they will tell that it's technical and there are implications. If I go to the court, there are implications and I'll be held liable, not the office. So it is really a bit more technical beyond the social service. Even the social welfare officers will tell you. For us, we work in all the regions, and I can tell you, it's not been easy. Sometimes we just have to, even though we don't provide those kind of directions, some of the cases are such that we have to find ways and means. And sometimes we bring in our sister organizations, because some of the organizations have provisions to really do direct services to victims. So they go in to pay for this service. But you know, for us, they are usually projects, so they are short term. And so when that happens, it means that within that period that the project is no more, you've sensitized people, you've created awareness, people now know, and they go, and then this is what is confronted. Then they don't believe in the system again. Why should I go the next time? And that is why we are asking that those who need to really up the game and ensure that with their the DV fund operations should be transparent. What are the mechanisms? And this has to be on it, because currently it says shelter, food. Well, this is not on it. So even if it goes and we get to there, we will still have that challenge, because they haven't expressly talked about the medical report for survivors being catered for under the fund. So my sister, I would plead that this should be really fast-tracked, and so or else we have a lot of issues.
Right.
Thank you.
I think I'll take. Okay, madam, you've kept. Okay, so let's take the last contribution. Then we'll take the closing remarks from the panel.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm Superintendent Lydia Osei-Japan. I work with DOCSU. Sorry, I've been commuting from the top and down because I have to do other presentations. Forgive me. In reacting to the medical form and then endorsement, it's a challenge for all of us. But I have a different opinion altogether. In Ghana, when you say something is free, even when I can pay, I can still go and then demand it from the government. Payment of medical endorsement forms has become a challenge, because without it, some of the cases we cannot even send them to court because they will throw them away. But oftentimes the doctors will tell you, as my sister said, when I'm going to court, from here to Ho to go and testify, who will pay for the fuel? So what can we do? Because we've been engaging with the ministry, health, Ghana, yes. And it's like they're all saying the same thing. The law is saying that when a person is abused under the domestic violence legislative instruments, it's supposed to be a free service. But you go and they will tell you without it, the treatment will be given, but they will not endorse the form for you. So they'll give you treatment, but for you to get the endorsement, they will not. And then without that one, you cannot support your docket with an unendorsed form. They will not even give the form to you. Do you get it? So it's a problem. But I have a little problem with the gender ministry. The way we are portraying it, it's like any medical bill, you have to send it there. Very soon, the money will get finished. And what next? And the money that has come in, how many months can we use that money to service the Ghanaian people? So anything that we are just doing it, the government should do it, the government should do it, it will run out. That is my worry. Because the DB fund, I remember when they set it up, 50,000 cedis was sent in, and for so many years, those from the ministry would just bail me out. So many years, no fund was going into it. 50,000, and so if we want to depend on that one for even the medical bills to be paid from it, sorry, let me rest my case.
I'm sure it's more got to do with the funding, and she's saying that we should look at other alternatives to support the work we are doing. So funding is critical, response is also very critical. I think moving forward, I'll take the closing remarks for my panel. It's been a very interactive session. And so I'll start with Madam Shivera.
Okay, so yes, for my closing remarks, I will just say that the campaign is still on. We need to build collaborations, especially with the media, especially with the local media. We need to do a lot more prevention, but to be able to really succeed with our prevention, we need to target local media and really simplify the messages. Because I'm beginning to feel that the message, people don't understand the message. We are not against marriage. We just want to protect our younger generation and make our nation prosper. And so, how do you prosper? How do you develop a nation when more than half your population are distressed? Because these young ones, the young girls, are the future of Ghana. And if all of us are crying today, see, Our population says we have 51% women, right? It means that we have more girls than the boys. And all of them are going to multiply. We are not producing. We have a health system that is stressed everywhere. Every sector is stressed. How are we going to survive? So we really need to see child marriage as a national issue, and it's everywhere, as the statistics said, doctor said, everywhere. Somebody say, hey, Accra, Accra, even here in East Legon, is there. Cohabiting is so serious. And all this is just because of poverty. So I want to appeal that let's, our collaborators, especially the state agencies, also find it. We know you are stressed, but we are appealing that let's build on our other colleagues that are not too committed to join. This is human interest we are all doing. And we may not know how we are impacting on vulnerable people's lives. You never know who you meet in future. One of these girls, as I'm telling you, the one we rescued today is in nursing training. She completed Tema Secondary and she's in nursing training. Who knows tomorrow? She might be the one saving us. And so we need to recommit to this campaign, help the state institutions to respond effectively, but not leave community structures. We have the child protective units under the district assemblies. But this, it is only areas that UNICEF is strong that these child protective committees are working. For us in Action Aid, we have the combat, which is community anti-violence teams. And these teams are for both violence against women and children, and are specialized because we provide trainings. What of where Action Aid isn't, and no other civil society organization is? It means that these cases are even worse there. So we are appealing to get state agencies to also look out for such, because we know that you are not in everywhere. You are not everywhere, but wherever you are, please let us support them. And those who can support the domestic violence fund, I want to say that they should quickly, now that because we have been doing campaign for the fund for the past almost 10 years, that they should open it up for corporate support. So if now they say it is there, they should quickly come and call us to sit and see how we can get a campaign on to mobilize. We need those resources to save precious lives and develop Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Madam Agnes, we'll take your closing comments.
Thank you. Anybody can report. So, all of us as we are here, it can start with us. Sometimes in our communities, in our societies, we see it, but then sometimes some people hesitate to report. So I would like to entreat all of us here that we should help in the reporting. And then the reporting pathway that was projected by Melody, you can use that to report any case that you come across. And coming to talk about I would also like to mention about the 16-18 thing. In my village, for instance, I'm not ashamed to mention it. Now, in my village, there are 10 who got pregnant this year. JHS Nkwa. They are not married, but they got pregnant. How do we handle that one too? So what I would like to say is that we should let the sensitization go down well. Let us educate our children. Let us talk to them, even if it means a public forum, to educate the children, educate the parents. And because right now, I understand even some of the parents encourage the children to go out. The person who told me is my niece, who completed SS and just came over to me to see if she can continue her education. She said 10 got pregnant in Chuchuliga. It's not a formal distant information. She is in the village and she got the hint and she told me. But then let's handle it from the sensitization point of view. Let's educate the parents. Let's talk to them. Let everybody understand that when you do it, whether you are a pastor, a chief, or whatever you are liable to prosecution. Nobody comes to beg on your behalf. Let us forget about, let's handle this issue amicably because of family, blah, blah, so that we can, because if not, every year we would come here, or we would go to Coconut Grove or wherever, and go and have meeting, then we would drink tea and go. So let's all bring ideas together. How are we going to handle it? We can write papers. Maybe let's do it this way. Maybe I can put in a proposal. I want to go to 5 villages and have a sensitization program for young girls, the JHS. Then when I'm going, I can be accompanied by my daughter here, who is supposed to be a champion, so that she can also support me to do that sensitization. So I would like to impress much on the sensitization and the education of the parents to take good care of their children, because it is their responsibility. And the laws stipulate that they should be responsible towards their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's been very, very interactive. Yeah.
No, this is just a piece of information. Actually, it has a shelter in Upper West for survivors. So
it's a private one for actually.
Yes, and we work with the Department of Social Gender and Social Welfare that are responsible.
Impressive, impressive. Yes, you want to. Is this still on the reporting the officer? No. Right.
There's a suggestion that we could go into the villages and conduct sensitization.
Okay, right.
But then we know there's a peculiar problem which we all face. So let's find the
which problem is?
And I know that no amount.
No, which problem is?
The problem is economic problem.
Okay, so the funding, I think we've raised the issue that we needed to organize funding. If that's the funding. Okay, so we have our donors here, so you can pitch and speak with Star Ghana.
Excuse me, it is, you know, we are talking about funding. The reason why most of the children do those things these days, they are not even forced, they do it by themselves. It is because the children are becoming more independent.
It's a moral issue.
When you are a child and you are feeding yourself, nobody tells you what to do and what not to do. And when you go into some of the communities, most of the children are taking care of themselves.
Right.
So they do what they like.
Right.
And that ends them into adult, what do we call it?
You know, this is a very emotional discussion. It comes with passion. So if we don't control ourselves, the discussion, I think a lot of people would have to still go and handle other issues. So thank you very much for a wonderful session. It's been very interactive. We're still celebrating the moment of success that we had one person who survived. But my question is, how many more of such girls are out there who will not have Star Ghana, Action Aid, Africa Education Watch, and all the government agencies to come to their aid? So for those silent voices, I think we should voice for them. And while voicing for them, we should know there will be at play the powers of the communities, religious leaders, traditional leaders, and even sometimes even government officials trying to come in to play the I beg role. I think we've all accepted here that, look, we need to be firm by cracking the whip. Moving forward, we will still take the way forward, and then a final vote of thanks from the Executive Director of Africa Education Watch, Mr. Kofi Asari. Can we please give him a round of applause as he takes us through the way forward? What are the next steps we will take? And then he'll give us a few words of appreciation.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon to everyone. And I want to first start by thanking all of us for finding time off busy schedules to participate in this very, very important enterprise. I'm grateful to the consultant, Madam Melody, for her presentation, and the panelists and all those who traveled from far and near to participate in this discussion. As Jeff mentioned, this is critical and part of our response to the 16 days of gender-based violence campaign. And we are happy for the partnership and support from Star Ghana and the funding from FCDO. This is not a comprehensive research into the implementation of the National Child Marriage Response Framework. In 2016, Ghana adopted the framework, as we normally do. Last year, for instance, EduWatch and CDD, support from FCDO, did a review of the medium-term plan in the education sector. It is within our reasonable contemplation that next year, given the availability of resources, we are going to do an in-depth analysis of the child marriage framework that was adopted in 2016, because it is for the period 2016-2030. So midpoint is next year, and that will be a holistic assessment of all the indicators in the M&E framework of the framework, and that will be a proper research on the implementation of the framework, the extent to which we are achieving the expected outcomes. But this is a scoping study. Normally we'll call it a rapid analysis to ascertain the extent to which the institutions responsible for implementing the child marriage framework, from the community level through to the justice sector institutions, are responding to their call under the framework. To find out the extent to which the institutions within the framework are working together. What are the gaps? What can be done to strengthen their relationship and their relationship with CSOs, and also to ensure that the policy's effectiveness is enhanced. Yesterday, I was having a discussion with a couple of MPs as part of our parliamentary engagement on the appropriation process. Then I asked one of them, are you aware that last year, out of the 2 million Ghana cedis government announced in the budget for the DV fund, only 1 million had arrived. And the money even arrived a couple of months ago in the last quarter. And he said, you are lucky it even arrived. Yes, we are in a period of austerity, but I believe that in periods of austerity, in as much as there is no cash, if there are any category
committee, honorable members, all other persons outside this category are referred to as strangers. Defined by Standing Order 7, stranger means any person other than the President, Vice President, Mr. Speaker, ministers and deputy ministers who are not members or officers of the House. Clearly, this standing order has included the President and Mr. Speaker. But in the case of Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 90 settles the matter. It says, Mr. Speaker shall not take part in any debate before the House. So Mr. Speaker is excluded. It's only the President that is added to the number in 111 as to whether the standing order is right or wrong. It's not for the Speaker to decide. Honorable members, both the Constitution and the standing orders require that the minister against whom a vote of censure motion is moved is entitled, and I repeat, entitled to be heard in defense. What does to be entitled to be heard in of censure on the Minister of State, apart from the test framework cut enacted in Article 95 and Orders 106 and 108 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. In the case of the removal of the President, Vice President, Speaker, and Deputy Speakers, an elaborate procedure has been detailed out in both the Constitution and the Standing Orders of the House. Members may read both Article 69 and 95 of the Constitution and Orders 1062 and 1071 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. Honourable members, time will not permit me to go into detail, but suffice it to say that in both situations, the phrase "to be entitled to be heard in defense" is repeated. For instance, in the case of the removal of the President, Article 69 clause 7 states as follows: 69(7), the President shall be entitled during the proceedings of the tribunal or of the medical board to be heard in his defense by himself or by a lawyer or other expert or person, as the case may be, of his own choice. This provision is repeated in the rules of practice and procedure in the Standing Orders, and that can be found at Order 1062, which says a motion for resolution to remove from office the President or Vice President shall, during prior proceedings in a committee appointed in that behalf, the President or the Vice President shall be entitled to be heard in his defense either by himself, by counsel, or by an expert taken in a committee appointed in that behalf. The Speaker or the Deputy Speaker shall be entitled to be heard in defense either by himself or a representative. So, President, Vice President, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, there is a committee set up. They have to appear before the committee, they are heard, and they have to appear to defend themselves in the House. They are qualified by law to do so. Such a provision is absent in the proceedings of a vote of censure, Minister of State. Both the Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament do not provide for such an elaborate procedure. The Constitution and the Standing Orders simply say, in Article 82(4), that a minister is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. And Order 108 say, during the proceedings on the motion, the minister shall be heard in his defense. Honorable members, it is my humble view that in such a situation, I am called upon as the Speaker to perform my duty to provide for such a rule or procedure not provided for, in accordance with Order 6 of the Standing Orders of this House. And Order 6 says, in all cases not provided for in these orders, Mr. Speaker shall make provisions as he deems fit. Honorable members, let's ponder over these issues. 1. How could Parliament be seen to have given the Minister a fair hearing in the motion to pass a vote of censure without an inquiry into the grounds on which the motion is based? Can the Minister's lawyer or expert participate in plenary debate as counsel or expert in the exercise of the Minister's right to be heard in defense when the counsel or expert is not a vice president, or Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, or Minister of State, or Member of Parliament, but a stranger. 2, can members of Parliament or the Minister, during a debate at plenary, tender documents, records, books, or be cross-examined in the course of such debate? Can the minister's lawyer raise objections during such a debate and cross-examine people? That is not practicable by the practice and conventions of the House. And I refer to the Constitution and the standing orders. Honorable members, orders 106, 107, and 108 of the standing orders of Parliament admit of a situation where the House or a minister in respect of whom a vote of censure is to be passed summons or calls witnesses in accordance with the provisions of Article 1036 and 121 of the Constitution, and standing orders 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, and 207 to attend or be compelled to attend to be examined on oath, affirmation, or otherwise, and to give evidence or to produce a paper, book, record, or other document before the House. Such a witness is entitled, in respect of his evidence or the production of the document, as the case may be, to the same privileges as if he were appearing before a court. That is in our standing orders. It is not Mr. Speaker saying it. Please, let us again ask ourselves, can this be done in the course of a debate at plenary? The answer is obviously no. It cannot. It is in the light of the above that upon consultation with the leaders of the House, I decided to adopt the rules of practice and procedure in respect of the phrase "to be heard in defense," and laid out in the Constitution and the standing orders in the case of the removal of a president, vice president, speaker, or deputy speaker. I read the absence of such rules in the standing orders in the case of the vote of censure on the minister as an oversight. Honorable members, I am of the firm opinion that equal opportunity will be provided in such a situation for both the proposers and the minister to detail out the facts supported by the necessary documents on which it is claimed that a resolution on a vote of censure be passed against the minister, and the minister to be heard in defense during the proceedings and debate on the motion. It is informative to note that under Standing Order 201, a power to request the Attorney General to attend upon it to give assistance, and a witness before any committee may also be represented by counsel. Any witness before any committee is by our law allowed to be represented by a counsel. Honorable members, the House has not appointed any committee on this subject matter. The House is yet to establish a specific committee to do so, as has already been done by other parliaments, even in Africa. They have committees, standing committees, select committees on vote of censure, on impeachment of presidents, and the rest. We haven't established any, or to use the term in the standing orders, we haven't appointed any such committee as at now. The process we are developing now, in my humble view, will be of immense assistance to Parliament in its ongoing efforts to revise the standing orders of the House. I'll now conclude. Honorable members, the information I have shared with you and the public leaves me in no doubt whatsoever that the procedure adopted by the referral of the matter to the ad hoc committee for inquiry is well rooted in law. I am convinced that the public hearing conducted by the committee has vindicated my decision and allayed the fears of all those who are thought otherwise. Fortified by this conviction, I rule that the referral of the motion to pass a resolution on a vote of censure on the Minister of Finance to an ad hoc committee for inquiry is proper and in accordance with the law. Honorable members, the House may now proceed to debate the motion. And I want to thank you for the audience and invite the chairman, who I'm told is Honorable Katie, to move the motion. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did some assistance from the Speaker before I proceed. Mr. Speaker, it's a 43-page document. I'm wondering how to handle it, considering
Honorable member, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I said I needed some clarification. It's a 43-page document. I didn't think that we'll be able to read everything, so I was wondering if I could skip as I go over or just introduce the salient part of it and then...
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
you are a very senior member of this House.
Mr. Speaker,
and you have also assumed the title Senior Prefect.
Correct.
You know how to move a motion.
Mr. Speaker, it is because of the exceptional nature of this, as you indicated.
Honorable member, a motion is a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Move it accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion as identified at page 16 of the order before for today, and it's numbered as 21. And it is this, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the ad hoc committee on the motion of censure against the Honorable Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. Speaker, I now proceed to present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, Parliament of Ghana, at its 11th sitting held on Thursday, the 10th of November 2022, considered the motion moved by the Honorable Minority Leader, Mr. Haruna Idris, seconded by the Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, Alhaj Mohammed Mubarak Mutaka, calling on the House to pass a vote of censure on the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, pursuant to Article 82 of the Constitution. In accordance with Order 1061 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, the Right Honourable Speaker referred the motion to an ad hoc committee for consideration and report. The purpose of the referral, as stated by the Right Honourable Speaker, is to provide a forum for the Honourable Minister of Finance, who is the subject matter of the censure motion, to defend himself in accordance with Article 82(4) of the Constitution. Article 82(4) of the Constitution reads as follows: a Minister of State in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under Clause 3 of this article is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. In making the reference, the Right Honourable Speaker stated as follows. Let me assure all of you that the Honourable Finance Minister would be given ample opportunity to defend himself. The matter will be referred to an ad hoc committee to investigate, where the Honourable Minister would have the ample opportunity to defend himself. The evidence will be placed before the committee. The Honourable Minister would have the opportunity to defend himself. A report will be presented to the House, and we would debate that report. He further stated, a witness can come with counsel. We want a person to be heard properly, and I do not think that it can be done here. All that you have stated here are allegations. When you appear before the committee, you will now produce the evidence, and the minister would counter. The committee was given 1 week to present its report to the House. The grounds of the motion moved by the minority leader and seconded by the Honourable Minority Chief Whip are as follows. That this Honourable House passes a vote of censure in the Minister responsible for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, in accordance with Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution on the following grounds. Number one, despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes, as his companies receive commission and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. 2, unconstitutional withdrawals from the consolidated fund in the blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution, supposedly for the construction of the President's Cathedral. 3, illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in the flagrant violation of Article 176 of the Constitution. 4, deliberate and dishonest misreporting of economic data to Parliament. 5, physical recklessness leading to the crash of the Ghana cedi, which is currently the worst performing currency in the world. 6, alarming incompetence and frightening ineptitude resulting in the collapse of the Ghanaian economy and an excruciating cost of living crisis. 7, gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy, which has occasioned untold and unprecedented hardship. The membership of the committee is as follows. My good self as senior co-chair, Honorable Dominic Ayini, Doctor, as Dominic, junior co-chair. Dominic, co-chair. Honorable Patrick Yabuama, member. Honorable Kwame Imedu Entry, member. Honorable Kofi Agyepa-Mensah, member. Samuel Okudjetu-Adlokwa, member. Honorable Senator Ajiman Rollins, member. And the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo, member. Mr. Camilo is the chairman of the committee. I will not go through the methodology. The proceedings. Mr. Speaker, in the conduct of these proceedings, the committee examined material evidence tendered, invited the proponents of the motion to state their case, with the principal subject of the motion, the Finance Minister and his counsel in attendance. 3, transmitted a verbatim transcript of the proceedings together with all the documents tendered to the Minister to aid in the preparation of our defense. 4, invited 2 institutions, PIAC and GMPC, to either corroborate or deny some evidence before the committee. 5, took oral evidence from the Minister of Finance, the principal subject of the motion, aided by his counsel in answer to terms of the motion and evidence adduced, and examined written and oral evidence adduced by the witnesses. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, it's a 43-page document. I would ask that the hands that captures the entirety of the report whilst I proceed to the very end of the report. The very last, what we describe as conclusion, is that the committee, having regard to the provisions of Article 82(4) of the Constitution and Order 1061, and the direction from the Speaker, duly offered the Honorable Minister of Finance the opportunity to be heard in his defense. The Minister was represented by counsel. The committee accordingly submits for the consideration of the representations by the proponents of the motion and the responses of the Honorable Minister in his defense. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, as a matter of footnote, just to add that there is an Appendix 1 which itemizes the items, documents we looked at, and then critically Appendix 2, which captures the entirety of the responses provided by the Honorable Minister to the allegations leveled against him. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of the Honorable Dr. Dominic Ayine.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Honorable Member for Adansia Sopa, my very good friend, the Honorable K.T. Hammond, the senior co-chair, as he has named himself this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank leadership for the opportunity to work on this committee. The reason being that, Mr. Speaker, in the life of this Fourth Republic, as you have rightly pointed out, this committee is a novelty. And when, Mr. Speaker, constituted a committee, you did something that was going to work well in terms of the way we work in this parliament. That is, giving us the opportunity to build consensus. There were 4 members from the majority and 4 members from the minority. And I knew, as co-chair, that the only way we could make progress was for us to build consensus, in line with the spirit behind the constitution of the committee. We did our best in building consensus, and the report that has been presented this morning and this afternoon is as a result of the consensus building. But, Mr. Speaker, there were drawbacks in our attempts to build consensus. One such drawback was the fact that every contentious issue that came up, we on the minority side were often reluctant to propose that a vote be taken. Because by the rules and practices of this House, when a vote is tabled and then there is a tie, it means that you have lost the vote. So we were compelled all the time to build consensus. And one of the drawbacks that I want to highlight as far as this report is concerned is the fact that in terms of its substantive content, we could not make definitive findings of fact and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I had thought that the mandate of the committee was a fact-finding committee, and therefore we could make findings of fact. That was vehemently opposed by the majority. And because of that, you will notice that in terms of its substantive content, the report does not have real findings of fact, definitive findings of fact, as well as recommendations. Mr. Speaker, there were a number of things or misimpressions that were said about the work of this committee that I would want to highlight. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is not an administrative body. And because Parliament is not subject to Article 23 of the Constitution, which guarantees the right to administrative fairness or administrative justice. Mr. Speaker, the drafters of the Constitution, in their wisdom, guarantee the right to political fairness under Article 82, Clause 4 of the Constitution. And as Mr. Speaker has said, whereas the law is in the bosom of the judge, politics is in the bosom of the polity. And we are the polity as the representatives of the people. And therefore, Article 82(4) guarantees the right to political fairness, fair treatment of the minister during the course of debate when a vote of censure has been tabled in respect of any minister. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the work of the committee, two of the grounds that had been stated in the motion became the subject matter of controversy. One of the grounds related to the issue of conflict of interest. And Mr. Speaker, there was a preliminary objection that was raised by counsel. That preliminary objection flowed from the fact that in the course of testimony by the Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, in relation to the work that the committee was doing, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu referred to Article 103, Clause 3 of the Constitution. And he said, the committee was cloaked with jurisdiction in order to inquire into or investigate matters relating to the activities of ministries. And he rightly observed that the issue of conflict of interest by a minister relates to activities undertaken by that minister at his ministry. And therefore, it fell right within the ambit of the jurisdiction of committees of Parliament. In response, counsel for the minister challenged our jurisdiction and referred to the case of Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa and another person, an attorney general, and stated that on account of that case, we did not have jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, when we looked at the challenge, we took account of the fact that the principle of law is very clear, that where general powers have been granted to a body, and specific powers have also been granted to another body in relation to the same matter, the general should not detract from the specific. That is the principle of law. And we thought that there was a legitimate constitutional issue that was raised. And we agreed that the matter be referred back to this House for debate. Mr. Speaker, in coming to agreement on this matter, I was mindful of the ruling of your predecessor, the Right Honorable Do Ajahu, in a motion that was brought before this House on the first day of September 2016. And that was a motion for Parliament to inquire into allegations relating to the so-called Ford expedition matter. Mr. Speaker, the Hansard records your predecessor are saying as follows. He said, honorable members, since the case of Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa and Dr. Omani Boama versus Jake Otanka, Obi Chebilamte, and the Attorney General, this House is bound by interpretations put on the Constitution by the Supreme Court. It is my view, therefore, that strife is the institution vested with the exclusive constitutional authority to deal with all relevant matters relating to breach of code of conduct for public officers, including the matter on the receipt of the Ford expedition vehicle. Furthermore, as indicated earlier, STRIKE also has jurisdiction to investigate all matters of corruption and abuse of power. Mr. Speaker, on account of this observation, the Right Honorable Joe Ajaho did not allow for debate to proceed in respect of the petition, the motion that was brought before this House. Mr. Speaker, as far as we were concerned, this is a quintessentially political matter, and therefore we would not say that Parliament should be precluded in debating the matter. However, we think that once the matter has been raised at committee, it should be referred to the House for decision. That was the basis of our decision that the matter be referred back to this House. Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that there has been some misrepresentation out in the media that the two grounds were struck out. As a committee, you do not have the mandate to strike out the grounds of a motion that has been referred to you by the plenary. And therefore, we could not have taken upon ourselves to strike out the two grounds. In respect of the ground relating to, that is ground 3, relating to illegal payments, we came to the conclusion that that transaction involved essentially a transfer of funds by Talo Ghana Limited to the offshore account of Jubilee Holdings, a subsidiary of GNPC. And in that wise, we said the minister was not to be called upon to answer questions in respect of that particular ground. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state categorically that this report, as well as the work of the committee, found as a matter of fact as follows. For instance, on ground 1, funding of the National Cathedral, it was very, very clear that the minister exceeded what was appropriated. In other words, he engaged in expenditure in excess of appropriation. That is because, according to the minister in the report, he took the money from other government obligations. And it was a contingency vote. Now, if you look at the other government obligations and the vote that this House passed for other government obligations for that fiscal year, it was very, very clear that the minister, by his own evidence that he submitted to us, exceeded appropriations. In fact, the minister spent for that year, he spent 339 million Ghana cedis on the cathedral, and that was far in excess of the envelope of resources that we appropriated for other government obligations. Mr. Speaker, very clear, and it is found in the report dealing with misreporting of data.
Honorable member, just a minute. The first point you just submitted, I've been trying to get the evidence on the report. So just draw my attention to it. I'll take note of it, then we'll move on to a second part, which I've referred to the report again. Then I can take note of them.
Good. Okay, you're okay. You're fine. Mr. Speaker, if we turn to page 14 of the report of the committee, it says that the committee, pursuant to the above agreement, formally requested for the said information, and the minister duly complied. The amount spent between 2019 and March 2022 was 339 million. So, Mr. Speaker, this was what was found by the committee. And if you compare that amount to what was voted and appropriated by Parliament, it is far in excess of the approved amount for purposes of the National Cathedral construction. Mr. Speaker, in in respect of misreporting of data to Parliament, we found, as a matter of fact, that the minister did misreport matters to Parliament. For instance, in 2008, he reported a fiscal deficit, 18, he reported a fiscal deficit of 3.8% instead of 7.1%, by excluding an item of expenditure amounting to 9.8 billion in order to be able to underreport the fiscal deficit. Also, in 2019, he reported a fiscal deficit of 4.8% of GDP instead of 7.1% of GDP. Instead of 4.5% of GDP.
Honorable Doctor, I cannot ignore him. So you just hold on. Let me hear what he wants to say. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what my colleague is doing is rather troubling. What the Honorable Co-Chairman is doing is troubling. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I started the presentation of the report, I did indicate that there weren't any recommendations. What happened was that the proponents
actually not talking about recommendations.
The proponents of the motion were allowed to present their case. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister was then, pursuant to the instructions given us, was allowed to give or lead his own evidence, Mr. Speaker, in his own defense. And so we presented the case as it is. The report is posited this way. Is the presentation or the evidence led by the proponent. Mr. Speaker, unadulterated, we left it as that, and then the ministers was also left in situ. No findings of fact. The recommendation we made, Mr. Speaker, is at the tip end of it, which is only about 2 lines. So I'm not so sure what my colleague is. We made a finding, there's a finding. There isn't one single finding, Mr. Speaker, by your committee.
Honorable member, that is your story. We are listening to his story. We have the story of the committee, and we are taking note of his story and your story vis-a-vis the story that the committee has presented to us. And so we are taking note of what is in the committee. So if he says something and it is not in the committee's report, we will take note of it. And if he also says something which is not in the committee, we will take note of it and we know how to handle that. Please. You are seeing things from different perspectives, but the committee's report is there for us. We are being guided by the committee's report. Yes, that's what we are looking at. That is why I asked him to draw my attention to the figures. So wait, I'm listening to him here.
But is it a finding?
Honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think that being a senior prefect amounts to you challenging the speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that's the last thing I would ever do, to challenge the Mr. Speaker, just seeking clarification so that I've cleared my mind. But I think he's seriously misleading the House.
I am taking note.
Thank you very much.
And you are all taking note.
Senior prefects, they have privileges.
The minister will be given the opportunity. The minister is also going to be given opportunity. So please, let's allow each other to flow. We'll listen to each other. At the end of the day, we'll take the vote. Yes, Honorable Dominic Ayine, you may continue.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the fact that we didn't make the definitive findings of fact does not mean that the evidence adduced by the committee is not before this House. Mr. Speaker, we have the transcripts of the verbatim transcripts. And I do remember, as co-chair, listening to the Honorable Minister say that yes, he did report those figures to Parliament. except that he is entitled by the rules of accounting, the international rules of accounting, to report below the line. That is what the minister told us, and the minister is here. I'm not lying for him. I mean, I'm not lying, about it. So, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is here, and our report is to enhance debate. So, I'm drawing attention to what was, stated in the reports and the transcript. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of fiscal recklessness, it was very, very clear also that even given the figures that I have cited, that the minister had engaged in fiscal recklessness. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by making it very clear that the report of this committee has found unassailable evidence of misconduct on the part of the minister. It has found, even if it has exonerated the minister on some grounds, it has found that the minister misconducted himself with respect to a lot of grounds. Yes. And as I've stated, there is unassailable evidence of misconduct on his part. On the basis of this, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on honorable members of this House, in line with Order 108 of the Standing Orders, 108B of the Standing Orders of Parliament, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I shall read. 108 says that a motion for a vote of censure on a Minister of State shall be moved in the following manner. And B says the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days of its receipt by Mr. Speaker, and shall be supported by the votes in secret ballot of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. In the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, I call on members that we do a secret ballot in which we will decide whether or not we are persuaded by the evidence in order to remove the minister. I so second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion for the House to resolve to censure the minister was moved by the minority leader and seconded by the majority chief whip. We referred it to the committee. What we did is to allow the co-chair to actually put a report before the House. And so we will now proceed to the debate where the submissions of the mover of the motion, the seconder, together with the reports that we have, will now be debated on by the House. By the spirit of this House, and that is the reason why the arrangement is made this way, horseshoe arrangement, is to get us to first focus on building consensus. It's when consensus fails, the issue to vote, which is the second principle of democracy. The primary principle of democracy is that anything that concerns any person, the person must participate in the decision-making process. So when that fails, then you go to the second principle. So the setting up of the committee was based on this principle that we adopted, our founding fathers adopted by this arrangement. That's why you don't see the arrangement in this House like that of the House of Commons. Because the first thing is to build consensus. And so we proceed to debate the matter as we presented before the House. Now, from the majority side, we will invite Alexandra Afenyo Markin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker.
You are aware you have 10 minutes. You are aware you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this opportunity to comment on this motion, and in commenting on the motion, I would make certain observations, which observation to me renders the whole exercise by the applicant odious, and that it is only aimed at going very political against the Minister of Finance, and the grounds upon which they relied to proceed indeed was political. And it's obvious from the conduct of the proponent, including the co-chair who just seconded the motion. Mr. Speaker, in the words of the co-chair of this motion, he argues that the committee is not a quasi-judicial body. Neither is it an administrative body, but that the committee is engaged in a political process. These were his words. So, Mr. Speaker, it is now up to us as a House to ask a question whether a mere political process is a means of indicting a public officer. Mr. Speaker, this is a committee that could not come out with findings of fact in the words of the co-chair who seconded the motion. Where are your findings? You said that you have unassailable evidence. You said that you've heard from the proponent. Suffice to say that you yourself, you were a judge in your own cause. You were a member of the group that applied to Mr. Speaker to move this motion, and then you also sat as a co-chair of the committee. That is what happened. And then you are telling us that you could not come out with findings of fact. The lawyer in you prevented you from saying something negative, but the politician in you compelled you to say that the minister should leave office. Mr. Speaker, clearly, all your allegations had no leg to stand. All your allegations stood on stilts, and you yourself, you were candid. Honorable Dr. Ayeni, you were so candid in your submission when you said that you were relying on Doe Ajaho ruling, which ruling stopped this House from considering a matter grounded in Article 287 of the Constitution, conflict of interest. If that is the case, if you know that there's a ruling that outs the jurisdiction of this House when it comes to conflict of interest, why then did you proceed to make comment on conflict of interest? Why then didn't you advise your colleagues that issue of conflict of interest could not be part of your grounds before this House? Mr. Speaker, I therefore contend that should we proceed to vote on this matter, we will be setting a bad precedent. We will be setting a bad precedent which will come to haunt this House one day. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of State, the Finance Minister, has not been indicted in any way. What will be the basis for a vote? What will be the basis for a vote when a committee is unable to come out with a finding to indict him, which is a basis for what we call a prima facie in law? The former Deputy Attorney General, who was privileged to be a co-chair, knows his law, and he knows that the law that he celebrates so much allows him to do that which is just, fair, and right. In his own words, he said that the committee's work was not in any way bound by Article 23. Did I hear him right? You are saying that a matter that you are indicting your fellow citizens in public office, you are not bound by Article 23. What else would you be bound by? The requirement that expects you to be fair, the requirement that expects you to be candid, the requirement that allows you to follow due process, you say that you are not bound by it. These were your position. And you are saying that it's a political process. A political process that allows NDC minority group to get up as it pleases them to say that no, there is a political decision to take. So we are proceeding with a political decision. So we are not bound by the rules of natural justice. We are not bound by the rules of fairness. These were your arguments. Mr. Speaker, an invitation as dangerous as this will lead us into a valley that we may never be rescued. And Mr. Speaker, we should make no mistake. We should make no mistake. If we follow such a dangerous path, the politics of this country will be condescending into a level that, Mr. Speaker, it will be very unattractive to any person who desires to serve his nation to proceed wholeheartedly to do so. Mr. Speaker, if Harry Nedrusu were the one facing such a matter, would he be happy? If Dr. Ayeni was the one being subjected to such an ordeal, would he be happy? If Muttaka Mubarak were the one being subjected to this ordeal that we are told, fairness does not matter. The need to establish a prima facie does not matter. Would he be happy? He will not be happy. The minority should know that what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Will Atu Forsen be happy if one day he is called upon and told that you are a finance minister? Atu Forsen, there is no need to establish a prima facie, but the economy is going bad. Therefore, essential motion is to be carried against you. Would you be happy to force it? Or you will? Mr. Speaker, they are acting in bad faith. But I want to tell them that our side will not support that part. We will not support them. We will never support you. But we want to take this opportunity to tell you that what you're doing is wrong. Mr. Speaker, in any event, let me talk a little bit of law here. Article 82(3) is clear. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to state it for the records. The provision of the Constitution talks about 14 days for debate to be Mr. Speaker, for the debate to be carried, Mr. Speaker, when the motion is filed. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, and for those who have decided to be shouting instead of paying attention to the argument, Mr. Speaker, this is what the Constitution says. The motion shall be debated within 14 days after receipt of the Speaker of the notice for the motion. Mr. Speaker, my humble understanding, and I'm adding it as part of my argument, my comment in this matter. My humble understanding is that the process of a committee being set in motion, the process where the report of the committee is to be heard, and the period within which the debate is supposed to take place must all be within 14 days. But I concede, Mr. Speaker, that you don't interpret the Constitution. Amen. I do consider, Mr. Speaker, you don't interpret the Constitution. But I am raising this as an observation.
I want to hear you again. Are you saying that they all have to be done within 14 days?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, at the risk of being repetitive, and in response to your question, let me read and then explain again.
No, you don't need to read.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, for emphasis.
Please, your submission. Are you saying that all that has to be done within 14 days?
Because this is what it says. The motion shall the motion.
I'm not talking about the Constitution. I've read it many times. I'm talking about what you said.
Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is that by necessary implication and by the express import of this provision, that is what he says. Mr. Speaker, by the express import of this provision, and I will read it for emphasis, the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. In other words, all procedural imperatives required for this motion to become right must be within 40 days, and I dare contend on that. You may disagree with me. I dare contend on that.
Honourable Member, that is why the motion was moved within 14 days on the 10th. Your interpretation of the Constitution is not the law. Please. Your interpretation, Minister for Communication, I can hear you loud and clear. You are not in charge here. Please. That is your understanding. You are permitted to go on. So you go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I claim your attention for some rescue. The members may have to listen to me in silence. Mr. Speaker, there's too much noise on the other side. Mr. Speaker, the minority must hear me in silence. They are making too much noise. Mr. Speaker, the point is, the provision is mandatory that shall be debated within 14 days. Mr. Speaker, so the shall is mandatory, and I am adding it as part of my submission that to the extent that Parliament could not meet this constitutional requirement, all that we are doing, Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, will be ultra variance of the Constitution. Because, Mr. Speaker, we do concede ab initio. Mr. Speaker, we did concede ab initio that there was no such procedure in place. That is why, Mr. Speaker, you set a motion in place to allow a committee to even hear the minister.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude.
I gave you more than 10 minutes. It's there. I'm watching my lesson. I've given you more than. So I gave Honourable KT Hammond a time, and I gave the same time to Honourable Dominic Ayine. But the rest, you as part of leadership agreed with me. That is 10 minutes each. I have given you 11 minutes, 50 seconds. So please, I am fair. Resume your seat. It's now, honourable members, the turn of Honourable Isaac Adongo.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that even as a layman, I seem to know the law better than what I just said. Mr. Speaker, the motion of censure of the finance minister has been long overdue. The finance minister should have left that position 2 years ago. And Mr. Speaker, I will prove to you that the finance minister has effectively and fatally mutilated the laws under which he is supposed to govern the country. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that the finance minister at committee tried to explain to us that he paid capital expenditure that have multi-year implications on our finances from the contingency fund. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister knows that the Public Financial Management Act is his Bible. And the Bible quite clearly provides safeguards that he is aware of. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer to the Public Financial Management Act, particularly Article 33, Section 33(1). Mr. Speaker, 33(1) says, a covered entity shall not enter into any agreement with a financial commitment that binds the government for more than one financial year. For more than one financial year, or that...
Honorable Adungo, just a minute. Deputy Majority Leader, don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, you have said time without number that we must accord each other with respect and show decorum in our language. Mr. Speaker, when he started his debate, he said he is not a lawyer, but what he said he's just heard. Okay, Mr. Speaker, he cannot impugn that to me. Mr. Speaker, we must not allow that to happen. And I want to, Mr. Speaker, I want to pray you to get him to withdraw. If he disagrees with me, Mr. Speaker, if he disagrees with me, he's free to say he cannot use foul language to express his disagreement of what I have submitted on the floor. Mr. Speaker, he should withdraw. And Mr. Speaker, if we want to have a good debate, he would have to choose his words carefully. And Mr. Speaker, I can only invite you to call him to order, withdraw and apologize. We are talking law. If you disagree with the legal submission, say so. But don't try to spite somebody. I will not take that from you, Honorable Adongo. With respect, I will not. And Mr. Speaker, I can only call on you to get him to withdraw.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, you are completely out of order. That throughout my reading of proceedings of the House is permitted. And it has been stated a number of here in this floor. And my very good friend, the Majority Leader, has said it many times that he's not a lawyer, but he knows more than lawyers on a number of occasions on the floor of this House. So, please. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to the chair, and I do know that you know that speakers are not to participate in the debate. Having said so, now that we make this allegation against me, that I've said this on the floor of the House, with the greatest respect, can you provide evidence? Here. Can you provide evidence, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker is not participating in the debate. I have been called upon to give a ruling. I gave the ruling and had to support the ruling by reference to what I know and what I've experienced. I'm not participating in the debate. So, Honorable Isaac Adungo, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet to explain how the finance ministers have violated the Public Financial Management Act particularly in respect for the expenditures on the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, the National Cathedral is a capital project with multi-year financial commitment on the state. And Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act provides the rules under which such activities must be carried out. And under Section 33(1), Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote, a covered entity shall not enter into any agreement with a financial commitment that binds the government for more than one financial year, or that results in a contingent liability, except where the financial commitment or the contingent liability A is with the prior written approval of the Minister for Finance, what we call the commencement certificate that you issue to commit to multi-year transactions. Then 2, authorized by Parliament in accordance with Article 181 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why the Finance Minister is required to give a prior written, approval, so that it is known to the state, it is added to our multi-year expenditure framework, so it is properly budgeted and appropriated for every year. How come a transaction can be a contingency for 3 years? A capital project becomes a contingency for 3 years under a finance minister. Mr. Speaker, 2019, you spent on that project. You still have not issued a commencement certificate or an approval to commit to the multi-year. You have not added it into a multi-year expenditure framework. You are not appropriating for it. The following year, it is still an unknown project that you spend on a contingency. 3rd year, you still spend on a contingency, and you still want to be a finance minister. For what? Mr. Speaker, this is a blatant breach of his own Bible. Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act provides that in preparing the budget and committing the state to certain resources, the finance minister must issue a comprehensive report on the fiscal and macro-fiscal risk on the state, indicate the debt sustainability and contingent liabilities. Mr. Speaker, today, the finance minister is saying that for the past years, he has not been preparing the fiscal risk statement, he has not been preparing the debt sustainability report, and today investors are losing their monies because of his recklessness. Mr. Speaker, the capital market collapsed and he announced the funeral. And the man still wants to sit there when pensioners are losing several years of their monies. Mr. Speaker, as you speak today, people are crying. There's a rush on our financial system. All because the finance minister failed to comply with Section 15 of the Public Financial Management Act and should have taken steps to ensure that our debt is sustainable. Mr. Speaker, this man should have left yesterday. I don't even know why we are still discussing. Mr. Speaker, the recklessness,
Honorable Member, the rules don't allow you to refer to a colleague as this man. No, you have to withdraw that and apologize to him. You don't say so.
No, the finance minister should have left yesterday. But Mr. Speaker, on the basis of the recklessness of the finance minister, that has led to the collapse of the city. That has led to inflation at 40%. That has led to interest rates in excess of 40%. It's all down to the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, I have a document from the Bank of Ghana. This document I will tender in evidence. The document is labeled Bank of Ghana response to statement by Honorable Isaac Adongo, and that statement hangs the finance minister and hangs the governor of the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in that statement, he provides a table. In that table, he says that this year alone, 91.8 billion has been borrowed by the finance minister from the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, when you borrow 91.8 billion and spend on that economy, you create inflation. You distort our inflationary targeting framework because those monies are now being converted into dollars. Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to recall that money back to Bank of Ghana has increased the policy rate now up to 27%. The banks are now charging, he himself is now borrowing at 36%. businessmen are now borrowing at 40%. Mr. Speaker, the depreciation of the city is in direct response to the injection of monies that were illegally borrowed by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana law is quite clear that at any point in time, the total exposure on government should not be more than 5% of the previous year's revenue. Mr. Speaker, all of your revenue last year was 991 billion, not to talk about 5% of it. So when we say you have recklessly mismanaged the economy to lead to inflation, this is where the evidence is. If we say that it is your mismanagement and recklessness that has led to high interest rates, this is where the evidence is. And Mr. Speaker, when we say that you are the cause of the depreciation of the city, it is not far from this. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister has failed us. The finance minister lose our money in the capital market to the extent that now he is saying that investors will not even get 31 billion Ghana cedis that is due them as interest payments. Mr. Speaker, investors will not get the capital that they gave to us. What we have failed to realize, Mr. Speaker, is that our relationship as a government to our people is born out of the trust and the confidence in the sacred trust of our government. And when governments cannot be trusted, when government cannot be trusted to pay back the loans, then no government would ever be able to get a penny from the people of Ghana to fund our economy. And he would have left that legacy that will make no government, not even if we go to bring Donald Trump here, he will be able to get a penny from our investors in Ghana. Because they will not give you the money because government cannot pay. Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear. It is quite clear that beyond all of this, I am surprised we shouldn't discuss conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, is it not true that he owns Data Bank? Is it not true that Data Bank is the one who is a transaction advisor and a book runner borrowing for government? Is it not true that Data Bank is paid fees that he gets dividends from? It is true. So what is it about the conflict of interest that we should not be discussing here? Mr. Speaker, is it the only financial institution in Ghana? Why is it that before he became a finance minister, Data Bank was not a book runner? Why is it that suddenly you are everywhere, that bank? Everywhere. Why is it that now Data Bank Enterprise Group, they are now the only financial institution that are taking every business? And you are saying that we cannot discuss conflict of interest. We need to set standards for our country. We need to ensure that Ghanaians take us serious and that when we are giving jobs, it is not to grow our businesses. It is to serve the people that Ghana becomes the winner. Mr. Speaker, if anybody continues under this to contend that the finance minister should remain in government, then we must as well dissolve Parliament and dissolve government as well. Because we are failing our people, we are failing the people out there who voted for us, and we are failing the people that we are supposed to serve. You cannot be serving yourself. You must serve the nation, and you have failed. It's time to say, Ghana, you gave me an opportunity to serve you. I have served you to the best of my ability. My ability is not good enough. Bring in somebody else to do the work. Why are you still sitting there? We gave you the job. We said we don't want you again. Is it false? Is it false to serve us? Is it false for you to serve us? So please, the finance minister must do the honorable thing and leave that office and give us an opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members, I'll be compelled. Honorable members, I'll be compelled to name members and to order the marshal to pick the member and take him out. I say I'll be compelled to do so. It's permitted by the rules. We are debating a very serious motion. You are making serious statements. You are calling the people who voted for you to be here, to be part of it, and to also take a decision. It is not a playground or a dancing floor. This is a serious national political platform. That is the highest in every country, the parliament. And so it's serious business. It's not a joking matter. It's now the turn of Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapok.
Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this motion, which you quite rightly pointed out, is a very important matter. Mr. Speaker, we are gathered in this chamber to take a decision on the fate of the minister through this motion of censure. Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully submit that motions of censure among motions constitutes one of the most important, grievous, consequential motions that can be brought before a parliament. Mr. Speaker, they are not put before a house lightly. They must be well motivated. They must be on solid grounds. They must be on grounds which suggest that a minister who has been nominated by the president, who's received the prior approval of parliament, or who's been appointed by the president, the parliament itself is now sending a message to the president that the president should remove such a minister from office. Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me, in the American Constitution of 1789, Mr. Speaker, the motions of censure against their own, Mr. Speaker, have only been invoked in 1989 9 times. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the gravity of motions of censure. Mr. Speaker, in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, in the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, ministers of state were hitherto impeached. The process was found to be cumbersome, and subsequently, the impeachment procedure was replaced with motions of censure. But, Mr. Speaker, even in the House of Commons, it is invoked to reprimand the minister. And even when it is invoked to reprimand the minister, Mr. Speaker, it is rarely invoked. Mr. Speaker, I make these points just to establish the point that the exercise we are engaged in here today is a very important exercise. Mr. Speaker, the precedent we set today will guide this House, will guide subsequent government, will guide our country and its democracy. It may be somebody else from the other side, it may be somebody from our side. And so, Mr. Speaker, the grounds on which the Minister for Finance is being called, or the grounds on which the motion seeks to censure the Minister for Finance, must be well grounded. Mr. Speaker, that is why I want to respectfully refer the House to the report committee, which has been laid before this House and which should guide all of us. Mr. Speaker, the first ground on which the proponents of this motion is calling for the finance minister, Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I'll read it. Ground 1 says, despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. Mr. Speaker, the ground is on conflict of interest. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I will refer the House to the case, the celebrated case, and the locus classicus of Okudioto Ablako and another, number 2 versus the Attorney General and another, number 2, 2012, 2 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report at page 845, where Brobe JSC, in commenting on conflict of interest, had this to say, Mr. Speaker, and I quote him, and it's in the report. The complaint of conflict of interest made by the plaintiff against public officers, all the officials of the Lands Commission, and those of the Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing, will be dismissed because specific remedy has been provided under Article 287 of the 1992 Constitution, which requires complaints of conflict of interest against public officers. It goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, the point I seek to make This is the ground on which our friends, our honorable friends from the other side, are inviting this House to set a precedent for the censure of the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I will submit that this ground is weak, and I think that the committee itself recognizes that, and that this cannot be a ground on which a serious motion such as a motion of censure will be led to remove a finance minister. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the report again, and I take you to ground 3, the third ground on which the motion of censure is hinged. And Mr. Speaker, that ground indicates illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the committee itself, in commenting on this ground, ground 3, and the ground on which they are calling on this august House of Parliament to censure the finance minister, the committee itself had this to say, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, it's found at page 22 of the report. The committee, having regard to the above evidence by PIAC that they could not confirm that the Minister for Finance was responsible for the non-payment of the oil liftings by John into the PFH, and the evidence of GMPC that the payments were made into JOHL's offshore account by the buyer of the crude under the instructions of JOHL, and that the Minister for Finance played no role, decided that the Honorable Minister was not enjoined to lead evidence in defense of the said ground 3. Mr. Speaker, this is what we are being invited to participate in. This is what the committee itself, your own committee, your own ad hoc committee, made the finding on ground 3 that the finance minister played no role. Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and on and on. If you want, I'll take you to ground 5, where they talk about fiscal recklessness leading to the crash of the Ghana cedi, and it goes on, and the finance minister responds very copiously, comprehensively, and the response is captured in the report. Mr. Speaker, so all the grounds, beginning from ground 1 to ground 6, as captured in this report. First of all, ground 1 itself was legally untenable, was unconstitutional, could not be entertained by the committee. It itself jettisoned ground 1. The Speaker, ground 3 itself, the committee actually asked the Minister for Finance not to lead evidence on ground 3, because they themselves had found out that the proponents of the motion were erroneous, including ground 3 into the grounds on which the motion was brought. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion of my submission, really, Mr. Speaker, and I say this with a lot of passion, that what we seek to do in this House and the decision we take on this motion must be well motivated. Because, Mr. Speaker, today it is Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Tomorrow it may be Finance Minister Ato Forsen. Someday, it may be someday. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to contend. Mr. Speaker, I want to contend that today, for political expediency and for political scoring, it may be Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, 20, 30 years from now, it may be the turn of Finance Minister Ato Forsen. Mr. Speaker, when that day arises, if it ever did, and if I was found on the other side of this House, Mr. Speaker, principle will prevail, facts will prevail, evidence will prevail, propriety will prevail, and I will not support a motion of censure on this nature, which is minister when it is not well grounded. Mr. Speaker, the whole country, thankfully and mercifully, the whole country saw the finance minister before the committee. And I have a lot of respect for this House, so do I for the committee. The committee did a great job, and the committee is a distinguished committee of this House. But clearly, any objective-minded Ghanaian cannot help but come to the conclusion that Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta distinguished himself before the committee. that he acquitted himself. He acquitted himself, and that he demonstrated beyond doubt that he's in full grace and full command of the Ghanaian economy, and that the measures he's putting in place, Mr. Speaker, just as his party and government did from 2017 to 2020, when we inherited an IMF economy and when all the macroeconomic indicators and indices were in disarray, but we brought it back on track and took this country on growth and prosperity, that this finance minister and the economic management team of the government and the government of President Akufo-Addo is doing just that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I urge my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that we take these matters very seriously. These are grievous, weighty matters before this House. The country is watching us. Africa is watching us. And I should indeed say the world is watching us. Because Ghana is a beacon of democracy. We continue to be pace-setters. A motion is being put in place, but it is clear that this motion is not well grounded. That the pillars on which this motion was moved are weak. Ground one is being rejected. Ground three, the committee itself did not even take evidence on it. And the other grounds are not well motivated. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this motion should fall and fail. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Atu Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's always a first time for something. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed the first time that Ghanaians are being called upon to have a haircut. It is indeed the first time that an African country had to restructure its domestic debt. So, Speaker, since Mansa Musa, this is the first time an African country is being called upon to shave off its interest. So, Speaker, it is in the same vein that this is the first time that there is a censorship motion before us. So, Speaker, it is for a good reason that we in the minority believes that our Minister of Finance needs to go. The Speaker, it has nothing to do with his personality, but it has to do with his management style. Speaker, we believe that all what Ghana is going through was avoidable and is still avoidable. Mr. Speaker, first, let me talk about the fact that since 2018, our minister has been consistently misreported to Parliament. So, Speaker, to surprise you to know that our minister had reported to us that in the year 2018, the fiscal deficit was 3.9% of GDP. Simply put, he had to borrow 11.6 billion Ghana cedis to fund an extra. So, Speaker, again, after informing Parliament, he had gone to inform the IMF that indeed Ghana's fiscal deficit was 7.1% of GDP. Simply put, he borrowed 21.4 billion. So, Speaker, he borrowed in excess of almost 10 billion without recourse to Parliament. Without recourse to Parliament. So, Speaker, again, in the year 2019, even though he had informed us, we in Parliament, that the deficit for the period was 4.8% of GDP, the actual fiscal deficit as he presented to the IMF was 7.1% of GDP. Simply put, he borrowed in excess of appropriations by 8.3 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, this practice continued in the year 2020, continued to the year 2021. So, Speaker, in the year 2021, he had informed us that he did fiscal deficit of 11.7% of GDP. So, Speaker, this means that he borrowed 44.9 billion, but actually, he ended up borrowing 67 billion Ghana cedis, almost 20 billion more than what Parliament approved for him. So, Speaker, I believe that Ghana is going through what we are going through largely because of the fiscal recklessness we have seen since 2018. So, Speaker, I still contend that what we are going through was avoidable. But unfortunately, our minister decided we were. So, Speaker, what surprises me is that if you are to track the fiscal part, among 46 African countries, Ghana has the worst record in terms of fiscal management. Worst record in terms of fiscal management. 46 African countries. So, Speaker, this is sad. This is shameful and it's not acceptable. So, Speaker, clearly, we are where we are mainly because of the attitude of the fiscal managers. So, Speaker, clearly, this management, the management of our economy, have disappointed the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, let me recap and let the people of Ghana be aware that our minister responsible for finance clearly breached the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018. The Speaker, the Fiscal Responsibility Act in Section 2 says clearly that despite the fiscal responsibility indicators stated in Section 16 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, the following numerical fiscal responsibility rules shall apply in the management of the public finances. The Speaker, A says that the overall fiscal balance on cash basis for a particular year shall not exceed a deficit of 5% of gross domestic product for the year, and went on to say that an annual positive primary balance shall be maintained. The Speaker, Section 4 says that Parliament may, in accordance with Article 82 of the Constitution, pass a vote of censure on the minister where the minister breaches Section 2 by more than 1 percentage point. The Speaker, clearly, in the year 2018, the minister breached the Fiscal Responsibility Act. In the year 2019, again, he breached the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Speaker, what surprises me is that at the committee, the minister's answer was, there was a budget before us, and that budget was approved. The Speaker, what I did not hear from members of the committee was for him to ask, what did Parliament approve? The budget that Parliament approved was not for the minister to do at 7.1% of GDP. Was for the minister to do a fiscal deficit of 4.8% of GDP. So he spent in excess of appropriation in the year 2018 and 2019. The Speaker, clearly, the train for this censorship motion moved in 2018 and 2019. Our minister responsible for finance should have left the Ministry of Finance 2 years ago and not now. The Speaker, clearly, the time is now for our minister to leave the Ministry of Finance. For a simple reason that he has destroyed our livelihood. The Speaker, this is a minister who inherited debt to GDP of 55.6%. At the time, there were no ESLA bond. At the time, there were no Sino-Hydro loan. So, Speaker, at the time, we were not having, Dachi bond. Mr. Speaker, at the time, clearly, cocoa bills at the cocoa board was less than 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when he became the Minister of Finance, arrest owed to contractors was under 2 billion cedis. 2 billion cedis. The story today is far worse. Debt to GDP is in excess of 100%. To be specific, 110% of our GDP. From 55% to 110% of GDP. In 6 years. So, Speaker, today, if you go to cocoa board, the 1 billion cocoa bills has all of a sudden become 15 billion Ghana cedis. 15 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, again, he informed us in the budget, Appendix 3B of the 2023 budget, that contractors, you owe contractors 37 billion Ghana cedis. From 2 billion to 37 billion Ghana cedis, all within 6 years. So, Speaker, how? How could you manage an economy like this? So, Speaker, the manner in which our economy has been managed is reckless. So, Speaker, reckless is an understatement. If there's any other word, I will use it. So, Speaker, we are where we are because of the duties that they gave to the minister. He has mismanaged it. Speaker, clearly, the time has come for our minister to leave. So, Speaker, let me say this. I've heard that our colleagues from the other side want to boycott the voting. The Speaker, the people of Ghana are watching you. The people of Ghana are watching you. You cannot do this. The Speaker, in one breath, when you meet us at the corridor, you tell us to vote for the minister. Vote against the minister. But in another breath, you are not bold enough to stand here and vote against him.
Dr. Atu-Forson. Yes, it's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is, as we are conducting this exercise, Ghanaians are watching and listening, so our comments should reflect the truth. My colleague, Dr. Atu-Forson, made a statement that is very. This is the budget we have. About 37 countries, 2022 GDP, they are below. 2022, below that of Ghana. So the statement that he made, that about 46 countries in Africa, what we have is misleading, cannot be true.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
this is not point of order. Please, you are debating. You are debating. This is not point of order. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, for the records, I was talking of fiscal part. He's talking of GDP growth. And let me assure you that fiscal part is different from GDP growth. For your education, take note that fiscal part is different from GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that our economy has been mismanaged. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that if you are to meet an average Ghanaian or ordinary Ghanaian, their wish is to leave the country. Sadly, their wish is to leave the country. So, Speaker, if we do not act now, we will wake up one day and we will not have constituents. So, Speaker, almost everybody will leave our country to Togo and will have no country if we fail to act. So, Speaker, people want to leave the country. Simple put, there is a responsibility on our shoulder to save our country. And I call on you, the majority, to join us, the minority, to do what is right. The Speaker, we will go any length to protect the people of Ghana. We believe that the livelihood of the ordinary Ghanaian is at risk. The livelihood of the ordinary Ghanaian is at risk. Inflation has increased from 13% to 40% plus within 10 months. So, Speaker, the cedi has depreciated by 54% within 10 months. So, Speaker, what is happening here has never happened in the Fourth Republic. Let us take note and let us be aware that one of the ways that we can get back to where we were is to get the minister out. We need a fresh minister who will come with a lot of confidence. The international community has lost faith in the economic management, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues to join us. Please join us. Don't run away from your responsibilities. Don't run away from your responsibilities. Vote for Ghana. Don't vote for your party. If you are to leave, you have run out of Ghana. Your constituents are always vote and let's change. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this one, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let it be noted that our minister has mortgaged our future. He has mortgaged Energy Sector Levies Act. He has mortgaged cocoa trees. He has mortgaged almost everything. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this, Mr. Speaker. Today we are being called upon to have a haircut. They are expropriating our assets, and that is for the reason why we are where we are. Please, Minister, the time has come for you to say bye-bye to the Ministry of Finance. Say bye to us and give someone an opportunity to fix the mess that your administration has created. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm compelled to suspend proceedings for 10 minutes. Honorable members, please be seated. It is now the time for the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto sorry. Yes. It's now the time for the first gentleman at the bar, the learned Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the importance of the matters in issue have compelled me to express a view. Mr. Speaker, I earlier on had some interactions with you, and I had the privilege of presenting my opinion on it to you formally. After my submissions, I will tender it before
Honorable
the House.
Attorney General, what was the word you used? You had some what with me?
Mr. Speaker, I earlier on had the opportunity to have some engagement with you. And
You had an opportunity to share your opinion?
Yes, on the matter.
Yes, with me.
Mr. Speaker,
and we had some disagreements. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
go on.
Afterwards, no, he also agreed. And that's very important, and I'll come to that.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, the very first point I made.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the first point I made.
Honorable members, he is the Minister for Justice. So let's listen to him. He's going to definitely focus on the law. And so let's listen to him.
Speaker, and respectfully, the matters I seek to bring to the attention of the House are points that impinge on the legitimacy of the process that was undertaken by the ad hoc committee that you set up. Mr. Speaker, I think they are so important and fundamental that I ought to participate in these proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I will, after my submissions, formally present to the House the opinion that I shared with you. The first point I made, and indeed I'm very happy to note, was actually considered by Mr. Speaker, and you agreed with me, is that the proceedings of the ad hoc committee clearly were quasi-judicial. And being a matter of importance, I followed the proceedings of the ad hoc committee, and it was with great alarm and dismay that I heard a co-chair of the ad hoc committee describe the committee's work as a political process or a constitutional political process and not a quasi-judicial process. Indeed, the co-chair, Dr. Dominic Ayini, honorable member for the Bogatanga, indicated, Bogatanga Central, thank you very much, indicated that the exercise undertaken by the committee and our coach was not a quasi-judicial process, and that it was engaged in what I describe as an amorphous constitutional political process. Well, Mr. Speaker, the ruling made by you on 10th November was so clear that a committee will be constituted under Standing Order 201 and it will be guided by Standing Order 106. And Mr. Speaker, a perusal of Standing Order 106 leaves one in no doubt that all the processes set out under the Standing Order constitute the work of the committee into nothing but quasi-judicial. And Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that it is actually in view of the misapprehension by the committee or by the co-chair of the nature of work that the committee was tasked with, that certain fundamental rights of the Honorable Minister for Finance were grossly violated. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the request by the Minister for Finance for a production of documents that he required in order to enable himself, in order to assist the defense of himself. I also refer to the request for full particulars by the minister in order to assist in an efficient defense of his matter. The Speaker noted at page 5 of its report that in a letter dated 15 November 2022, the Honourable Minister requested full particulars of the facts and support of each of the allegations and the relevant documents or evidence in support of the allegations. The respondent made the request in the exercise of his right to a fair hearing guaranteed by the Constitution. The committee considered the request and noted that even though the request was legitimate, it was impracticable in the light of the time granted the committee to report to Parliament. In the circumstances and in the interest of fair hearing and justice, it was agreed with Counsel for the Minister that the verbatim transcripts relating to the submissions by proponents be made available to the Minister instead of formal particulars for each of the grounds contained in the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is where the committee, with all respect, got it grossly wrong. The committee, in the circumstances, sacrificed justice and due process on the altar of expediency and convenience. For me, it's unconstitutional and rendered the whole exercise a nullity. The Speaker, indeed, full particulars to enable the Minister to have a proper defense to the action will constitute a setting out of the allegations against him, a setting out of the particulars in support of the allegations, and not what they described as grounds for the allegations. The Speaker, indeed, it's even absurd to describe the allegations as grounds for the allegations. If they are grounds for the allegations, then the question I will ask is, what were the allegations themselves? Because there must be allegations and there must be grounds in support of the allegations. So indeed, Mr. Speaker, the House, with all respect, would note that there was right from the inception a violation of due process against the Honourable Minister for Finance. And Mr. Speaker, and the Speaker, the same co-chair, the same co-chair, of the ad hoc committee who misled the committee on the trajectory of a violation of due process. My very good friend, Dr. Dominica Ini, again stated very erroneously that the committee was not bound by Article 23 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I consider it as a very serious and grave error because indeed it showed that the committee misapprehended the nature of the work that it was supposed to do. Article 23 of the Constitution is part of the Constitution. It is applied by the courts. It is not a case where it applies only to administrative bodies. And Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has actually had occasion to pronounce on the applicability of Article 23 to quasi-judicial proceedings. I refer to the case of Awuni versus West African Examinations Council, reported in 2003-2004, Volume 1, Supreme Court Report 471, where the Supreme Court stated, and I quote, the scope of Article 23, that there is no distinction between acts done in exercise of ordinary administrative functions and quasi-judicial functions. The Speaker, the contention by Honourable Dr. Aini clearly was most unfortunate and erroneous.
Honourable,
and I think that misled the committee
Attorney General. Just a minute. He is up on his feet, so I have to listen to him. Yes. Honourable Dominica Aini. Off the mic. Off your mic. Off your microphone. Honourable Attorney General, please resume your seat. I'll invite you. Yes, Speaker. Honourable Dominica Aini.
Yes, Speaker. The Honourable Attorney General has, on 2 occasions at the Bar of Parliament, mentioned me in relation to the debate that occurred or that is occurring within the chamber. In respect of the issue regarding Article 23, he says that I was in error because Article 23 was interpreted in Awuni and Wyatt to apply to quasi-judicial bodies. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is a prototypical political chamber.
That's what it
Mr. Speaker, this is the people, the chamber of the people's representatives.
Honorable member, as much as you are propounding your side of the law, that is debating. It's not point of order. So you disagree with him. You disagree with him. So allow him to put across the case.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will state that indeed any contention that Article 23 does not apply to this honorable House because the political chamber is the most absurd and dangerous proposition at all. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because, as I indicated, the courts, which are definitely not administrative bodies, even apply Article 23 of the Constitution. Article 23 is the fulcrum for fair hearing by all bodies which are engaged in either judicial or quasi-judicial proceedings. Article 23 is a yardstick for reasonableness, due process, and compliance with all the demands of fair justice. And for that matter, it cannot be right for the former Deputy Attorney General, with all respect, to say that Article 23 does not apply to this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, another observation which I made, in my opinion, is that the committee violated one fundamental principle of natural justice. The principles of natural justice are two. Apart from that a person must be heard, the aldia terrain party, a very important point is nemo juris in casa sua, that one ought not to be a judge in his or her own cause. Mr. Speaker, we found a committee in this incongruous and absurd situation where a proponent of the motion was a co-chair, and that is again Dr. Dominica Ine. And that, for me, with all respect, was wrong, and rendered the proceedings of the committee and not. The Speaker, I respectfully submit that indeed, if the integrity of the proceedings engaged in by the committee are to be protected and respected, then indeed it ought to have been chaired by persons who are not proponents. Otherwise, it put themselves in that unfortunate situation where they were judges in their own cause, and that is wrong. Speaker, I again want to refer to some of the allegations which have been characterized as grounds by the committee. And I say with all respect,
Honorable Attorney General, I have time for you. Don't worry. But this will be the last point of order. Yes, I am watching my listen very well. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the issue that the Attorney General and Minister of Justice is urging on this House, the legal trajectory he's going, is very, very dangerous. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, is that a point of order? Is that a point of order? Please. The Honorable Member can't hear me because you are making noise.
Yes.
Is that a point of order?
Yes.
Order.
Mr. Speaker. Order 89. Pardon? 89. Sorry.
Honorable members.
91. The Speaker, 91. Mr. Speaker, 91. The
order 91.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he is saying that we are equal to an administrative body. Yes, we cannot be equal to an administrative
the
body.
order is saying. Is that what order 91 is saying? honorable members, because this is novel, he was a very good student of mine when he was in the law school. So until he went to Harvard, I want to hear from him, but it should come under a point of order. If it is one that you want to debate, you may pass on to your next colleague. If you want to have, because now you can raise only a point of order. And he was very close to the late Vimpombuta, who was a good friend of mine at the law school. So, well, he's very good. He's very good at the law. And you know Vimpombuta very well. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you notice, the whole day I've restrained myself from speaking because you've tried to structure the debate. It is also novel for us to have the Attorney General and the Minister for Justice coming at, the bar to intervene in the middle of a debate to give a legal opinion. It is novel. So it is going to be difficult.
I don't know why you are referring to the dispatch box as a bar. You are just repeating what Honorable Dominic Ayine has said. He is simply speaking at the dispatch box. That must be noted. You may continue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So it's difficult to really find an appropriate provision of our standing order to intervene unless you grant special leave. Because if I come under order 92B, then you will have to yield to me. And I don't believe you will yield to me, Mr. Speaker. And yet we will lose the opportunity, a fine opportunity, to discuss the issues that he is presenting to us.
What you are saying is not point of order, but it's important for me to say this. I think that leadership should have passed some of this information to members. This is one of the issues we discussed, and it was agreed that he be granted the opportunity to contribute to the debate. So that I granted the leave for him to do so. This was discussed and agreed upon. Please, Leonard Attorney General may continue.
Mr. Speaker, my leader, I'll pass on the information to my leader who will take it up in the concluding.
You don't need to disclose that to me.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I will quickly move on to the grounds that were in support of whether the allegations or a petition or a motion for the censure. The Speaker, my observation quickly is that none of the grounds, apart from ground 4, constituted a proper subject matter for the passage of a vote of censure. The Speaker, indeed, if that's the case, then this Honourable House was also not close to jurisdiction at all to consider any of the grounds for or in support of the motion for censure, apart from what I think may pass, which is ground 4. Mr. Speaker, I will illustrate why. Ground 1, which is the conflict of interest, it has already been argued extensively that indeed charge is the authority with sole jurisdiction to probe matters bordering on conflict of interest. I will just quickly refer to the holding of the Supreme Court at page 845 in Okieto Blackwell versus reported in 2012, volume 2 of Ghana report. Just a very short sentence. It says the issue of conflict of interest raised here can easily be resolved by a recourse to Article 287 of the Constitution. Article 287 mandates the complaints against a public officer under Chapter 24 of the Constitution to be investigated exclusively by the Commission for Human Rights and Social Justice. The Speaker, even the court avoid a determination of issues of conflict of interest. How much more Parliament? Even the court will shy away from probing matters related to conflict of interest. And the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court, has stated that these are matters to be investigated exclusively. The Speaker, the second ground in my also raises a matter for constitutional interpretation. The Speaker, The second ground states unconstitutional withdrawals from the constituted fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution. Clearly, on the face of this ground, an allegation bordering on an enforcement of the Constitution has been alleged. So ground 2 strikes at an enforcement of the Constitution. It says unconstitutional withdrawals from the constituted fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the Constitution. The Speaker, Article 2 of the Constitution is quite clear. And Article 2, Clause 1 is in these terms. It says a person who alleges that an enactment or anything in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment, or an act or omission of a person is inconsistent with or in contravention of the Constitution may bring an action in the Supreme Court. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, I was not the one who formulated the grounds of the petition, or the complaint, or the motion for censure. It was the proponents themselves. Once they formulated a ground of the motion for censure in the manner which suggests a contravention of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, my submission is that it's the Supreme Court which has the decision to determine it, and not this honorable court at all. And not this honorable house. I'm sorry. The Speaker, ground 3 is in similar terms. It alleges unconstitutionality, and the Supreme Court is the one clogged the decision to determine such issues. The Speaker, the matters that are raised in grounds 5 to 7, in my respectful view, are political matters. The Speaker, the question one ought to ask, what is the standard for determining whether a minister has acted competently or incompetently? I use myself as an example. I, the Attorney General of the Republic, if I lose 2 cases, is it a basis for a person to say that I've acted incompetently? If I lose, is it a basis for a person to say that I've acted incompetently and I ought to remove from office? In similar vein, if a minister for finance manages the economy in a way that you consider to be improper, is it a basis for the passing of motion for censure? Mr. Speaker, the conclusion I draw from all of this is that the basis for motion for censure must be an act which strikes as misconduct, illegality, or violation of the oath of office of a minister. To the extent that none of these matters has been established in the proceedings before the Adult Committee, I will submit that the proceedings of the Adult Committee, with all respect, especially on account of the illegalities that I have demonstrated, were forced upon the committee by my good friend Dr. Domekaine, were improper, and therefore the motion ought to be encouraged.
Your time is up.
I think I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
Honorable members, Honorable members, I granted leave to the Minister of State and Attorney General to contribute to the debate. First, he is a Minister of State, and by law, Ministers of State are entitled to participate in the debate of the House. Second, having occupied the position of Attorney General for some time, I thought that we will get value in his contribution in taking a decision. He has demonstrated his understanding of the law. As he told you, I had an interaction, to use his word, before. And so there's nothing wrong with what he has done. I gave him some more minutes just to let him conclude on the issues that he has raised, and I think he has done that. So we will now move to the next person, and I will now give the opportunity to the Honorable Samuel Oblakwa Okujetu.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
What is the issue? What is the issue?
Indeed, I'm sorry. I indicated earlier on I was going to tender my opinion. If I may just tender it. That's fine. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, clearly, the decision of the House will be impacted by what you have submitted already. If you lay a document here, nobody is going to read it before taking a decision. So there is no need for that one. It is rather that Honorable Isaac Adongo said he was going to lay, which I'm sure he has laid. That is what is part of the proceedings. But that definitely will not also be read before the decision is taken. Well, we are taking the decision today. So, Ablakwa, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker.
Your majority leader is up on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General made an application to you that would want to tender the legal arguments. Unless the Speaker decides that he will not accommodate it. But he made an application to you that because he's not going to be able to speak to every one of them, he would want to lay the documents. He just wanted to do that. That is, if you agree with the application that he made.
Honorable Majority Leader, the law is this. I granted the Attorney General the opportunity to contribute to the debate, which he did, and he was timed out. It was not during that time any application was made to me. So when he came back later, it's now left to me. Please. Honorable members, leadership of the House is to guide the Speaker. But it is the Speaker that guides the House. Leadership. And so, what I heard and what I saw happen is after he's resumed his seat, that he came back to try to make an application to lay a statement. I'm sure the statement is what he was referring to. But actually, he never read any statement. He was just speaking viva voce. That is why he made his submissions. And I said that is what will be captured by the Hansard. If he had said from the onset that I have this, I will refer to it and I will lay it for the House, or I call upon the reporters, the Hansard office, to capture what I have in its entirety. Entitled, completely entitled to lay it. But that one is for me to grant him leave or not after he has resumed his seat. And that is why I said that was not necessary. And I gave my ruling. If you want to contest it, substantive motion. Let's move on. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, that's why I said the application was made. Maybe you didn't hear. But as part of he making his own submission, he said so. At the beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the table is, the chair is indicating to us that he did not hear that, that's a different matter. Take that application at the very outset. So when he finished and sat down, the deputy leader was urging him, following after that, to then come and lay the document. And that's what I'm saying, that if you didn't hear, he really made that application at the very outset. But it's still for you to admit it or not to admit it. That's the point I'm making. But he made application.
Honorable Majority Leader, if he had earlier on made the application, the very beginning, there was no need for him to repeat the application again after submission. Please, he would have just passed on the document to the table office without making the application again to me. That is exactly what Honorable Isaac Adongo did. He didn't make the application to me again. Once you make the application and having objected to it and you proceeded, at the end of the day, you lay the document. You don't make the application again after resuming your seat. You don't repeat it. If really, because the official records will show that he had made them, so he can present it. But if you are to make it now, it's my considered opinion that it's not allowed. And so, please, can we proceed? Are we clear that if you have made the application earlier on, it's a matter of just laying it? Yes, minority. Let me listen to minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General, as recognized by Article 88 of the Constitution, is one recognized portfolios that the 1992 Constitution itself recognizes. Therefore, we place premium on any person who occupies the coveted office of Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, before he proceeds to lay it, I won't go into the merits of whether it should be laid or not. Let him read what he's laying for the record. What is he laying? No, if it is his contribution to the Hansard verbatim has his contribution. If he is laying any other material, you have repeatedly, Majority Leader, even closing remarks, reminded me, Haruna, that since you don't know what is in my closing remark, I should not lay it. You have repeatedly reminded me, not once, not twice, that since you do not know the content of my closing remarks, I should not just say that I'm laying it. Let the Majority Leader know, let the Attorney General read what he's laying, Mr. Speaker. What is he laying? We need to know. He must read it. It has a title. So read it before it is late, Mr. Speaker. I make that clear to you. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader, the position taken by the Speaker is this. We have the official report. The official report is capturing verbatim what happens on the floor. If it is true that in the course of his submission, he did state that he was going to lay the document, then he is entitled to do so. The official report will capture that. If that is not the case, he is not entitled to lay the report. That is my ruling.
Mr. Speaker, I respect your ruling. The Honorable Adongo, before he laid his paper, made everybody and the public appreciate that he is laying Bank of Ghana response to his press statement. So we all know what he's laying. He has made a contribution to it. He's laying. We just want the title of what he's laying. Mr. Speaker, let him speak to it. Let him tell us the title. We don't just want to go and read it. We want him to tell us what the title of it, what he's laying is.
Honorable Minority Leader, that is where I took issue. But they said it when he was making his submissions. I said the same, that I didn't hear him. But they are insisting, and so I gave the ruling that if he really did, it will be captured by the official report. And so he's entitled to lay it. If he didn't do that, he is not entitled. That is it. Please, can we now listen to my son? Oh,
thank you.
Honorable Suhini, your name is not here. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, my dear daddy. Right Honorable Speaker, the enormity...
Honorable Samuel Okujatu Ablakwa, you can't address me that way. I can address you as my son. But if you are to address me, you have to say, Mr. Speaker.
Well noted and right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the enormity of the assignment before us today is one that we must not take lightly. Since this whole Article 82 vote of censure exercise commenced, we have been bombarded by lawyers who have been marshaled by the Honorable Finance Minister, right from committee all the way to today. We just listened to the Honorable Attorney General. The question that I want to pose, right Honorable Speaker, is that who speaks for the victims of the Honorable Finance Minister? As we speak, there is so much pain, there is so much anguish. People have been impoverished. There is excruciating hardship. Who are the lawyers for those people? As we speak, people's life savings, people's investments are at risk. We have heard the TUC. We have heard the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. We have heard NAGRAT. We have heard TEWU. We have heard the Ghana Medical Association. Who speaks for them? We are public servants. They give us a mandate. They gave the finance minister a mandate to manage this economy well, to put this economy in a good place, so that their life savings, their investments, the work of struggling Ghanaians, of organized labor, business owners who are closing their businesses, some of whom are relocating to Ivory Coast, Togo, and elsewhere. Who speaks for them? Who are their lawyers? So this vote of censure issue, Mr. Speaker, must not be narrowed to mere legal technicalities. Human lives are at stake. Livelihoods are at stake. Businesses are at stake. Millions of Ghanaians are living under excruciating pain because of the bad policies, the mismanagement, the incompetence of this Honorable Finance Minister, who should have left office more than 2 years ago, who actually business remaining in office after all the harm, all the havoc, all the pain, all the destruction that he has caused. Mr. Speaker, I make two preliminary observations before I speak to the grounds upon which I shall focus. The first preliminary observation is that the Honorable Minister appeared before us at the ad hoc committee and offered a very convoluted apology. He said he was truly sorry, and yet he proceeds to blame everybody else apart from himself. So I ask, what was he sorry about? Is that really an apology? Because if you've done nothing wrong, if we are where we are, not because of your policies, but because of so-called exogenous factors. Why are you then apologizing? He blames Russia, he blames COVID, blames everybody, apart from he himself, who told the Ghanaian people that they were better managers of the economy. I'm surprised that today the respected Attorney General doesn't want to hear the use of the word incompetence. Who are those who made the word incompetence so famous and popular in this country? Today they don't want to hear that word. Today they don't want to hear incompetence. Mr. Speaker, the second preliminary observation I make before I speak to the grounds upon which I intend to proceed relates to a significant development at the committee. Mr. Speaker, I believe that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has something very vital to learn from his cousin, the finance minister. The finance minister appeared before us on day one of our hearing with his lawyer, Gabi Ochredaku. When he came the second day, the third day when he appeared before us, he had quickly changed him. He saw that the way things were, how turbulent it was, how bumpy it was. That was not the kind of counsel he needs. So he quickly changed him and brought lawyer Ado Etia and lawyer Jacob. President Akufo-Addo should learn from his cousin, the finance minister, and change the finance minister. Just as he changed his lawyers when he saw that the legal team led by Gabi Ochidaku on day one was a disaster. He quickly changed it because he knows his position is at stake. Now we are talking about lives. We are talking about livelihoods. We are talking about businesses. We are talking about people's pensions, people's life savings. And you don't want to learn from your cousin, the finance minister, who has showed you the way how to change people who are not performing. Mr. Speaker, I now want to proceed cathedral. The claim by the Honorable Minister for Finance that he used the contingency vote, Mr. Speaker, it will go down in our annals, in the records of this House, as the most ridiculous defense ever mounted. Contingency vote. Mr. Speaker, if you read our report, it is clear at page 11 of our report, paragraph 44, that the finance minister said that he relied on the contingency vote this House approved in the 2019 budget. Mr. Speaker, when you check the 2019 budget, page 210, what was approved by this House is 204,770,630. 204 million. The minister's own submission to us when we asked for details, initially he was evasive. We wrote to him that he must let us know that on the National Cathedral so far. Mr. Speaker, when you put it together, it's 339 million Ghana cedis. So even if this finance minister decides to hide under the ridiculous explanation of contingency, we all know what contingency means. Contingency is something unforeseen, something that you didn't plan for.
Not a cathedral you have planned for with
a cathedral who you cut saw, the president cut saw March 7, 2017. You wrote letters to property owners. I have a copy here, May 30th, 2018, asking them to prepare to vacate and that their buildings were going to be demolished since May 2018. Then suddenly you didn't know that this was a project you were going to implement. It became an unforeseen commitment and you are using contingency. We insist, Mr. Speaker, that even if you want to hide under the ridiculous afterthought of contingency, cannot hold, and this House will not buy it. This side of the House will not be swayed and deceived by this grand deception. Mr. Speaker, what is also worrying is that these 339 million Ghana cedis, all of these withdrawals, Mr. Speaker, you will be shocked when you go to the site, Mr. Speaker. We are also raising issues of accountability, issues of transparency. 339 million, Mr. Speaker. This is the latest drone footage from the site. 300 million. This is what. This is what. 339 million. I asked the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta If Data Bank has 339 million, is this what we'll get for it? Is this what he will use it for? Some pits that look like a galamsey site, Mr. Speaker. I also have here, Mr. Speaker, a letter from the contractors who have asked their workers to leave site since March 14, 2022, that they are not receiving funds for lack of funds. I'll tender it, Mr. Speaker. March 14. So work has actually been abandoned for lack of payment. So where did the money go? The 339 million, where did it go? Mr. Speaker, let the finance minister be reminded that in the Bible, in 1 Chronicles 28 verse 3, David was stopped by the Lord for building a temple for him. David was stopped. This is the kind of conduct that the Lord eschews. He abhors. He will not, such conduct doesn't glorify him. And we say we are building a temple where we will go to confess our sins for blessings to come upon the Lord on the basis of deception. In any case, if the Honorable Finance Minister believes in his own contingency argument, why is it that in the current budget, the latest budget, the 2023 budget, he has, when we caught him, he has hurriedly run away from contingency. At page 197, he has now done the right thing. Allocated National Cathedral under item 19, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, 80 million Ghana cedis. Page 197. Why didn't you hide it under contingency for 2023 after you have been caught, when you have been exposed? So, Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that our colleagues will say that our grounds don't have basis. Ghanaians have followed, they have observed. We have a finance minister who breaches the Constitution, Article 252, District Assembly Fund allocations. He violates it. There's a Supreme Court decision. He violates it with impunity. PIAC has reported that instead of complying with the 5% rule, he is doing only 1.74%. The Auditor General is also saying that our oil receipt, 1.3 billion cedis, cannot be found. The Controller and Accountant General disagrees with the Finance Minister on his accounting. 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I contend that we are where we are because of the bad leadership, the incompetence, the ineptitude, the cluelessness of this finance minister, and he must leave now. And I call on our colleagues to join us to kick him out. And President Akufo-Addo, learn from your cousin on how he quickly changed his legal team. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we now give opportunity to the minister responsible for finance to be heard in defense.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me first thank you and members of this honorable House for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. The grounds and allegations that have been brought against me in this historic censure. Mr. Speaker, these allegations by the minority side, excluding a few of them, I humbly say that I have done nothing amiss with them. Mr. Speaker, this censure has done some good in advancing our democracy, as we would hope that in future, such censures will have more thoroughness, will be less politically motivated. The allegations are what they say. And I have really very little more to answer after all the answers that I gave to the committee meeting. For I tell you, Mr. Speaker, that even if I said I am innocent, they will not believe me. And if I ask for truth and proof, they will not be able to answer that. I have committed no crime. Mr. Speaker, let me just remind us, as we talk about the issue of recklessness, of mismanagement, of conflict of interest, and also remind ourselves of our COVID experience, of our Ukraine war, and ask, Mr. Speaker, ask ourselves the lack of recklessness, the mismanagement, and the lack of these events. I'll ask my colleague who used to be at the ministry, what happened in 2015 for them to run to the IMF? No recklessness, mismanagement, no COVID, no Ukraine war. And Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo's government had to then come and bail them out. And we did so successfully. Mr. Speaker, for the loud and urgent voices seem to have prevailed, but the shouts of censor and censor, I believe, Mr. Speaker, shall forever ring in the ears of those who signed the censure, and their conscience and their souls. Censure will ring as crucify, crucify in their minds. And they, Mr. Speaker, I believe, have been sifted. This then is not a very good hour, and it's truly an hour of darkness. Mr. Speaker, in this very country, we have voted for PDAs.
Honorable Minister.
And we saw where it took us.
Honorable Minister, just a minute. Resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Edward Bauer. Please, Minister, you may sit. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The essence of the minister talking to us is for us to hear. We can hardly hear what he's saying, and we want to believe that he wants to make a. We want to believe that he wants to make a case for us to know that we don't have to vote him out of office. He's reading from a script, and we cannot even hear what he's saying. Sit down.
Honorable Edward Bauer, you have made a good point, but if you can't hear, how do you know he's reading?
Mr. Speaker, his face is buried in the paper. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
He was fully buried in the paper. You could see it. His face that he was reading, not even getting up to have eye contact with us. Because he was not too sure if he raises his head, he would know the line again. So he was just reading. And we saw that. But I don't have a problem with that. I want to hear what he's reading, so that I can make an informed decision. That's all that I'm asking of.
Honorable member, sometimes you see my head down and I'm speaking. I am not reading. If the point is that you are not hearing him, that I will take on board. But the next one that he is reading, when you are not even hearing him, is what is baffling me. Honorable Minister, is a defense. The people want to hear you. The other part, have admitted it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honorable Bauer. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Bauer, essentially what I said was that without COVID and without the Ukraine war and without recklessness and without mismanagement and without conflict of interest, you took us to the IMF. So my honorable colleague who was in the ministry should explain to us how with such clarity, with no exogenous factors, you were able to take us to the IMF. And Mr. Speaker, Akufo-Addo's government then came and bailed them out. Mr. Speaker, different voices seem to be prevailing, and the shouts of censure shall forever in my mind ring in their ear and conscience and souls as crucified for no reason. Mr. Speaker, they have been sifted like wheat. This day, Mr. Speaker, I believe is a sad hour when darkness from some of our own citizens seems. But Mr. Speaker, in this very country is where we have had PDAs by the Nkrumah regime, citizens vetting committees by the Rawlings regime. We shall not, Mr. Speaker, encourage such discussions. Mr. Speaker, the Lord is gracious and compassionate. The Lord is slow to anger and rich in love. Mr. Speaker, it is such love that we must show to those who have brought us here. The Lord has given Ghanaians a spirit of courage, love, and self-discipline. And we must pray for the Holy Spirit to strengthen us to love all of our neighbors. Mr. Speaker, that I read, we called it the in-carbon budget. And that is what we need going forward. Mr. Speaker, my defense, and I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. God bless us and bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity
to contribute to the adoption of the report of the Censorship Committee and to ask this House to stand strong and firm together in bidding goodbye to the Honorable Minister for Finance and bidding him farewell that at least 6 years as Minister of Finance, he's done his part. He's done his part. He started well in 2017-18 and started dipping with poor performance into 2019 and 2020. And we have a responsibility as representatives of the people to hold him accountable. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the Honorable Minister for Lands and Forestry, Minister for Lands and Natural, the member for Damongu, to emphasize. And Mr. Speaker, he argued that censorship motions are rarely used, and referred to the United States and the United Kingdom, and reminded us when censor motion was used in the United Kingdom. For every country and its democracy, there must be a beginning. This is our beginning. And it is our beginning to invoke Article 82. But I tie that to that of the learned Attorney General, when he says that due process have not been respected. Due process have not been respected. Yet, the Speaker gave you the opportunity to speak in defense of a colleague minister. The Speaker has given the Minister for Finance an opportunity to defend himself at committee and even at plenary. You must be thankful to the openness of the Speaker and this House. So to say that due process have not been respected, Mr. Speaker, you admitted this motion because it is a competent motion. A motion, due process, Attorney General, will take you through due process. And be reminded that this House, the Parliament of Ghana, so established under Article 93 of this Constitution, is not a quasi-judicial body. And it is not, even as you extended to this committee with your Nemodas rule, it is not the committee of the Honorable K.T. Hamo and Dr. Ayene is not an adjudicating committee. Mr. Speaker, this House, the Parliament of Ghana, is not the judicial organ of Ghana. It is vested with the powers so imposed on it under Article 93. And Mr. Speaker, I quote for the purpose of the record. It reads, "There shall be a Parliament of Ghana which shall consist of the number," but it says, "subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the legislative power of Ghana shall be vested in Parliament and shall be exercised in accordance with this Constitution." That is why, Mr. Speaker, in admitting this motion, you are talking, Attorney General, you are talking about due process. And when it comes to matters of this nature, you are not expected to be a partisan minister. You are the learned Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. Not partisan. You are the learned Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. And you must speak to the fidelity of the Constitution, the fidelity of the laws of Ghana. May I refer you to Article 82 of the Constitution, when you talk about due process. Mr. Speaker, due process, yes, reads, Parliament may by a resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. 82. So very soon, Mr. Speaker, Parliament will be voting to determine whether we have 2/3 or not. Due process. 2. A motion for the resolution referred to in clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament unless 7 days notice has been given. Satisfied. The notice for the motion has been signed by not less than 1/3 of the members of Parliament. Satisfied. Due process. The motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days. Due process. We are continuing to conclude it. The Minister for Finance has appeared to defend himself, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "It shall be debated in Parliament within 5 days." And 482(4) says, "A Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate to be heard." Due process. So, Attorney General, to say that these parliaments have not complied with the minimum requirements of the Constitution is neither here nor there. May I walk you further? May I walk you further to Article 23? You defended yourself and even quoted the Supreme Court ruling. Here we come, and here I read. Article 23 reads, Mr. Speaker, administrative bodies and administrative officials. Mr. Speaker, you are members of Parliament. Are you administrative officials? Shall act fairly and reasonably and comply with the requirements imposed on them by law, and persons aggrieved by the exercise of such acts and decisions shall have the right to seek redress before a court or other tribunal, referring to what you call the ombudsman or Shraj for our purpose in Ghana, that even this Parliament can appoint the ombudsman. How dare the Attorney General compare Shraj to the Parliament of Ghana? That is your understanding of Article 23 of the Constitution. How can you reduce this co-equal organ of state, the co-equal organ of state, the Parliament of Ghana, to an administrative institution? Mr. Speaker, come again. Then, Mr. Speaker, now to paraphrase the Minister for Finance, he himself said that this motion have done this country's democracy some good. I couldn't agree more with you, because this motion, Mr. Speaker, will let ministers of President Nana Addo Dankwa sit up and know that there is a watchman called the Parliament of Ghana, that if they are betraying the public trust, are not living to the expectations of the public, they will be held accountable by this august house. That is the good this motion is doing. And then to you aspiring ministers under John Mahama, the same rule will apply to you tomorrow if you show you. So don't think that it's applicable only to them. Tomorrow, when you do assume roles as ministers, this house will hold you accountable. Mr. Speaker, it has facilitated transparency and openness. At least the minister have now provided 80 million for cathedral. He didn't do so in the previous budget, at least. But Mr. Speaker, since they are tendering matters in evidence, I will tender this in evidence. Mr. Speaker, with the court that an independent engineers must evaluate how much money has been spent on the cathedral and how much work has been done against the letter from contractors, which I will also tender in that they have not been paid, so that a report will be submitted. So, Mr. Speaker, I will tender that in evidence.
Yes, Minority Leader.
I will tender in
just a minute.
The pictorial view.
Minority Leader, just a minute. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minority Leader has tendered a picture. Mr. Speaker, which picture we don't know the source. Mr. Speaker, and he's urging on you to accept this as evidence of some work being done somewhere. And Mr. Speaker, he is now again saying that engineers should go and evaluate. Mr. Speaker, already in an earlier submission, an honorable member had contended that the cost does not in any way match the so-called work done. That was his argument. Now today, he is now misleading this House by saying that we should now go and call engineers. When you want members to take a decision on a matter, Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this. And Mr. Speaker, I rely on the House to make this argument. Mr. Speaker, let's look at order 30. Mr. Speaker, order 30D.
Please, quote the order. Quote the order. Quote the order you are referring to.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm proceeding.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am quoting, but you are urging me to quote. Mr. Speaker, I'm doing exactly that. That's exactly what I'm going to do, and you are intimidating me. I am able to quote, and I'm there. So allow me to finish. Mr. Speaker, today it looks like I'm not in your good books. Because I'm quoting, you are saying I should quote. I am quoting, you say I should quote. I am going to do that. I am capable of quoting. You know that I'm not in your good books today, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a happy man. Let me quote.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote.
When you started, you were debating. And so I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that you stood on a point of order. Then you said, order, so and so. Then I said, quote the order. You see, please.
We are all your children, but this morning, Mr. Speaker, this morning, your attention has been so positive to this side. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote. Today we are all yours, but today they seem to be more happy. Mr. Speaker, they are your favorite children this morning. It looks like we accept children. We are not. We are all your children.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
On many occasions, I said the same thing of you. I don't know why today you are trying to create an impression that some people are my children, but you are not. But everybody in this House is aware that you are one of the most favored child in the family.
Mr. Speaker, not today. Not today. It's the opposite.
But you must know that every day is not Sunday. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, it is offensive to present to Parliament frivolous, false, scandalous, groundless, or fabricated document or such allegations in a petition. Mr. Speaker, I am coming from the angle of groundless. I rely on the provision groundless. Mr. Speaker, the honorable minority leader knows how to prepare a document for the purpose of evidence. He knows what to do when he wants to get a document for our records. Mr. Speaker, I contend that that paper, which we have not seen, which Mr. Speaker has not seen, which has supposedly been laid, cannot, Mr. Speaker, cannot be said to be a proper document for the purpose of evidence. It is not. And it's very misleading, Mr. Speaker, a picture that we don't know the source. Mr. Speaker, if you may give me a copy, let me show it to you. Mr. Speaker, clerk at table, bring it. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the clerk at table may let me have it to make my demonstration. So many.
Yes, honorable, please. You may resume your seat. Well, honorable members, this is not a point of order. We haven't also reached the stage where we evaluate the evidence and depend on what weight you place on evidence. That is the issue is pressing. So the honorable minority leader may continue with his submissions.
Well, Speaker, so I'm further tendering in notice, I'm further tendering in contractors who have not been paid out, so that independent engineers can do an assessment Having spent 339 million, the Ghanaian people deserve to know and to have value for money. We'll be interested in ascertaining that. Mr. Speaker, I have respect for the Minister for Lands. I just end here with him. When you sought to debate questioning the relevance of a censorship motion, then you may as well have told the framers of the Constitution that Article 82 was unnecessary and ought not to have been part of the 1992 Constitution. But even that, the President of the Republic, whom you said, Nana Addo Dankwa, assented to what I call the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2018, Act 982. And Mr. Speaker, in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Section 4, it reads, and I quote, Head note, vote of censure. Parliament may, in accordance with Article 82 of the Constitution, pass a vote of censure on the minister where the minister breaches Section 2 by more than 1 percentage point. The Honorable Atufonse referred to it. So, Minister, we are competent within the Constitution, competent within the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and competent within the exercise of oversight. And we are doing so with respect to the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, when the Minister for Finance appeared before the committee, he responded to some of the issues, some satisfactorily, some unsatisfactorily, some very disappointedly. We are disappointed. For instance, the argument about money being put in an offshore account, nobody on this side have alleged it to your person. Nobody. We can't do that. We respect your person, but nobody alleges that you set up an offshore account for yourself. We allege that monies that ought to be in the Petroleum Holding Fund, to which you have been given authority under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act at 815, imposes the obligation on you. So to say that you borrowed GMPC $164 million to do what? Did that borrowing come before this House? Mr. Speaker, may I with respect again refer you to Article 181. No, I have the script. Article 181. Mr. Speaker, Article 181 states, 1811, Parliament may by a resolution supported by the votes of a majority of all the members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is mine, authorize the government to enter into an agreement for the granting of a loan out of a public fund or a public account. Where did you get the mandate and authority to borrow GMPC, that money, without parliamentary approval? That is the question we raise. Germaine, relevant. And Mr. Speaker, maybe I should paraphrase the minister's oath when he swore his oath of office as minister. So may I refer you to the Constitution and to the oath section. Oath of a cabinet minister. It reads that he shall uphold and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. That Constitution provided him that when he wants to borrow, he must come to this august House. He failed to do so. That is a breach of law and a breach of the Constitution, to which we hold him accountable. Then, Learned Attorney General, I also heard you quote Article 2 of the 1992 Constitution. I heard you well, and I re-quote it for you. You stated in defense of your that where in this Constitution any other law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this Constitution. So when Parliament legislates on a law, I say when Parliament legislates on a law like a bill, and that bill is repugnant to this Constitution, it will be declared null and void. Are you suggesting that we do not have the authority to subject the minister to a vote of censure? Yes, we do, and that is what we are exercising. Mr. Speaker, my joy is in that This gallant minority, we are aware of our limitations. The Ghanaian people didn't give us an overwhelming or absolute majority. Neither did they give our friends opposite. But Mr. Speaker, our heart was warmed when the majority leader, in addressing a press conference with some 93 members of parliament from his back, 98, assured us of their cooperation. Where is your cooperation? We need it today. We do not need your cooperation any other day than today. That you must cooperate with us. And you must cooperate fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, for one reason. That you reflect the disappointment of the Ghanaian people. You share their hardships. You share businesses which are collapsing. And you share the fact that we must hold the Honorable Minister for Finance responsible for that. Mr. Speaker, when the Minister was responding, he said that not due to recklessness or mismanagement, due to COVID, and not due to Ukraine. In 2003, when the MPP government went to IMF, was it because of those factors? You are reminded that in 2003, there was an external credit facility with the IMF, led by the New Patriotic Party government. So stop behaving like you are angels when it comes to going to IMF for political credibility. You did so in 2003. Mr. Speaker, today, this animal called debt exchange, where you heard about debt exchange, that you manage an economy to the extent that you are seeking to help save the economy with a debt exchange, which is threatening, the financial health of the economy and the health of the financial industry in our country. I've just reviewed a report that four banks, local, 4 banks, foreign, cannot just do with your debt exchange initiative.
Honorable Minority Leader, your time is up.
In 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute. I have to speak for these banks. They are holding 83.9% in debt. 4 foreign banks, 4 local banks, they are near collapse because of the failure of your policy, your incompetence. You have overborrowed from 120 billion to 450 billion. Under NDC, we never borrowed that much, but at least we deliver. Mr. Speaker, on this note, my colleagues who are brave enough and courageous enough, stand with us to vote, and vote to bid the minister farewell. I'll be watching what the majority leader will say, whether he will be a man, or today, he will change into Mr. Speaker, so I beg to further urge members that let's pass a vote of censure. In that is interchangeably used with vote of no confidence. What we have done, I'm sure he himself in his sleep and his conscience know that at least some of the issues we have raised, we are right. And that we have done it for the good of the Ghanaian people. In his conscience, he knows. So, Mr. Speaker, join us to bid him farewell. That he doesn't deserve to implement his unacceptable debt exchange program, which is threatening pensions, threatening financial institutions, threatening jobs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, 5 minutes suspension. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we will now listen to the majority leader, after which the question will be put and the vote will be taken. So please, majority leader, it's your turn.
Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in rising to comment on the motion before us, I first want to state strongly that I have never stated in this House that even though I'm not a lawyer, I know better, or that I'm much more knowledgeable in law than the lawyers in this House. Mr. Speaker, you know that I have never made this statement on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, you do know that I don't bear that trait of arrogance. And I'll plead with you, with the greatest respect, to set the record straight for me. I have never said so on this floor. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues came under Article 82. The motion that was admitted by your good self bore the name of the Honorable Muntaka and 128 others. That was a motion that was advertised 25th of October, and it appeared on the order paper on the 27th of October. Later on, Mr. Speaker, we came to see another motion in the name of the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Muntaka, Mohammed, and 127 others. Is it the same motion that we are debating today? Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful. And you yourself, in guiding us, you have related to the issue that this is a novel. A novel, indeed it is. But we must be on a straight path. The Speaker, Article 82 provides for a minister of state in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated to be entitled during the debate to be heard his defense. Today, I'm happy that my colleagues on the other side are happy to join the fray that indeed the minister must be given the opportunity to be heard. On the day when they set this in motion, the Speaker, they were reluctant and they were pleading that it should not be referred to a committee. Mr. Speaker, today, I think they have had a road to Damascus experience, and they now say that they buy into this. Yes, Parliament is evolving, and we'll get there. Mr. Speaker, Article 14(1) of the Constitution provides for every person to be entitled to his personal liberty, and no person shall be deprived of his personal liberty. The right to be heard is a fundamental human right, and the Constitution in Article 12, Mr. Speaker, and you have ruled that the committee that you referred this matter to is really a quasi one, and is supposed to inquire into the matter. As such, it's been your ruling. The minority leader and others have challenged this. If they are challenging the ruling of the Speaker, they know what to do. They must come properly, not through the back door. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Constitution in Article 12 provides, and Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I want to quote, when people want to limit the due process only to the court. Mr. Speaker, the freedoms enshrined in this Constitution, Article 12(1) provides, the fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in this chapter shall be protected and upheld by the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, due process is taken in whole, not in bits and pieces. Indeed. It's not taken in bits and pieces. Due process is holistic. So when a matter goes before a committee, you are supposed to submit yourself to due process. And that's why the Attorney General cited that if you are part of the group that is making that allegation against a finance minister, you cannot turn around to be a judge in your own court. That is it. And I thought that you should appreciate the point that was made by the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, talk to your borders. Mr. Speaker, the motion and the matters mentioned in them came to refer to the ad hoc committee co-chaired by the Honorable Katie Hammond and the Honorable Dr. Ayine. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Ayine, the co-chair of the committee, was relating to the difficulty that they had, the co-chairship. And, Mr. Speaker, where this co-chairship is even coming from, I don't even comprehend. Let's be cautious about that. Yes, it's a committee that was established by us. Maybe one will relate to the members that we had an 8-member committee, hence this novelty of co-chairing. But we should be careful. And indeed, even the committee that was formed to advise this House on the appointment of an auditor to audit the Auditor General, it was also an even-numbered committee. It came to be chaired by the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. There was no co-chairship there. So why this? We should be careful in order not to run ourselves into some kind of undefined imbroglio. It will not help this House. Mr. Speaker, Article 82(3), and the Deputy Majority Leader was relating to that when he said that the import of Article 82(3), we should be careful whether what we are doing under Article 82(3). And Mr. Speaker, you sought for further and better clarification. That's the 14-day rule, that the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. The Speaker, you sought further and better particulars. I would want to suggest to us, this is of the same order. The imperatives of Article 82(3) is of the same order as Article 1125. And 1125 provides the Speaker, with the greatest respect, that wherever a vacancy occurs in Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament shall notify the Electoral Commission in writing within 7 days after the vacancy occurred, and the by-election shall be held within 30 days after the vacancy occurred. It cannot be said that the processes were initiated within 30 days. Of course, it's been amended, as the case may be if it's attributable to death, to 60 days. It cannot be said that the processes of elections are initiated within 60 days, and so it can go beyond 60 days. Mr. Speaker, I'm suggesting to us that the imperatives of Article 82(3) is of the same order as Article 1125. We must operate within the law. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, this point you are raising is challenging my ruling. You are challenging my ruling. But you know that even though it's stated within 30 days, if on the 30th day the results are equal, the elections continue. True or false?
Mr. Speaker,
you see,
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
with the greatest respect,
please,
you are mixing
I'm
apples
drawing
and
your
oranges.
attention to it so that you move away from challenging my ruling. You can go on now. Within doesn't necessarily mean that it must be debated and decided within. For some good reason, it could go beyond the days specified. That is practice. Please, let's go on.
I'm going on, Mr. Speaker. The elections would have been conducted within the 14 days.
So the debate started within the 14 days.
Mr. Speaker, it was not a debate. The motion, it was not a debate. There's a word of decision. But I move on.
Please, when you move a motion and is seconded, go to the standing orders. What does it constitute? Is there in our standing orders? That is why usually when you are raising preliminary objection, I make sure that it's raised before the motion is seconded. If not, after it's seconded, it's debate. That is it. Is there in the standing orders? You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking to the Constitution, and between the Constitution and our standing orders, the Constitution is superior. Mr. Speaker, Article 69(7) relates...
The man just stated now that he has never stated anywhere that even though he's not a lawyer, he knows the law more than lawyers. What is he confirming? Please, yes, I do all this not because I'm debating you. We are doing this because we need to carry the public along. They need to understand how Parliament works. That's why sometimes I'm compelled to say some of these things. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised, but you may be surprised. Mr. Speaker, you remember that day I asked you for guidance and ruling on this Article 82, 14-day duration. And I told you that I know the people we are dealing with. Mr. Speaker, here we are.
Actually, if I heard you say what you said, I would have ruled you out of order. And so you are completely out of order. Yes, please, Majority Leader.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I thought that he knows that he's dealing with people who are very scrutinous and very diligent with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 69(7) relating to the impeachment in respect of presidents provides for the president to be heard either by himself or through his elected lawyer. Article 95(2)(d), which relates to speakers having to vacate their office, does not bear the construction of they having to be heard. That is Article 95(2)(d). However, our own standing orders is the one that you have used to expand the remit of Article 95(2)(d). That is why I found it strange that whereas the Constitution provides that the minister must be heard, people were kicking against it only on the floor. And even if he left to be heard through his lawyer, the lawyer will not have any space. But today, as I've said, we have converted souls, so we will live with them. Mr. Speaker, the people know that Article 150 provides that Parliament and members of Parliament have freedom of speech, and the freedom that we have in discussing matters cannot be impeached in any place outside this house, including the courts. So you go, you come here, descend on a minister or whoever, and then you don't want to create space for the person to be heard. But we have moved. We have moved beyond that. Today, Mr. Speaker, what we have before us, the minority leader kept saying that the minister admitted that he has borrowed the GNPC some amount. The minister has never admitted anyway that he has borrowed the GNPC money. He has never admitted. He said he has borrowed GNPC money. The minister, and he said the minister has admitted to it. The minister has never admitted anywhere that he has borrowed GNPC money. I'm quoting the minority leader. That's what he said. Mr. Speaker, again, matters. He says that the conduct breaches the Constitution. And the Attorney General related to this. And that is why the Attorney General quoted for us Article 2 of the Constitution, which provides that a person who alleges an enactment or anything contained in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment or any act or omission or any person is inconsistent with or in contravention with of a provision of this Constitution may bring an action in the Supreme Court for a declaration to that effect. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that if you are alleging that what he has done is in breach of the Constitution, what is required of you? Take the matter to the Supreme Court for declaration. That is what it means. You cannot try him here that he has breached the Constitution and without any declaration from the Supreme Court, tie him like a goat and go take him to the slaughterhouse. Mr. Speaker, where from this? Mr. Speaker, having listened to my colleagues, many of them were addressing issues that are very extreme, charges that they themselves referred against the minister. Some of them bordering on criminality. This indeed is a house. But as I quoted for you under Article 12, you are expected to uphold the imperatives of the Constitution. You cannot say that this is your house and you want to do whatever you like. I'm happy you are now shouting, no, no, no. My dearest friend, Rosin, I'm happy that you are shouting, no, no, no. Let's not do anything that will be reckless. Mr. Speaker, the AG, the Attorney General, only came to proffer his professional advice. He did not come to defend the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Supreme Court, in a ruling, which the Attorney General quoted to us, has not been disputed by the minority leader. When in the case of Awuni versus West African Examination Council, that is not disputed, and the minority leader spiritedly ran away from the issue that was raised by the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, now I have some picture that has been tabled by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, strangely, this picture bears no date. So it bears no date. Whether it was taken maybe a week after the construction began, nobody knows. Mr. Speaker, how can such a document be entertained in this house? You cannot. This house does not rest on your say so. We want an impeached one. This one, bearing no date. I want to table it here. This is a much more serious house. It's a much more serious house. Mr. Speaker, we should not recline with the greatest respect to pedestrianism.
Please. Mr. Speaker, I am taking a cue from the Honorable Gentleman. He said I should go slowly. I will. I will go slowly. But Mr. Speaker, these are matters of serious concern, of grave concern. The matters raised against the finance minister, Mr. Speaker, are really serious matters. One, despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. This is criminality. This is criminality. And you are not able to prove anything. Mr. Speaker, unconstitutional withdrawals from the consolidated fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution, supposedly, they are not even too sure, supposedly for the construction of the President's Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, really, they are reducing this to a joke. Mr. Speaker, illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1986 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what are they afraid of? Yes, I recognize that I was speaking for 15 minutes, 57 seconds. The minority leader spoke for 18 minutes, 53 seconds. I was marking him. Mr. Speaker, why are they running away from this? Mr. Speaker, deliberate and dishonest.
Please, I'm in charge.
Thank you very much.
Be addressing me, not having a conversation with your friends opposite.
Except that when you intervene, Mr. Speaker, my time is still running. When you intervene, my time is still running.
Honorable Majority Leader, the Speaker cannot be said to be intervening. The Speaker doesn't intervene. No. That word can be used for a member of Parliament, not the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you are ruling or whatever is in an intervention. It's an intervention. The value is the same. The value, when you speak,
read the standing orders and draw my attention to where it says that when the Speaker,
you see,
you read the standing orders and then tell me where it says that when the Speaker comes in or stops a member, that means an intervention.
Mr. Speaker, I'll go on.
I stopped. It's here. I'm watching. Don't worry at all.
Mr. Speaker, the other one is deliberate and dishonest misreporting of economic data to Parliament. And the other day when I heard them, they were talking about differences in statistics reported in budget documents. Mr. Speaker, take any budget statement and you see that what is reported, like now, 2023 budget. If you come to the media review, the figures will be different. And that is deliberate misreporting. That's the understanding of some colleagues of ours. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that that is deliberate contrivance. Mr. Speaker, the others, alarming incompetence and so on, those are political statements. In any event, when we allege incompetence against the former president, John Dramani Mahama, it occasioned impeachment. The grotesque incompetence didn't occasion impeachment. This is political talk. Mr. Speaker, now having said all this, let me end on the note of the minority leader. A minority leader in London admitted that many of the allegations that they have packaged. Yes, you said, Mr. Speaker, he has not even listened to me. Mr. Speaker, he said, the finance minister knows that some of the issues that they have raised
are true. They are right. You said some of the issues raised, the finance minister admits, are right. What it means is that some of them are not right. Some of them are untrue. Some of them are falsehoods. And you want us to vote. To vote with you. Mr. Speaker, will never be part of it. Mr. Speaker, and he didn't point out which ones are true and which ones are false. Tell us. And you want us to follow you on this misadventure.
Value of the shadow of death.
On this grotesque misadventure.
Value of the shadow.
Mr. Speaker, like Pontius Pilate,
we will wash our hands.
We will wash our hands. We will wash our hands. We will wash our hands like this. J must come. J must come. J must. J must come. J must. We are washing our hands. We are washing our hands. Aye. 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 Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
based on Article 1044. Article 1044, which reads, where Parliament is considering a bill to amend the Constitution, or where the voting is in relation to the election or removal of any person under this Constitution, where Parliament is considering a bill to amend the Constitution, or where the voting is in relation to the election or removal of any person under this Constitution or under any other law, voting shall be in secret. That is the constitutional provision. We have had discussion on it, and some doubts have been created as to whether this is removal or not. But what is very clear by our standing orders, Order 108, is very clear. It says a motion for a vote of censure on a Minister of State shall be moved in the following manner. And what is relevant here is B. The motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days of its receipt by Mr. Speaker, and shall be supported by the votes in secret ballot of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. And so I proceed to call for a secret ballot pursuant to Article 1044 and Order 108B. We will conduct secret voting now. The clerk at table will call and then you proceed to cast your ballot. There is a request because some members write, and so they will be called out of 10 to vote and be able to catch the flight. And so we will start now. Clerk at table, you may start now.
Mutaka Mohammed Mubarak. Ahi Samson.
Honorable members, be fast.
I am Ganadi Ayi. Ayariga Mohammed. Pedro Emmanuel Kwesi. Abaka Samuel Erickson. Abanga Abdullahi.
Please be quiet so that people can hear their names.
Abdullahi Jacob Idris. Abdul Latif Dan, Abdul Salam Adams, Ablakwa Samuel Okujeto, Abuaji George Kwame,
Please call him.
Abudu Lariba Zuera, Abuaji George Kwame, Echampon Brian,
Achampon Brian, Achampon Charles, Achampon Richard, Achampon Richard, Akwaku Sophia Karen, Akwaku Sophia Karen, Akwa Alexander Akwesi, Adam Hamza Doctor, Adam Mohammed Amin Doctor.
Honorable members, the House is still sitting, so you don't pass through here. Please, direct them.
Adams Idris, Adam Idi Kofi, Adams Idi Kofi, Adam Idi Kofi, Adi Teddy Safori, Adi Teddy Safori, Ado Yaw Frimpong, Eje Kwesi Boati, Adom Frederick Obeng, Adumaku Mensa Alex, Adumaku Mensa Alex, Adumaku Mensa Colin, Adongo Isaac, Edu Johnson Kweku, Edu Chum Yaw Osei, Afenyo Markin Alexander Pamina, Afol Eric,